As Ning began to head towards the Jadefire realm of the Terror Star Sea, his avatar sent word to Nine Dust via the Palace of Ancient Truth. Nine Dust, you are in the Jadefire realm? I'm on my way. This was the simple message which Ning sent. The Palace of Ancient Truth had branches within all 8 of the sacred cities of the Tao Alliance, and the mighty ancients were the power behind it. Ning's words quickly made its way to the ancients and thus to Nine Dust's avatar. What? Nine Dust was shocked. He never would have imagined that Dark North would find out that he had entered the Jadefire realm. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel gratitude. Everyone knew that the place was a death trap. Dark North knew it as well, but he still rushed towards it without hesitating. Dark North, I've been chased by Archon Silks now into the Jadefire realm, but I never made that information public. If you found out, that means it must be Archon Silks now who spread the news. This is his plot. Nine Dust sent word back to Ning as well. No matter what, don't come here. Archon Silks now is a madman. This is definitely a plot aimed at you. His message made it back to Ning's avatar in Vast Heaven Palace. But alas, it was of no use. Ugh, Dark North is so. Nine Dust knew that he wouldn't be able to dissuade Ning, and so his avatar within the ancient stronghold immediately headed off to Vast Heaven Palace. Outside Vast Heaven Palace, a man dressed in fluttering gray robes emerged from a tear in space, then stared at the distant Vast Heaven Palace. Here I am. The gray-robed man looked weather-worn, with anxiety written on his face. I hope I made it in time. The gray-robed man waved his hand, causing countless drops of rain to appear in the air. The rain sprinkled down upon every inch of Vast Heaven Palace, but the power within the rain was completely blocked by the barriers protecting the palace itself. The blocked power generated ripples which immediately attracted the interest of Emperor Solsky and Ning's avatar. Both emerged from the barriers, standing shoulder to shoulder as they stared off into the distance. Ha! Ning's avatar grinned. You can head on back, big brother Solsky. Let me have a chat with my old friend. Ning's avatar then strode into the skies towards the gray-robed man. Emperor Solsky smiled as well. He was also able to recognize who it was, as the gray-robed man had discarded his disguise and revealed his true appearance. It was indeed the Nine Dust Seclord. Nine Dust. Ning's avatar walked over to stand next to the gray-robed man. Dark North. Nine Dust looked at Ning, his feelings rather mixed. Although he didn't wish for Ning to know that he was in great danger, he also felt very grateful for the way in which Ning had reacted upon finding out. This was what true brothers were like. I'm not too late, am I? Nine Dust asked. Your true body hasn't entered the Jadefire realm yet, has it? Not even close. I need to be careful when traversing the Terror Star Sea. I can't just blink about willy-nilly like here in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning said with a smile. It'll take me at least another 1,000 years or so before I make it there. Nine Dust let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness? Nine Dust peered at Ning intently, rather surprised. Why do I feel as though your aura has changed a bit? Although both were merely avatars, their auras were generated by their true souls and their Taos. An evil cultivator's very aura would become evil and malicious, since the true body and the avatar were linked together and analogous. The aura of Ning's avatar had indeed changed and become more powerful since last they met. In the past, Ning was reserved and stately, like a blade that would reveal its sharpness when unleashed. Now, however, he seemed as vast and ineffable as the starry sky, but also as gentle as a drop of water. One couldn't help but like him upon seeing him. He possessed a certain deep magnetism. It was caused by an illusory art I created, Ning said. Illusory art? Nine Dust was surprised. You've already reached such profound heights in the Tao of the Sword. How is it that an illusory art could have changed you this much? If one focused on illusions, one would generally gain tremendous charisma. Su Yuji was a classic example of this. Ordinary cultivators who saw Su Yuji would be uncontrollably intoxicated by her to the point of willingly following her as her servant. For those who had reached incredible heights in the art of illusions, Their natural auras alone could seduce others without them even actively trying to do so. Ning's unfettered dreamlands technique was an illusory art Ning had spent over half a chaos cycle working on. He had created it with the assistance of the Autarka's stone dais, after he had delved into the many mysteries of the countless techniques he had studied. For it to have affected him was only normal. I was focusing on illusions recently and managed to make some progress. Ning smiled smugly. All right, enough about your illusions. Nine Dust immediately said, I came over here at full speed because I want you to avoid entering the Jadefire realm. You already know that this is Archon Silksnow's plot. Why must you fall into it? Ning shook his head. Plot? What sort of plot could he possibly have? Nine Dust, why don't you tell me what you think he can be plotting? Don't underestimate him. He's crazy. Nine Dust revealed an anxious look. I was chased by him through the Terror Star Sea. I fled in panic and used up pretty much all of my treasures. When we moved past the Jadefire realm, I gritted my teeth and dove into it to save my own skin. Ning nodded slowly. Faced with certain death, it only made sense that Nine Dust had jumped into a death trap. At least that way he had a chance, no matter how tiny. If he didn't, he would be doomed once Archon Silks now caught up to him. I thought that once I dove into it, he would be afraid to follow me inside. Nine Dust shook his head. I was wrong. That madman actually charged in right behind me. Oh! Ning narrowed his eyes. He went in as well? Does he have a death wish? That's why I said he's crazy. Nine Dust said seriously. The Jadefire realm is a death trap which the Sith set up during the Dawn War. Even though we beat them in the end, many of our major powers died in it during the war. Even though I charged inside, if I'm careful and take my time, I should still have a chance to find an escape path and be able to leave it. But now that Archon Silksnow has charged inside as well, I'm forced to continue my headlong flight. I'm being forced to straight for the more dangerous-looking places inside the Jadefire realm. But he's still chasing me. In the end, I ended up being trapped in a place that looks like some sort of prison. Prison? Ning frowned. I'm not too sure myself. All I know is that I'm trapped within a small area of just 30 or so meters. Nine Dust sighed. Thankfully, there's no danger inside the cell for now. And Archon Silks now didn't dare to continue his pursuit. A prison-like place, eh? Ning frowned pensively. He was a member of the Brightshore Kingdom, after all. He had immediately set off to acquire a map of the Terror Star Sea from the Brightshore Hegemon. He was planning to use treasures to trade for it, but Hegemon Brightshore had just given it for free. He now had maps from both the Hegemon and Taoist Bluestone, and as a result, he knew a bit about the Jadefire realm. The Jadefire realm was a death trap the Sith had set up, and at its very center lay the prisons. Quite a few major powers of the cultivator civilizations had been trapped within the Jadefire realm. Many of them were unable to escape. Once the Sith had trapped enough major powers, they would unleash a single decimatous wave and annihilate all of the prisoners. Hegemon Brightshore's records stated it thusly. The Jadefire realm's prisons are primarily spread across 7 regions, and there are differences in them based on importance. However, the Sith are all dead. I once scanned them from afar and found no signs of life within them, but the place is still filled with countless dangers. Although the Jadefire realm has been badly damaged, rendering its apocalypse wave unusable, there are still many formations and barriers that are strong enough to cause even hegemons to die. The prisons. Ning frowned. Damn that Silksnow. Even the ordinary prisons within the Jadefire realm were incredibly dangerous places. Don't worry, I'm fine for now, Nine Dust said hurriedly. I'm merely restricted to a 30-meter region. So long as I don't touch any of the barriers, I won't be in any danger. But you are still in one of the Jadefire realm's prisons. Ning was worried. That's why you need to stay away, Dark North. Nine Dust said hurriedly. Archon Silks now was crazy enough to charge in because he wants to use it to get rid of the two of us. He's cast all caution to the wind. He's already been inside for quite some time. By now, he probably knows quite a bit about that place. He has probably prepared traps for you. Once you go there, you'll be in a new and foreign place. It'll be easy for him to trick you. I'm no fool, Ning laughed. But he has the advantage. Nine Dust argued. Don't worry. I'm not completely ignorant of the Jadefire realm. Ning shook his head. He had star maps from Taoist Bluestone and Hegemon Brightshore. As a result, he was quite familiar with the Jadefire realm by now. And I've been wanting to get rid of him for some time now. If we just let that vile madman do as he pleases, he might end up causing some real trouble in the future. Best to get rid of him soon. You! Nine Dust was extremely anxious. How can you? It's not like you don't know what sort of temper I have. Ning grinned. I knew I wouldn't be able to dissuade you, but I still had to try. Nine Dust felt quite resigned. Ugh, after all that talking, I still wasn't able to budge you in the slightest. No matter what, safety first. I'm not a hot-headed kid anymore, Ning said with a laugh. The only way I'll be able to save you is if I keep myself alive. Nine Dust had failed to dissuade Ji Ning, but he decided to temporarily reside within Vast Heaven Palace. That way, he would be able to keep in constant contact with Ning and be able to report details regarding his situation. This would be helpful to Ning in Ning's efforts to rescue him. Within the Terror Star Sea, Ning's true body was hastening through the region, his protector in tow. This place was far too dangerous. Even Ning had to advance through it with great caution. After roughly 800 years, the two finally made it to the Jadefire realm. We arrived. Ning stared off into the front at the enormous, nigh-infinite vortex of fire which had appeared in the void. The flame vortex took up an enormous amount of territory. Each petal of fire was very beautiful, but filled with tremendous danger. Master! Whitethaw's eyes suddenly lit up and he spoke out. Yes. Ning glanced at Whitethaw. I've been here before, Whitethaw said. You've been here before? Ning was delighted. He suddenly remembered that Taoist Bluestone had acquired this Sith protector in the Terror Star Sea. Whitethaw had been charged with protecting an extremely high-status Sith, which in turn meant it wasn't that surprising for them to have visited the Jadefire realm before. Yes, Whitethaw nodded. My original Sith master was invited here before. This place, which you cultivators call the Jadefire realm, was known to the Sith as the Seven Flaming Hells. What else do you know? Ning was overjoyed. This truly was an unexpected surprise. The more he learned about the Jadefire realm, the easier his visit to it would be. Whitethaw held nothing back from his new master. This is a death trap which the Sith laboriously built up. My master was merely invited here to view it, and so I only have a cursory knowledge of it. The heart of the Seven Flaming Hells are the 7 core prisons within it. Those 7 prisons are paramount, but there are a large number of ordinary cells as well. All of them, together, form the 7 Flame Hell Annihilation Formation, which can generate a type of destructive black flames. Aside from autarchs, virtually anyone touched by these destructive black flames will perish. Ning was in awe as he nodded slowly. Those black flames. We cultivators referred to them as a wave of decimatous flames. However, the Sith ended up being defeated in the war. That means the 7 flaming hells were probably attacked and destroyed, along with its formation, Whitethaw said. Thus, Master, there's no need for you to worry about the decimatous flames. Ning listened as Whitethaw continued. Part of those prisons are damaged, but part are probably intact. If you wish to save your friend, Master, you must first find out where he is. If he's trapped in a damaged prison, you'll have a chance to rescue him. But if he is within an intact prison, rescuing him will be very, very difficult. In addition, your enemy Archon Silks now is also present. Based on what you said, Master, he's not inside the prisons. There are a large number of passageways outside the prisons, Whitethaw said. These many passageways are filled with many traps and barriers. The Sith once controlled them to ensure that cultivators were unable to escape. Many died in those passageways or were blasted into a prison during the battles. My guess is that Archon Silks now is definitely planning to use those mechanisms to trap you, Master. Passageways? Prisons? Ning nodded. When my original Sith Master was invited to come here, the receiving Sith warned him never to fly within the passageways. He was only to walk on the ground. That way, even if he did run into some of the barriers, At least he wouldn't be sent into the prisons. White Thaw smiled. No matter how dangerous the situation on the ground might seem, he was not to fly at all. The ground is filled with many dangerous barriers and formations, but they aren't capable of killing hegemons. It is precisely because of how dangerous the ground looks that many cultivators choose to fly instead, seeking to avoid those dangers. White Thaw continued. But while it is true that you will encounter much fewer dangers while flying, the ones that you will encounter are lethally dangerous ones. Even hegemons might perish. Ning nodded slowly. If it hadn't been for White Thaw telling him this, Ning would never have been able to guess at all of these secrets. You have to be careful, Master. I've only been to this place once with my original Sith Master before, White Thaw said, and I'm only familiar with a few of the passageways which my Sith Master once took. As for the more important secrets of the prisons, I wasn't privy to those. You've told me enough. This is excellent. Ning smiled. Even when the Jadefire realm was in perfect shape, so long as one walked without flying, one wouldn't encounter any dangers which could threaten hegemons. Now that the Jadefire realm was in bad shape, things would be even safer. Neither Archon Silksnow nor the Nine Dust Sectlord had died in the passageways. After all. Humph. Silksnow, so long as you stay outside the prisons, you won't be able to threaten me no matter how you plot. Ning felt much more relaxed, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. I'm not going to die here, but you are. Let's go inside, White Thaw, Ning said. Whoosh. The two of them immediately flew into that enormous vortex of fire. The enormous vortex of fire was pitch black inside. After Ning and White Thaw entered, they felt as though they had entered a completely different world. Ning saw clusters of fiery passageways up ahead. The countless fiery passageways were all interlinked, almost like an enormous beehive. During the Dawn War, this had been a Sith base. The Sith would be able to retreat here and recuperate in safety, but the cultivators who dared barge inside would all perish. I can sense them. Ning stared towards a certain direction, then reached out with his right hand and pointed. Silksnow is right over there. Master, these passageways are all interlinked. You'll be able to reach any prison from any passage, White Thaw said. If that's the case, then we'll choose that passageway. Ning began to fly towards the passageway up ahead, the one which he felt would lead him towards Archon Silksnow. He's here. A skinny, white-haired, white-browed man was seated in the lotus position within an empty space that was merely 300 meters in size. Archon Silksnow was able to sense that his realmship was resonating with a realmship part. A look of excitement flashed through his oily green eyes. Dowlord Darknorth actually came. Heh. They really are good friends. Although he felt that Ning would probably come, this place was still the Jadefire realm. Not everyone would be willing to brave such great danger for the sake of a friend. Good. Dowlord Darknorth, I might not be able to beat you, but the Sith can. Archon Silksnow stared towards the flames, a smile playing on his lips. I'll wait for you right here. Let's see what you can do. I'm completely surrounded by lethal traps. So long as you come towards me, you'll definitely activate them. Once you do, you are dead. The destruction of the Sith had resulted in many of the barriers and mechanisms being revealed. There was no longer anyone in charge of them, which was why they could no longer remain hidden. Archon Silksnow had chosen this region because there was a terrifyingly strong formation here. It was so mighty that just staring at it would cause one to shudder. Archon Silksnow knew that if he touched it, he would instantly perish. Thus, he carefully skirted the formation and then hid himself within the void besides it. He then set up a few formations of his own to help mask and disguise the truly dangerous one. I've already disguised the trap. There's no way you'll notice it at all. Archon Silksnow revealed a smile. You'll definitely touch it, and even if you don't, I'll arrange for you to do so. He knew that someone like Ning would definitely be quite crafty. It wouldn't be easy to trick him, and so he had made many plans to ensure that Ning would fall into at least one of them. His advantage lay in the fact that he had been the first to enter the Jadefire realm. Heh, you want to save your friend, eh? You are dead. Dead. Archon Silks now eagerly awaited Ning's arrival. It had been a long time since he had felt this excited. The most dazzling Dao Lord in all of history was coming, someone who had destroyed the Silksnow Fiend Palace. And today, Archon Silksnow was finally going to get rid of him. Whoosh! Ning flew into the passageway, then stepped onto the ground. Be careful, Master. As you follow the passageway, you'll run into a fairly high number of barriers and traps. White Thaw was by Ning's side, protecting him at all times. All right, Ning nodded. Ning began to carefully advance through the twisting, flaming passageways. The passageways were 1,000 meters in diameter, and a number of mechanisms were clearly visible within them. Ning and White Thaw were able to easily avoid touching them. After walking for the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning suddenly blinked. He then glanced at the nearby White Thaw. White Thaw, didn't you say there were plenty of dangers and mechanisms here? They hadn't encountered anything dangerous at all. White Thaw felt rather awkward. I guess. Maybe the Sith are all dead and no one is in control, which is why there are no dangers? Heh. Ning laughed when he saw the awkward look on White Thaw's face. All right, let's go. The two of them continued to traverse the passageways with ease, moving closer and closer towards Archon Silks now. The winding, flaming corridors stretched off for countless kilometers. They had been nightmares for cultivators during the Dawn War, but now that they were damaged and were no longer actively controlled, the barriers within had been dramatically lessened in number. The flames beneath the feet of Ji Ning and White Thaw suddenly transformed to form a giant flaming head that was 300 meters long. The flaming head opened its great mouth, preparing to swallow Ning and White Thaw whole. Break! White Thaw stomped down angrily towards the ground with his white, fur-covered feet. Boom! The furry stomp delivered a strike of inconceivable power, instantly crushing the flames below and shattering the flaming head. Ning chuckled when he saw this. We finally encountered a trap. This was the first one for us. Don't worry, Master. Leave these mechanisms to me. White Thaw boomed sonorously. Haha, I'm not worried at all. Ning laughed, but he couldn't help but sigh secretly in amazement as well. No wonder the highest-ranking Sith had all wanted Sith protectors like this. White Thaw was definitely comparable to Supreme Archons in power. Even when Ning fought against it with all his might, Ning was still unable to gain any advantage at all. And this wasn't the most impressive thing about it. What was really impressive was the fact that the golem was meant to protect and defend. In raw power alone, it was comparable to hegemons in might. This was the reason why Ning wasn't able to gain any advantage even when using his Heavenbreaker stance with all his power. Aside from possessing overwhelming power, it was also capable of soft and flexible attacks. It was capable of tying down any foe, even hegemon-level ones. Could also stand in front of its master, helping its master face any dangers. It must be understood that not even an actual hegemon would necessarily be as effective as a Sith protector when it came to actually guarding someone. Ning and White Thaw continued to follow the passageway. White Thaw used his absolute, overwhelming power to block and crush any of the traps they activated. In truth, these mechanisms weren't all that powerful. They weren't even able to force White Thaw to enter his flexible mode. Whoosh! Countless flames suddenly sprang up beneath Ning's feet, surrounding him from every direction and from above him as well. Flames were spinning everywhere, almost as though they had just been trapped in a cage of flames. The spinning flames came together to form a strange script which was clearly accumulating a surge of terrifying power. Ning's face tightened slightly. This was the first time since entering this place that he felt a bit of danger. Clang! Ning pulled a pair of northbow swords from the sheath on his back, bringing them to the ready. Master, leave it to me. White Thaw let out a low roar, slamming his giant furry palms in every direction in a series of furious strikes. Boom! 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 It was like a wave of palm strikes striking out everywhere. Each palm was actually slightly stronger than even Ning's full-force Heavenbreaker stance. More than 10 palm strikes were unleashed in the blink of an eye, causing the cage of flames to start to crack and crumble. Moments later, The cage exploded violently and then completely collapsed. The protector lowered his hands, a stolid and straightforward look on his face as always. Pretty impressive. Ning was beginning to like the golem more and more. When Taoist Bluestone had traded this golem to him as part of the deal for the Omega Sword Tao, Bluestone had said that these Sith Protector golems were extremely rare and of slight interest to even autarchs. I'll probably have to rely on White Thaw if I want to rescue Nine Dust, Ning mused to himself. It is much better at facing danger than I am, after all. As they continued to advance from one fiery passageway into another, Ning could sense that he was gradually growing closer to Archon Silks now. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Almost there. Ning turned solemn. Although he had the absolute advantage in power, Archon Silks now had proven his determination when he had chosen to risk his life and enter the Jadefire realm. Ning wouldn't be the slightest bit overconfident against such a crazy foe. Ning watched carefully as he continued to walk forwards. Over there. Ning's eyes narrowed as he saw the man. A few 100 million kilometers away. A skinny white-robed, white-browed man was seated in the lotus position in a tiny empty space that was surrounded by flames. His oily green eyes were fixed upon Ning as well. Although flames and other things were between them, to experts like them mere matter was unable to block their line of sight. Previously, they were unable to see each other because they were too far away and too many mechanisms were present. Now that they were less than 1 billion kilometers away from each other, they were able to see each other clearly. Silks now, Ning said as he walked forwards. I really do admire you. A gravelly voice rang out in the area around Ning. You threw yourself into the Terror Star Sea and then into the Jadefire realm, all for the sake of just a single friend, Tao Lord Darknorth. I already admired you for your strength. Now, I admire you for your courage as well. I admire you greatly as well. You are an eternal emperor, but you were willing to risk it all in diving into this death trap. If I chose not to come, it is possible that the end result would be that you and Nine Dust would both die in here, Ning said. For an eternal emperor to be willing to enter into a suicide pact with a Tao Lord, I'm truly awed by your madness. Entering the Jadefire realm was easy. Leaving was difficult. In the past, the Sith had allowed countless cultivators to enter without impeding them, then killed them once they were inside. Thus, although Archon Silks now had been able to survive his entrance, actually leaving alive would be 1,000 times more difficult. It wouldn't be possible to simply take the original route back, after all. Suicide pact? You underestimate me too much, Archon Silks now said with a cold smile. He had a realm ship, meaning that he was much better at staying alive than other Archons. You drew me here for the sake of trapping me, yes? Ning continued to walk forwards, a smile on his lips. You aren't strong enough to do it yourself. Your plan is probably to use some of the terrifying mechanisms within the Jadefire realm to do it yourself. If my guess is correct, you should be surrounded by incredibly terrifying traps. Indeed, I'm surrounded by terrifying traps. Tens of them. Hundreds of them. Archon Silks now laughed wildly. And that's why you should stay far, far away from me. The closer you get to me, the sooner your death will come. The two continued to speak from a great distance, while Archon Silks now concealed his true thoughts and his true plan against Ning. Closer, closer. Just a little bit closer. Archon Silks now eagerly awaited Ning's arrival. He knew that given how proud Tao Lord Darknorth was, there was no way he would flee without even seeing the traps. Archon Silks now had his schemes, but Ning had plans of his own. If White Thaw hadn't told him some of the secrets of this place, Ning would be proceeding with much greater caution. Now, however, Ning knew that so long as he didn't fly into the air, he wouldn't be attacked by any of the truly deadly mechanisms of this place. Silks now, in the end your schemes will all amount to nothing, Ning mused. However, he still instructed White Thaw cautiously, White Thaw, stay ahead of me. Acknowledged. White Thaw led the way, while Ning followed White Thaw from behind. He was being cautious for the added security it would provide, but also for the sake of lulling Archon Silks now into a sense of complacency. The distance between the two began to shrink. 80 million kilometers. 60 million kilometers. 50 million kilometers. 30 million kilometers. The closer, the better. That way, Downlord Dark North will suffer even greater repercussions from the shockwave. Archon Silks now felt his formerly calm heart rate begin to pick up, hammering against his chest like meteors. Closer. 10 million kilometers. 8 million kilometers. 5 million kilometers. Why isn't he attacking me yet? Hurry up and attack. Archon Silks now waited eagerly. Once he attacks, he'll definitely hit the barrier in front of me. If Ning didn't attack, he would have to come up with a way to trick him into touching the barrier. The distance between the two had shrunken down to merely 1 million kilometers. Whoosh! Suddenly a wave of invisible heart force swept out, instantly passing the distance between them and falling upon the white-browed Archon Silks now. This was the unfettered Dreamlands, and a beautiful dream world appeared before his eyes. I'm finally invincible. Ha ha ha. I'm the ruler of this realmverse. Ha ha ha. Archon Silks now was seated upon a throne. Below him were Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, and the other major powers. They were all waiting on him subserviently, causing him to laugh with delight. However, a moment later a look of terror appeared in his eyes. He realized that he had been trapped inside an illusion. Break! 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 He furiously struggled mentally, but he could sense the world around him clinging onto his mind like mud, making it hard for him to escape. He continued to struggle, and finally with a pop he managed to break through. He had shaken free from the unfettered Dreamlands, regaining his mental clarity and control over his body. Capture him. As soon as Ji Ning had unleashed his heart force illusions, he had ordered the Sith Protector to advance. On it, White Thaw transformed into a streak of light, running through the flaming passageway at high speed. They were less than 1 million kilometers away, an extremely short distance to the likes of them. White Thaw had almost instantly charged over to Archon Silks now, his feet still firmly planted on the ground. He hadn't flown a single time. He reached out with his great furry right hand, clawing towards Archon Silks now. But right as he did so, swoosh, the blurry-eyed Archon Silks now suddenly vanished into thin air, a strange vessel appearing in his place. This was an ancient and unadorned vessel, covered with specks of rust and decay that spoke to its great age as well as the tremendous damage it had suffered. Despite that, it was still able to move at incredible speeds. It instantly retreated at high speeds, avoiding White Thaw's strike with ease. Ning's face tightened. He could sense that when White Thaw had reached out, Archon Silks now had still been trapped by the illusions. Is there someone else here besides Silks now? Inside the fleeing realm ship were two figures. The two figures looked absolutely identical. Both were white-haired, white-browed copies of Archon Silks now. One of them had a lost look on his eyes, while the other was quite clear-headed. Erupt! The clear-minded Archon Silks now commanded. Boom! Archon Silks now had long ago set up a masking formation to hide the terrifying trap present, as well as a few other simple formations that would be able to activate the trap. Now that Archon Silks now actively chose to detonate his formations, they instantly erupted with their full fury. The powerful detonations instantly smashed against the truly deadly trap, causing an absolutely enormous eruption of power. Rumble! A terrifying burst of destructive power instantly sprayed out in every direction like a dark red wave of flames. Everything it touched was evaporated, including even space-time and karma itself. Although Archon Silks now had first fled in his realm ship before detonating the attack, the dark red flames almost instantly crossed the 10 million kilometers of distance and smashed against the realm ship. Boom! Not even the realm ship was able to continue to fly steadily, with the force of the blast sending it tumbling. As a vessel meant for flying between realmverses, it was extremely valuable and generally only owned by extremely high-ranking Sith. When Autarch Bolin had assaulted the stone elephant wall, only 2 of the many Sith there had been in possession of realm ships. Autarch Bolin had taken one away, while the other had been destroyed in the fighting. However, only Autarchs were capable of destroying realm ships with ease. They were built to be extremely sturdy. Thus, even though the realm ship was hit with a terrifying amount of power and was sent careening through the air, it remained undamaged. Not good. Ning sensed that terrifying wave of destructive power wash out towards him from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The dark red wave of flames instantly swept through the area with such power that even Ning shuddered. This wave of power was enough to cause even hegemons to perish. Master! White Thaw immediately began to run towards Ning. Just as Ning was about to defend against it, he noticed something odd. He immediately sent mentally to the protector, "Don't panic. It can't hurt me." The massive, dark red wave of fiery power blasted out in every direction. But it maintained a distance of roughly 30 meters from the ground. Although it blew straight past Ning, it merely swept past him and the ground of the passageway. This region of 30 meters above the ground was completely safe. Northbow swords at the ready, Ning raised his head to stare at the dark red wave of flames as it swept through the skies above him. So it's true. As long as I continue to simply walk on the ground, I'll be perfectly safe. Ning grinned. The Sith were probably worried about misfires, as these traps don't differentiate between friend or foe. Master! White Haw arrived next to Ning. "Come, let's go find Archon Silks now. Don't let him escape," Ning barked. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two continued to run forwards across the surface of ground. Soon, they were able to see the distant realm ship bathed in those dark red flames. What? That vessel remains undamaged despite suffering an attack of that magnitude. Ning revealed a puzzled look. He carefully inspected the vessel, examining what it was made out of. It seemed to be quite similar to his own realm ship part, and the resonance was coming from that direction as well. Could it be an actual realm ship? Did Archon Silks now have an undamaged realm ship? Ning was rather stunned by the implications. Both he and Nine Dust knew that Archon Silks now probably had realm ship parts of his own, as that was the only explanation for the resonance, but neither of them had even dared to imagine that the Archon might have an actual realm ship part. The thing looked damaged, but it was at least serviceable. The price of the realm ship was truly incalculable. Master, that's a realm ship. I've seen them before. My master wanted one, but he couldn't afford it. White Thaw sent mentally. One realm ship is worth 20 of me. This was no joke. White Thaw didn't have to explain why realm ships were so valuable. It must be remembered that it was extremely difficult and time-consuming for even hegemons to travel between realm verses. Realm ships, however, made the passage extremely easy and simple. Any hegemon would be willing to pay almost any price to acquire a realm ship. In fact, 4 or 5 hegemons would be willing to join together into a consortium to buy a realm ship. In reality, however, they were never for sale. Emperor Waveshift was willing to be generous enough to offer the Crimson Wave Temple to his homeland, but he would never have been willing to hand over a realm ship. Only autarchs were wealthy enough to give those things away. Silks now actually has a realm ship. Ning's eyes turned bloodshot with excitement. I have to get it. I have to. Ning had originally simply been wanting to get rid of a potential future threat, but now he felt great desire for the realm ship as well. The realm ship was sent spinning through the air by the dark red flames, but it quickly managed to stabilize. The two bodies Archon Silks now were both on their feet. I didn't expect that Dowlord Darknorth's illusions would have reached such a level of power. Not even my avatar was able to resist it. It took a full second before it woke up. Even my true body was trapped for an instant. Archon Silks now glanced at his avatar. How terrifying. Dowlord Darknorth is improving at a terrifying pace. His oily green eyes flashed with cold light. I have to kill him right away. Unfortunately, things went to hell. My plans were completely wrecked. Archon Silks now shook his head. His plan had been to let his avatar wait there by itself, while his true body was aboard the realm ship and hiding within an estate treasure carried by the avatar. He wanted to use his avatar to lure Ning in, while his true body lay in wait. He didn't expect that Ning would immediately use illusions to attack. When the illusion struck, both his avatar and his true body were simultaneously trapped by it. Generally speaking, if a true body was trapped by an illusion, the avatar would be trapped as well. This was because avatars were weaker to illusions than true bodies were. However, the reverse wasn't necessarily the case. In this situation, the avatar had taken a full second before regaining consciousness. Archon Silksnow's true body, however, had almost instantly woken up after briefly falling for the illusions. By the time White Thaw had reached out to grab the avatar, Archon Silksnow's true body immediately made his move. Only one thought had been in Archon Silksnow's mind at that time. I absolutely cannot fight Dark North in close combat. If I do and he traps me in his illusions, even for a heartbeat, I'll suffer a heavy wound or even die. Screw it. I'll set the blast off now. Archon Silksnow no longer dared to try any other tricks. He was terrified of Ning's illusions, and so he immediately detonated the nearby trap. Given how powerful that trap was and the fact that Ning was just a few 100,000 kilometers away, he felt that it was very likely it would be able to kill Ning. He's dead, right? He has to be dead. Archon Silksnow put away his avatar and then took control over the realm ship as he turned to carefully scrutinize the area he had just fled. Suddenly, two figures appeared. One was a youth carrying a sheath on his back. The other was a furry white creature. These two were moving in pursuit of the realm ship at terrifying speeds on the ground, the flames just overhead above them. Tao Lord Dark North? Archon Silksnow was shocked. He didn't die? The Archon didn't understand it. He managed to survive the blast because of his realm ship, but how did Tao Lord Dark North survive? Even top-grade eternal treasures would have been instantly shattered by such a blast. Even hegemons would have perished. Flee! This was the only thought in Archon Silksnow's mind. He immediately controlled his realm ship and sent it into a headlong flight. Silksnow, don't run! Ning let out a furious shout when he saw the realm ship begin to accelerate. By now, Silksnow didn't dare to let Ning get close to him. The illusory art Ning had used had truly frightened him, and he was completely focused on using the realm ship to throw Ning off his track. Chase him down! Ji Ning and his White Thaw both transformed into streaks of light, chasing at high speed while staying on the ground level of the flaming tunnels. However, the escaping realm ship was moving farther and farther away from them. It's too fast. The realm ship is able to fly much faster than we can. Ning stared off into the distance, his face tense as he continued the pursuit. Don't worry, Master. The passageways are filled with traps and mechanisms. If he moves slowly and carefully he can avoid some of them, but he's flying like a madman. He covers 100 million kilometers in an instant without even looking at what's up ahead. He'll definitely run into some of them. Once they activate, they'll slow him down if not kill him outright, White Thaw said. Ning nodded. They were supposed to travel through a dangerous place like this with caution. The only reason why Ning dared to run forward at full speed was because White Thaw was blocking for him up ahead. Archon Silksnow is protected by the realm ship. That's why he dares to fly about like a madman, Ning mused. Boom! Suddenly, a blast of power burst out from up ahead. Ning saw that a region of 10,000 kilometers up ahead had been trapped within a spatial vortex. The rippling spatial vortex manifested circles of light that howled through the area and chopped through everything within it. Each circle of light was like an incredibly sharp buzzsaw. The howling buzzsaws of light turned that entire region of 10,000 kilometers into a death trap. Good. The distant Archon Silksnow noticed what had happened behind him. He instantly felt a great sense of delight. Die! Die! The only reason why I dare to move so fast is because I'm in a realm ship. How dare the two of them chase that quickly? They tripped a trap? A pity that only the golem fell into that trap. It'd be perfect if Tao Lord Dark North fell in as well. Gwar! Faced with all those buzzsaws of light, White Thaw raised his head and let out a furious bellow. He then lifted his fists up high, then brought them smashing down towards the ground with his full power. Boom! The rippling region of space began to shudder after receiving this titanic strike. As the space began to crumble, even the buzzsaws of light began to vanish. What? The fleeing Archon Silksnow was unable to accept this. Even his golem is that powerful? White Thaw led the way and Ning followed from behind. White Thaw was able to attack with both dominating power as well as supreme flexibility. Even hegemons would envy his physical gifts. He was simply incredibly good at staying alive. This was why he had survived even though his original Sith Master had perished. Although he was perhaps inferior in terms of power and attacking techniques when compared to Black Emperors, he was even tougher and more resilient than them. This was why the Sith named these types of golems protector golems. Boom! 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 White Thaw barreled through one barrier after another, and none of the 8 he rammed through were able to do anything to him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from afar as a jade-green burst of light erupted. It was like dazzling jade moonlight, filled with satin-like gentleness. When the fleeing realm ship rammed into the jade-green light, the power of the jade moonlight was fully released. The jade ship was instantly smashed backwards and sent tumbling through the air. That's more like it. We already ran into 8 of those things. How could you run into none while flying through the air? Ning was delighted upon seeing this. The most dangerous traps the Sith created were all placed in the skies. The realm ship continued to careen backwards through the air. The traps in the air truly were incredibly powerful. What the hell was? As the realm ship was smashed backwards, Archon Silks now was briefly dizzied by the force of the collision as well. After recovering, he hurriedly took control of the realm ship once more to continue his flight. He's catching up. Archon Silks now couldn't help but frown when he saw the 2 figures chasing after him from behind. I was able to pull away from them, but they just closed the distance in an instant. Dowlord Darknorth's golem is incredibly strong. It's able to rip through all of those formations with raw force, while my realm ship has no offensive capabilities and can only endure those attacks passively. White Thaw actively attacked and destroyed the traps and barriers he encountered while continuing his advance. The realm ship, however, could do nothing but passively endure the attacks it encountered. Each time it would be sent flying backwards. This had a dramatic effect on its speed. Was Archon Silks now supposed to charge out and attack the traps like how the golem had? He didn't have that level of courage. I refuse to believe it. The Jadefire realm is filled with many dangers. The Sith filled this place with mechanisms and traps. There's no way that a single golem will be able to burst through all of them. Once his golem is destroyed, he'll have to rely on himself to take on those dangers. Archon Silks now still felt that success was within his grasp. In truth, this was part of his plan as well. He had prepared multiple plans to deal with Ning. The first was for him to wait for Ning to launch the attack. Alas, Ning's sudden usage of the illusory, unfettered dreamlands had completely ruined that play, forcing him to actively set off the trap in advance. Unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to kill Ning. His second plan was to rely on the realm ship to flee. The realm ship was incredibly sturdy and good at keeping its occupants alive. If Ning dared to chase, if he wasn't careful he would hit one of the traps and would end up dying. Archon Silksnow's realm ship, however, would be able to endure the hits. And of course, he had a third desperation plan. I hope I never have to use the third plan. Archon Silks now looked at the 2 streaks of light chasing after him, a mixed look in his oily green eyes. Dowlord Darknorth has always outperformed my expectations. I made so many preparations to set up the stage for his death. But he actually reached an incredibly terrifying level in illusions. He's also gained an insanely strong golem. Judging from how it has burst through those traps with such ease, this golem is definitely far more powerful than me. Where in the world did Dowlord Darknorth find such a golem? The realm ship continued to flee. Ning and White Thaw continued to chase. Given how both sides were moving at maximum speed without carefully examining the dangers up ahead, they naturally ran into one trap after another. Ning and White Thaw ran into more of them, and the realm ship ran into fewer. Ning, however, wasn't slowed down by the traps he found. The realm ship, in contrast, was. As a result, the realm ship hadn't been able to shake Ning off, and the 2 remained fairly close to each other. This pursuit lasted for 2 full days. Whoosh! As the speeding realm ship passed through the flaming passageways, it suddenly encountered some sort of invisible power that was extremely sticky in nature. It instantly wrapped itself around the realm ship, causing it to dramatically slow in speed before finally coming to a complete halt, and then be pulled backwards and then forwards as if it was oscillating. After just 2 oscillations, it came to a complete halt and was stuck there in midair. What's going on? Archon Silks now stared in shock from within the realm ship. Move! Move! Hurry up and move! He tried to will the realm ship into moving, but he felt as though the entire ship had been trapped by some sort of invisible force that prevented it from moving at all. Have I been trapped? Archon Silks now grew anxious. Break through! With but a thought, he summoned a saber to manifest outside the realm ship. He didn't dare to go outside the realm ship himself, as the realm ship had clearly been trapped. If he exited it, he might very well die. He used the saber to try and tear through the invisible force binding him from outside. But as soon as the saber appeared, it also became bound by the invisible power, rendering it completely immobile. But Archon Silks now was stupefied when he saw this. The realm ship isn't moving, and my treasures won't move either. Archon Silks now turned to look behind himself. He had previously pulled away slightly from Ning and Whitethaw, but both were drawing near yet again. If they catch up, given how terrifying Dowlord Darknorth's illusions are, I'll probably die. If so, then it's time to go all out. Archon Silks now narrowed his eyes, immediately manifesting 6 arms with 6 sabers in them. With but a thought, he appeared outside the realm ship as he struck out with all 6 sabers. The invisible power once more swept over him. Break! Archon Silks now struck out with all 6 sabers, but they were only to strike out to a distance of 30 meters before they brought to a halt by that invisible power, which had continuously pulled at them. That invisible power wrapped itself around Archon Silks now as well. He tried to struggle, only to find that he couldn't move at all. What the hell type of trap is this? Archon Silks now was furious and frantic. Silks now. Ning's voice was calm now. This time, there's no escaping. Ning and Whitethaw both walked over, raising their heads to stare at the airborne realm ship and Archon Silks now. Both of them had been stuck in midair and were unable to move. Ning wasn't surprised. They had remained on the ground, and so there was no way they would encounter any excessively powerful barriers. But Archon Silks now had been flying through the air this entire time. Sooner or later, he would fall victim to a powerful trap. As soon as the 2 sides had begun this chase, the result had been foreordained. Come over, if you have the courage to do so. Archon Silks now was completely unable to move, but he was still able to circulate his immortal energy and cause his voice to echo in the air. I'll wait for you right here. Come over and kill me. Archon Silks now said with a cold laugh. I wouldn't dare follow you inside. Ji Ning stood off in the distance, staring at him. It'd be pretty miserable to be trapped there for all of time. Humph. If you don't come in, I might be trapped here, but I'll continue to live. I'll be able to live a very, very long time. After 108,000 chaos cycles, you'll probably have failed your downmerge and perished. I, however, will still be alive. My friends will probably come here and figure out a way to rescue me. Sooner or later, I'll break free. Archon Silks now stared downwards at Ning, his white brows fluttering and a look of madness flashing in his eyes. So why don't you come over? Come over and kill me. I'm not going to. But you are still going to die today. Ning shook his head. Archon Silksnose face tightened, his gaze turning colder. Oh? I'm quite curious as to just how you think you are going to kill me. Ning stood there within the flaming passageway, head raised. He waved his right hand, causing a northbow sword to appear. Break! Ning stabbed out with his sword, causing swordlight flow like a wave of water. The swordlight came together in overlapping layers which stabbed straight towards the distant midair Archon Silks now. In the instant that the northbow sword stabbed it, it transformed to become 1,000,000 kilometers long. It seemed to pierce through the skies themselves as Ning struck out with his Omega Sword Dao Blood Drop. This was his most penetrative attack, and the attack which Ning decided was best suited for dealing with this sort of invisible binding power. Slash! When the sword struck out, it pierced straight through the binding area and was immediately impeded by that invisible force. Ning's sword began to move slower and slower. After stabbing in a mere 100 kilometers, it came to a complete halt and was unable to advance any further. Eh? Ning frowned. What an odd trap that was. His sword was only able to stab partially into the field, with Archon Silks now still tens of thousands of kilometers away from it. Although the trap had bound Archon Silks now, it also made it very hard for Ning to kill him. Haha, you aren't even close. You can't even touch me. Archon Silks now laughed coldly. You're trapped inside and wrapped up so tightly in the air that you can't even move? But you can still laugh? I really do admire you, Ning said as he began to consider his options. Humph. Archon Silks now let out a cold snort. In truth, he did feel quite miserable. He was completely bound in midair and wasn't even able to move a finger. It was as though he had been paralyzed into a statue. He couldn't even move his mouth to speak aloud and was forced to rely on using immortal energy. How miserable a life would this be? And so the skinny, white-haired, white-browed Archon Silks now just stood there frozen in the air, that tattered and ancient realm ship next to him while Ning considered how to defeat the formation. Come out! Ning tried to physically push the northbow sword deeper, but the sword didn't budge at all. Raw force was of no use. Archon Silks now wasn't even able to move. If Ning used some of his sword stances to unleash his most powerful attacks, he might be able to make a bit of progress, but with his sword stuck like that he wasn't even able to use any stances. Get back here. Ning willed for the northbow sword to shrink, and it quickly began to grow smaller in size. Grow! Ning tested out expanding the northbow sword in size, but within the trapped region the sword was constantly being impeded by that invisible force. He could shrink it, but he couldn't expand it. Ning shook his head. He had no choice but to shrink his sword and to put it away. Master, this trap is meant to bind foes. After the foes are trapped inside, the Sith would come to either capture them or kill them with ease, White Thaw said. However, we're unable to assert control over the trap, and so we have no choice but to burst through it forcefully. Do you have a way to do that? Ning said. Let me try brute force first, White Thaw said. Brute force. Ning's eyes lit up as he glanced at the golem with surprise. Right? Give it a try. White Thaw was a golem and had brute force in spades. In strength alone he was at the hegemon level. Neither Ning nor Archon Silks now had a chance to break through with raw power. They were cultivators, after all. They primarily relied upon their insights into the Tao, not raw strength. Golems, however, generally had ridiculous amounts of power, as they primarily relied on the overwhelming physical might of their golem bodies. To them, the Tao was secondary. Break! White Thaw reached out with his furry right hand. His hand expanded dramatically as he reached into the trapped region and began to be impeded by that invisible force. Ning watched closely, as did the distant and immobilized Archon Silks now. Boom! The hairy white hand slowly forced its way in, tearing past the impeding power. What? Archon Silks now was shocked. Good. Ning was delighted. A smile appeared on White Thaw's stolid face. He then reached out with his other hand as well, appearing quite confident. His two large furry hands traveled nearly 100 kilometers in an instant. How is this possible? How? Archon Silks now was beginning to panic. 10,000 kilometers. The two giant furry hands moved closer and closer towards Archon Silks now and the realm ship, with the Archon's face becoming grimmer and grimmer. I'm actually going to die here. Archon Silksnow's facial expressions twisted. He knew that once he was drawn into the estate world, he would definitely perish. Time flowed on. Finally, one of the giant furry hands reached the realm ship and latched onto it. The hand was so large that it was able to completely cover the vessel, separating it from that invisible binding power. Come here. After getting a firm grip over the realm ship, White Thaw forcibly drew it into his own estate world treasure. Now it is your turn. White Thaw turned to look at Archon Silks now, reaching towards him as well. Brother Silks now, I'd like to invite you into my estate world. Let's have a little chat. Ning sent out his heart force which easily pierced through the invisible power of the trap, surging forward to completely surround Archon Silks now. Ning was worried that Archon Silks now would transform into his invulnerable snow form when White Thaw moved to grab him, making it impossible for White Thaw to get a hold on him. I lost. A forlorn look appeared on Archon Silksnow's face as he sensed Ning's heart force take effect on him and watched that giant furry hand stretch out to him. He was still bound by that invisible power and completely unable to escape. His voice echoed throughout the empty area. Tao Lord Dark North, I lost. I have roamed the Flame Dragon Realmverse for countless years, and I never thought that I would have died by your hands. However, you are the most powerful Tao Lord in all of history. To die by your hands is nothing to be ashamed of. Dark North, today I shall die, but soon you shall die as well. Without question, you will die. Archon Silksnow's oily green eyes stared at the distant Ning, a crazed smile on his face. A moment later, his gaze grew dull and flat as all signs of life fled his body. Clearly, he had committed suicide by collapsing his own soul and true soul. Within Archon Silksnow's estate world, two figures were seated there in the lotus position. One was Archon Silksnow's avatar, the other was Emperor Bloodcloud's avatar. The aura of life began to vanish from Archon Silksnow's avatar. The death of the true body meant that the avatar would perish as well. Brother Bloodcloud, I lost. You know what to do. This was the final thing Archon Silksnow's avatar said before dying. Silksnow. Emperor Bloodcloud's avatar watched him die, then nodded slowly. Yes, I know what to do. Emperor Silksnow's avatar suddenly exploded into countless tiny pieces, the god sense contained within it being completely extinguished as well. His avatar had committed suicide by self-detonation to ensure that there was no way Ning would know who he had been. Once an avatar broke apart, it was nothing more than a compilation of treasure fragments. There was no way to tell what they had originally belonged to. An ordinary-looking chaos world at the very margins of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Black clouds rolled about this world. Many emperors were present here. This was where the emperors of Silksnow Fiend Palace had chosen to hide. This place was filled with many barriers, ensuring that even if Ning did attack they would have ample time to flee. He died. Emperor Bloodcloud sat at the peak of a mountain, a look of grief in his eyes. Brother Silksnow died. Archon Silksnow had simply been far too crazy. Emperor Bloodcloud wasn't willing to accompany Silksnow in his madness, but had been willing to help Silksnow out. Thus, Emperor Bloodcloud had sent an avatar alongside Silksnow in the latter scheme to kill Ning. The end result, however, was that Silksnow failed. Tao Lord Dark North. Do you think you've reaped a great fortune now that the realm ship is in your hands? Emperor Bloodcloud smiled coldly. Soon, the realmverses and other verses closest to the Flame Dragon Realmverse shall all learn that you, Tao Lord Dark North, are in possession of a realm ship as well as many other treasures. Humph. Sometimes, owning too much treasure can be fatal. Emperor Bloodcloud's voice was cold. He was absolutely certain that the hegemons and other major powers of the various realmverses would go crazy over the chance to acquire a realm ship. This is the last gift which Silksnow prepared for you. A fatal gift. Emperor Bloodcloud had an eager look in his eyes. He eagerly awaited the day where Dark North would be killed. Ning stared at Archon Silksnow's corpse as it lay there in the air above the flaming passageway. Ning would never have been able to feel at ease, knowing that some crazed demon was still around and alive. But after actually killing him, Ning didn't feel much joy, only a sense of relief. At least one potential future source of trouble had been gotten rid of. One of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, Ning murmured softly, just died in this place. The 8 archons of the sacred cities. They were figures of legend. The first time Ning had visited a sacred city, he had felt a sense of awe, admiration, and veneration. And yet, one of the awe-inspiring archons had died. Just like that. True, he had technically committed suicide, but in reality he had been forced to do it. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Ning waved his palm gently. It looked like a casual strike, but it actually encompassed the power of his Omega Sword Tao Heavenbreaker. The power of the strike was like a wave of water that swept across the entire corpse. With no treasures protecting it, it was easily crushed into dust by the power of Ning's palms. Ning waved his hand again, collecting all of the treasures which Archon Silksnow had left behind. Ning revealed a smile. He wasn't particularly happy about killing Archon Silks now, but he was excited and delighted by the fact that he had just acquired a realm ship. An unexpected benefit. This has now become the most valuable treasure I own. Ning waved his hand, causing the realm ship to be pulled into it. After acquiring the realm ship, White Thaw had naturally handed it over to his master immediately. The realm ship was now within Ning's hand, and it was merely the size of a palm. It looked quite shabby and ordinary, and it was covered with marks and scars. In fact, someone who merely looked at it would probably doubt if it could even fly. However, Ning had chased after Archon Silks now for quite some time, and he knew that it could indeed fly. Time to bind it. Ning sent a strand of God sense into the realm ship. It was now ownerless, and thus he was able to bind it with ease. Master! Master! The vessel spirit immediately sought to ingratiate itself with Ning, for fear that Ning would kill it. This was the sad fate which awaited some treasure spirits and golem spirits and made them rather pitiable. Given the amount of damage this realm ship has taken, is it capable of teleporting through space-time? Ning asked. The damage really did look quite severe, causing him concern. It can, the vessel spirit said hurriedly. It's completely capable of teleporting through space-time, but it can't go too far. It'll take many blinks to move within a single realmverse, primarily because it has suffered quite some damage. Although the core components are in good shape, many of the other parts have suffered varying amounts of damage. Some parts are completely missing, which is why the ship can only unleash a low level of power. Ning nodded. He didn't feel disappointed. If the realm ship had been completely undamaged, Archon Silks now would have escaped long ago. There's no way Ning would have been able to tie him down, resulting in him eventually falling into a trap and being unable to escape. Master, I can sense you have a component on you which I desperately need, the vessel spirit said quickly. Oh! Ning laughed and waved his hand, causing a part which was more than 60 meters long to appear next to him. This part was a strange component made up of multiple layers of metal that had many divine runes carved within it. It was vastly more complicated than any Hegemon-class golem, and as someone who didn't understand the Tao of artificing, Ning didn't understand it at all. Wow! This piece is huge! The vessel spirit grew excited. Master, can I swallow it? Go ahead. Ning nodded. Whoosh! A wave of invisible power instantly swept across the 60-meter component, which rapidly began to shrink until it was just thumb-sized. While it shrank, it flew towards one of the damaged areas of the realm ship. The part was pulled into the realm ship, followed by the realm ship's surface instantly beginning to glow. The surface of the realm ship began to spread out, with some of the damage being automatically healed. Realm ships possess regenerative powers, but there are certain important core materials they need. With this fairly complete part added into me, some of the other formerly missing components can be used to regenerate and repair some of other parts. The vessel spirit was extremely excited. Master, now that I've been able to repair a critical component, many of the minor damages are being healed as well. I can now move nearly 100 times farther than in the past. Now, I can teleport through more than half a realmverse with just one blink. Ning stared at the realm ship in his hand. It now looked much better than it had in the past. Although it still was covered with scars and wounds, it didn't look as ragged as it had. A single blink to teleport through more than half a realmverse? This was simply shocking. How far are you from perfect status? Ning asked. Extremely far. The vessel spirit instantly appeared to be rather deflated. Although I'm at 90% condition, some of the minor parts which I'm missing are having a major impact on me as a whole. That's why I'm still not able to teleport nearly as great a distance as I would if I was at 100%. Ning couldn't help but nod in agreement. When he had been a Tao Lord of the third step, he was comparable to supreme Tao Lords as well as fairly powerful emperors. Back then, it would take him roughly 1 million chaos cycles to move via teleportation from one realmverse to another realmverse. Even hegemons needed to spend extremely long periods of time. Realm ships, however, merely needed a few myriads of years, a few tens of thousands of years, to travel a distance which Ning normally needed to spend 1 million chaos cycles to traverse. Its teleporting powers were unfathomably superior to Hegemon Brightshore's. However, Master, I can sense that not too far away from me is another important component which I need desperately. If I can absorb it, I should be able to repair a great deal, the vessel spirit said immediately. That's a part which my friend has. Ning nodded, then waved his hand and put the realm ship away for now. Whoosh! Ning bound and scanned all of the treasures which Archon Silks now had left behind. Although there were a few valuable things, none of them were of much interest to the current Ning. Despite that, Ning still felt quite excited. A single realm ship was more than enough. This realm ship has to be far more valuable than even Crimson Wave Temple. It's enough to ask an autarch to help out. Ning was extremely excited. Autarchs possess incredible power and can create even alternate universes with ease. They are more than capable of reversing spacetime to rescue Yue. With this realm ship, I can bring her back to life. Ha ha ha. Finally. I've finally done it. Ning stood there within the twisting flaming passageway, so excited that his blood was boiling. The excitement he felt was simply indescribable. Trading away the realm ship to revive Yue, Ning wouldn't even hesitate to make this choice. Although a realm ship would allow him to travel from one realmverse to another with ease, doing so by himself would be far too boring. This was something which emperors who had lost all their loved ones and who were curious about the outside world would choose. Ning had been training for a much shorter period of time. There were many places just within the Flame Dragon realmverse which he had never visited. And, as a Dao Lord, his lifespan was limited to just 108,000 chaos cycles. There was simply no need for him to wander about other realmverse and enjoy the sights there. If he could revive her, if he could speak with her once more, that would be the happiest moment of his life. He had no interest in wandering the outside world by himself. The realm ship was meaningless to Ning. The only thing it was good for was in trade for asking an autarch to help him out. I'll have to ask Emperor Gold Isle and Emperor Blackcloud to help out and invite an autarch over, Ning mused. The Dao Alliance had certain links to the other realmverses. Through the Dao Alliance, he would be able to send word to an autarch. I'll go visit Nine Dust first. Ning suppressed his excitement and led White Thaw to continue the advance. Thanks to the realm ship resonance, Ning knew the rough area Nine Dust was in and thus was able to find him fairly quickly. Things were quite calm on Ning's side, but a storm was about to erupt within the endless territories. All the major powers, reclusive emperors, and countless Dao Lords had just received word of something absolutely shocking. One of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, Archon Silks now, had perished. Archon Silks now had been one of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, which meant he had a lifeblood tower within the palace of immortals of the Dao Alliance. In the exact instant that Ning had forced him to commit suicide, his lifeblood tower had crumbled. This news quickly stunned the entire palace of immortals, and word quickly spread out. There was no need for this news to be suppressed or hidden. All the emperors found out, as did the countless Dao Lords. Archon Silks now had died, an exalted Archon of the sacred cities. It was possible to beat them, but to kill them was far too difficult. Even Hegemons found it extremely hard to kill one of them. Who killed him? How did he die? The entire endless territories was in a state of turmoil. Ning didn't care about any of this. He continued to advance through the Jadfire realm, following the realm ship resonance. Finally, he passed through the flaming tunnels and reached the prison region, arriving directly at Nine Dust's prison. Nine Dust. Ning immediately saw a silver-robed man seated in the lotus position within a cage of flames. It was the Nine Dust Sect Lord. Ning couldn't help but to laugh loudly and call out to him. Dark North. When Nine Dust opened his eyes and saw Ning, he immediately revealed a look of delight. Just look at yourself, Ning grinned. Trapped in a cage and unable to escape. As he spoke, he carefully inspected the flaming cage, hoping to find a way to break it open. And just what was I supposed to do? I had nowhere to go and nowhere to run. I had no choice but to hide inside here. Nine Dust laughed helplessly. I might be trapped, but at least I avoided death. It's kind of funny, actually. I didn't die, but Archon Silks now did. Dark North, you are simply incredible. You actually forced him into committing suicide. Nine Dust's avatar was at Vast Heaven Palace. Thus, as soon as Archon Silks now had died, Nine Dust's avatar had asked Ning's avatar what had happened, resulting in him gaining a general idea of what had happened. Ning chuckled. Don't praise me. It was mainly thanks to my golem over here. To be able to command a golem of such strength is a testament to your power as well. Why don't I have a golem like that? Archon Silks now was alive for all those years, but he never acquired a golem like that. Why? Why did you have one instead of him? Because you are strong, Nine Dust said, seated in the lotus position inside the flame cage. Ning had acquired this golem in a trade from Taoist Bluestone. It was precisely because Ning walked the path of the Omega Sword Dao that Taoist Bluestone had been willing to hand over such an incredibly powerful golem to trade for it. Yes, it was indeed due to Ning's strength. Strength was needed to acquire any and all treasures. Even if you were lucky enough to stumble across a treasure of incredible power, if you yourself weren't strong enough, you would quickly lose it to someone stronger than you. Everyone in the Endless Territories is talking about how Archon Silks now is dead. It has been a long, long time since any of the lords of the sacred cities have perished. Nine Dust said excitedly. I rather want to tell everyone in the Endless Territories that you forced him to commit suicide. Haha. Don't do that. What really matters right now is getting you out of there before something unexpected happens. Ning continued to carefully examine Nine Dust's cage. Any ideas? Nine Dust was rather eager. Don't be so impatient. Ning scrutinized the cage while analyzing it. It looked quite ordinary, and it was easily entered. But there was no way out. Not even hegemons would be able to escape this cage. The Nine Dust Sect Lord had charged into it because he didn't know anything about it. Archon Silks now had been alive for very long and knew that the most dangerous parts of the Jadefire realm were its prisons, and so he didn't dare to follow Nine Dust inside. This cage is part of an extremely large formation, Ning said slowly. I can sense some of its ripples in the air. Wait a moment, I'm gonna go take a look at some of the other parts. Swoosh. Ning flew off into the distance while following the spatial ripples, with White Thaw immediately following behind him. Be careful. I'm in no rush. I have plenty of time. Don't let yourself get trapped as well, Nine Dust called out loudly. He knew how dangerous the Jadefire realm was and was worried about Ning's safety. Ning followed the ripples and soon reached another flaming cage in the air. This one was completely empty. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ning continued to advance while following the ripples. Soon, he encountered yet another cage. The cages were all formed of flames, and they scattered throughout the area in a disorderly and irregular manner. However, they seemed to be connected to each other by invisible threads. Eh? Ning's eyes narrowed. The flaming midair cage up ahead was devoid of all life, but there were some magic treasures inside of it. There was a great axe, a suit of armor, an estate world, and other treasures. The great axe was double-bladed, and a lightning-shaped scar was on its edges. It emanated an aura of power that was simply shocking. It had to be a universe treasure. A universe treasure? Generally, only emperors can take possession of universe treasures. Even if the emperor was trapped here during the Dawn Wars, he should still be able to stay alive. Ning pondered. Perhaps some of the cultivators were trapped here during the Dawn Wars were killed by the decimatous wave, but the Sith didn't have a chance to collect their treasures. Ning's guess was spot on. After enough cultivators were trapped within the many flaming cages within the Jadefire realm, the Sith would activate a single decimatous wave to wipe them all out in one go. They would similarly sweep through the cages and collect all the treasures at one go as well. However, what happened was that when the Jadefire realm had been attacked and breached, the despairing Sith had chosen to unleash one final decimatous wave before dying. The treasures of the dead cultivators were naturally left within the cages. The one who had breached the Jadefire realm had been an exalted autarch. There was no way someone like an autarch would slowly pick through one prison cell after another to loot the various treasures inside. To autarchs, such treasures were of minimal interest, and this one in particular was in a hurry to hasten off to another battlefield. After spending a full day, Ning finished inspecting the entire prison region. The prison region consisted of many flame cages which were clustered together like the stars in the night sky. The cages were all linked together as part of one massive and incredibly profound formation which was divided into 7 primary regions. Each of the 7 regions had extremely large cells at their center, with 3 of them having been completely destroyed. As a result, the prison as a whole was no longer able to unleash the decimatous wave. "How does it look?" Ninedust immediately asked as Ning flew back to him. "Some of the cages in the prison area have been damaged, and 3 of the 7 primary cages have been destroyed." Ning looked at Ninedust. "However, the cage you are in is completely undamaged. I don't think even a hegemon could burst through it with raw power. As for finding its flaws, I haven't been able to find anything yet. This prison formation is simply far too complicated." Ninedust couldn't help but feel both startled and despondent. "Ninedust, let me think on this. There'll definitely be a way to bring you out." Ning thought furiously. Even his primal twin, seated atop the Autarka's stone dais in the second hall of the Azure Flower Estate, was focusing its efforts on finding a solution. "Dark North, don't try to force things. This is nothing." Ninedust smiled. He didn't know much about the Jadefire realm at first, but after his avatar had met with Ning's avatar he had learned quite a bit of detailed information regarding the Jadefire realm from Ning. Only now did he understand how terrifying the prison region was and how dangerous his situation was. As you yourself said, even if Hegemon Brightshore and the others came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to breach the prison region. This was a place used to imprison cultivators during the Dawn War. Ninedust said, "Don't force yourself. I don't mind be trapped here. If push comes to shove, I'll just slowly train here and then initiate my downmerge within this cell. If I succeed, I'll be a hegemon with an infinite lifespan. I'll have plenty of time to slowly work away at this cell. Sooner or later, I'll succeed." Ninedust consoled Ning. "The central components of the prison region have been destroyed. This cell might be undamaged, but there's still a chance to break it open." Ning gritted his teeth. He certainly didn't wish for Ninedust to stay here until the time came for his downmerge. Time passed, one day after another. Ning spent a total of 9 days in silent meditation, but still was unable to come up with any ideas. "Master," White Thaw suddenly said. Ning glanced towards him. "There's another place in the Jadefire realm which might be of use to you in unlocking this cell," White Thaw said. "What place?" Ning was delighted. "Lead the way immediately." "Follow me, Master." White Thaw immediately led the way. The many cells within the prison region were scattered haphazardly, and the 7 core cages were arranged in a strange pattern in 7 different places. 3 of them had been completely destroyed, of course. White Thaw led Ning in flying towards the most central region of the prison cells. "Master," White Thaw pointed towards the empty area up ahead. "I was once invited over there along with my Sith Master. We entered a special space over there from where the Sith controlled the entire Jadefire realm." "Controlled the entire Jadefire realm?" Ning revealed a look of delight. "Right, I should have thought of this long ago. Given how vast it is and how many flaming passageways and cells it contains, there has to be a central control mechanism. White space, where is that region?" "I'm not sure either." White Thaw pointed towards the front. "It should be within a 300-meter radius up ahead. I followed my master inside, and when we entered that region I felt space twist around me. We immediately appeared inside it." "Oh!" Ning nodded slowly, then walked through the air towards that region while keenly scanning it. Whoosh! His body suddenly broke apart into countless pieces as he assumed his shadowless form, closely attuning himself to the dimensional ripples nearby. "Ah! There are some flaws after all." Ning quickly found the traces of the dimensional ripples and their strange cadence. His shadowless form was able to merge into them and attune to them. "Arise!" Ning waved a finger, causing a streak of sword light to tear through that region by force. A dimensional tear appeared before him. Ning led White Thaw into the dimensional tear, going through it and reaching a sealed pocket dimension. This pocket dimension merely covered an area of 30,000 meters, and it had an enormous black altar within it. Ning and White Thaw both descended upon the black altar. "Master," White Thaw said, "the Sith used this place to control the entire Jadefire realm. Every part of it was under their control." "Oh!" Ning swept the area with his gaze. The black altar was quite large, the size of an enormous plaza. Its surface was covered with incomparably complex and marvelous vein lines, all of which came together to form an absolutely enormous flower in full bloom which was surrounded by blazing flames. The pattern of the flames continuously changed at all times, never quite seeming to duplicate a previously used pattern. "Eh?" Ning was instantly intrigued by it. "That's the formation diagram," Ning murmured softly. "The flames surrounding the outermost layer are being used to represent the pathways that can be taken out of the Jadefire realm. The pathways are continuously changing and will never repeat. If you aren't able to find the way out, you'll be trapped inside forever. This is why it is so easy to enter but so hard to leave." The petals. They represent the countless flaming passageways. They are filled with various traps and mechanisms that can probably be controlled through this formation diagram. As for the stamen, I can vaguely make out 7 colors which must represent the countless cells of the 7 prisons inside this place. To try and rescue 9 Dust, Ning had spent quite some time examining the prisons of this place in detail. Thus, as soon as he saw the formation diagram, he immediately understood what it represented. "Master, is this of use to you?" White Thaw immediately asked. "Of some use, but this formation diagram is far too complex. It seems to hold some of the mysteries of the Tao of Fire, but it also involves mysteries of the Tao of the Void. It merges the two together, but that's just secondary. What really matters is that it represents an extremely high level of mastery of the Tao of formations." Ning shook his head. "The problem is, these are based off unique formations which only the Sith know. They are completely different from the ones we cultivators use." It was extremely strange. Just looking at the formations, Ning could sense a dark, clammy aura sweep towards him and generate an aura of uncontrollable fear. This was a terrifying formation. A formation capable of unleashing a decimatous wave. In truth, even the Sith had to rely on special techniques to assert control over this formation diagram, and the controller didn't understand it all that well. The problem was, Ning didn't know those special control techniques. That meant he would have to truly understand it and then unlock it, which would be as hard as anything. "If I want to save 9 Dust, I have to master this formation diagram," Ning said softly. Previously, Ning had already completely searched through the cells. He felt that the formations within the prison were simply too complex. There was no way he could make any head or tail of them at all. Everything was shrouded in mist. Now, the formation diagram controlling everything was before him, and he was able to inspect it in detail. But this only inspired even greater despair. The prison region? Ning stared at the stamen part of the prison region, increasingly aware of how complex it was. Ning shook his head, then stared at the flames which flickered at the outermost areas of the giant formation diagram. These represented the exits from the Jadefire realm. "Eh?" Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. These flames." A light went off in Ning's head as he thought back to something he had seen before. In the first palace of the Azureflower Estate, Autarch Awakener had gathered together countless techniques from both the cultivator civilization as well as the Sith. Ning had memorized all of those techniques, and one of the Sith techniques which Autarch Awakener had retrofitted had included many different formations. Ning immediately recognized that these flames were a fairly simple variant of the recorded formation. In truth, the 7 Flaming Hells formation diagram was one of the most secret and hidden formation diagrams of the entire Sith race. There was no way they would publicize its internal secrets. Not even Autarch Awakener had been able to acquire detailed information about such a thing. However, Autarch Awakener had acquired many other formations from the Sith, including some that belonged to the same school. Ning began to grin openly, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Ha ha ha! A glimmer of hope when all hope seems lost." Ning quickly began to sort through the details of that technique he saw, as did his primal twin. In just the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning was able to completely comprehend and see through the outermost layer of flames which covered the entire vast formation. So that's how the exits work. Ning casually waved his finger at one part of the flames. The flames there continued to change and twist about, but now everything was under Ning's control. Freeze! Ning's will entered the formation diagram, and with but a thought the flames that had been twisting and distorting freely began to move and change in accordance with Ning's will. Rumble! A series of images began to appear in the empty space surrounding Ning. These were illusory projections from the countless flames which represented the outer layer of the entire Jadefire realm, including its entrances. All of the countless flames in the outmost layer were now under Ning's complete control, including the various exits. The flames rumbled and thundered under Ning's control as he guided them to change formations and locations. Clearly, by thoroughly understanding the outermost layers of flames, it was possible to take control of the outermost formations even if the special control techniques had not been studied. Congratulations, Master. Felicitations. Whitethaw said hurriedly. I'm not even close to where I need to be. I've only taken control over the outermost layer. Ning shook his head. I have to control the entire thing if I want to be able to rescue Nine Dust. This formation diagram is divided up into 3 parts. The outermost layer are the flames. The central layer includes the flower petals, and the stamen lies at the core. Ning stared intently at the formation diagram. The closer to the core we go, the more difficult it will be. That tiny little flower stamen shall be the most difficult to master of all. Once I master that, I'll have the entire formation diagram under my control. Now, I've defeated the outermost layer of flames. What of the flower petals? Ning looked at the flower petals, which corresponded to the countless flaming passageways. This is clearly going to be much more difficult. Ning frowned. Ning began to analyze the Sith formation techniques he had available. Although his primal twin was assisted by the Autarka stone dais and was able to train incredibly quickly, the flower petals formation was clearly thousands of times more complex and profound than the writhing flames formation. Time passed on, one day after the other. Ning's primal twin had temporarily brought a halt to its training in the Tao of Water as it focused completely on the Tao of Formations, specifically the branch of it pertaining to the formation diagram of the 7 flaming hells. This flower petal formation will take me a few 100,000 years to comprehend. After spending some time on it, Ning began to understand. Although Autark Awakener had collected many Sith formations which could be compared with each other, and although Ning was both talented and had the Autarka stone dais which allowed him to be in a constant prajna-like state, it would still take him hundreds of thousands of years to understand this thing. Then what of the flower stamen formation which represents the prison region? That's the real core of the 7 flaming hells. Ning stared at the flower stamen, at the very center of the enormous, beautiful blooming flower formation before him. Only by mastering that would he be able to take control over the prisons and rescue Nine Dust. The coiling flames were easy. The flower petal formation was hard. The flower stamen formation was the hardest. So much so that Ning couldn't even estimate how long he would need to master it. 1 chaos cycle. 10? Ning still wasn't sure if that would be enough. 7 flaming hells, eh? Ning closed his eyes and started to meditate. 1 step at a time. While Ning focused on training in the Sith's Tao of Formations, the Endless Territories remained in a state of tumult due to Archon Silksnow's death. Within a Vestever world, this was a place where countless races lived and thrived, all of them winged. They soared through the skies, the undisputed lords of this ever-world. Whoosh! A figure descended from a dimensional rift. It was a blood-robed elder who emanated the foul odor of blood as he swept the vast everworld before him with his evil gaze. "Gold Isle, my old friend," the blood-robed elder called out, sending a stream of godsense out to encompass this entire world. A streak of golden light appeared, forming into a bald, gold-furred alien. This was one of the 2 supreme leaders of the Tao Alliance of the Endless Territories, Emperor Gold Isle. Emperor Gold Isle had established this everworld for the members of his race to live in, and his avatar was permanently stationed here. Given his power and how his avatar could link into the many formations protecting his home, most likely the only ones in the endless territory who would dare to cause trouble here would be the hegemons. Blood Cloud. Emperor Goldisle frowned as he looked at the man. Brother Goldisle. Emperor Bloodcloud smiled, which just made him look even fiercer and savager than usual. I've come because there's something I need to ask you to help me out with, Brother Goldisle. Need my help? Emperor Goldisle chuckled. What, now that Silksnow is dead, you emperors are leaderless and rudderless. Are you frightened and wish for my protection? In truth, Emperor Goldisle had no desire to bother with these evil men. Afraid? You think I would feel afraid? Red light shone in Emperor Bloodcloud's eyes as he growled. I, Bloodcloud, swear on my very life itself that what I'm going to report is complete true and without falsehood. Emperor Goldisle was startled. Do you know how Silksnow actually died and why? Bloodcloud looked at Emperor Goldisle. I'll explain in detail. And so, Emperor Bloodcloud explained the entire sequence of events from start to finish. So the realm ship is now in Dowlord Darknorth's hands? An astonished look appeared in Emperor Goldisle's eyes. Is this for real? But he immediately fell silent. The man had just sworn a lifeblood oath in front of him. So that's the real reason. Silksnow actually had a realm ship, and now it has actually fallen into Dowlord Darknorth's possession. The implications of this were simply far too stunning. A realm ship. Who wouldn't be intrigued by it, driven mad with lust for it? The combined treasures of all three hegemons of the Flame Dragon realmverse weren't even close to the value of a realm ship. Archon Silksnow had been unspeakably lucky to acquire it, and he had been extremely low-key, ensuring that no one found out. Now that he was dead, it had fallen into Jining's hands. In truth, the reason he fell was that he was unable to escape from within all of those barriers and traps. Knowing that his death was certain, he had chosen to tell Emperor Bloodcloud all about it. Emperor Goldisle, I wish for you to spread this information to the other realmverses the Dao Alliance is in. Emperor Bloodcloud is. Make it public. You! Emperor Goldisle's face tightened. All you need to do is to make it public. I trust those hegemons and major powers will definitely travel towards us at maximum speed, sparing no expense. Emperor Bloodcloud smiled, a look of madness in his eyes. Brother Goldisle, we emperors are also members of the Dao Alliance. It should be able to help us send this information out. Yes. Yes. Emperor Goldisle nodded. As the leader of the Dao Alliance, he had to follow certain rules which the Dao Alliance had long ago laid out. All emperors of the Dao Alliance could request for him to send out messages on their behalf. I'll send word of this to all 16 of the realmverses in our alliance, Emperor Goldisle said. However, Darknorth is also a member of the Dao Alliance. I'll notify him as well. Extremely far away from the Flame Dragon realmverse was another realmverse known as the Hidden Fiend realmverse. Countless cultivators lived here, and the cultivator civilizations flourished every bit as the ones in the Flame Dragon realmverse. The Hidden Fiend realmverse had one particularly special star within it known as the Black Sun. The Black Sun was more than 1 billion kilometers in diameter and completely black in color. Although it was named Black Sun, it was actually a war machine which the Sith had once paid an unspeakable price in blood and treasure to assemble. It was vastly more valuable than any realm ship. When the Sith had lost the Dawn War, this vast, mighty war machine had fallen into the hands of a major power who was known as Realmslord Windgrace. Whoosh! Every so often, a streak of light could be seen flying into or away from the surface of the Black Sun. Space for 10 billion kilometers around the Black Sun was under invisible pressure and restrictions, forbidding anyone from using spacetime techniques to teleport through it. Flying was the only option. Whoosh! A streak of light flew into the Black Sun, landing on the ground and coalescing into the form of a white-robed elder. The white-robed elder raised his head to look at a distant mountain peak, where a few courtyards could vaguely be seen. He took a single step forwards, his body flickering as he instantly arrived at the base of the mountain. He then called out towards a strange stone statue of an animal. Second apprentice brother, please send word. I wish to meet Master. Seventh apprentice brother. You are back? The stone statue's eyelids twitched, voice coming out of its lips. I'm with Master right now. We're drinking together. Master just said for you to come over as well. The white-robed elder smiled. Only then did he climb onto the mountain and advance at high speeds towards the top. Courtyards were sprinkled across the peak of this mountain, making it look rather like an ordinary mountain village of mortals. He soon reached the courtyard at the very top, at which point a voice rang out from inside. Come on inside, Skylight. Yes. The white-robed elder pushed the door open and stepped inside. There was a table within this quiet, secluded courtyard, as well as two people next to the table. One was old, the other was young. The old man had tousled hair and a messy beard, and even his eyebrows looked rather unkempt and scruffy. As for the youth, he was a chubby-looking fellow who was shoving meat into his mouth with one hand and pouring wine into his mouth with the other. His face was covered with oil. Master, second apprentice brother, the white-robed elder called out respectfully. These two unassuming figures, the sloppy old man and the fat kid, were actually the most supreme figures in all the Hidden Fiend realmverse. The sloppy old man was a famous and awe-inspiring man who was acknowledged by all the major powers of the 16 Realm Worlds Alliance as their supreme leader, Realms Lord Windgrace, Master of the Black Sun. Realms Lord Windgrace was an incredibly powerful Otherverse Lord. During the Dawn War, he had accomplished great deeds during a critical battle, reversing the entire flow of events. He had managed to survive the Dawn War and had won for himself the terrifyingly destructive Sith war machine known as the Black Sun. Given his power as well as the Sith treasures he now had, no one dared to take him lightly, and so he was given the paramount position within the 16 Realmverses Alliance. In terms of overall strength, he was also the undisputed number one figure in all 16 Realmverses. Most likely, only autarchs could truly eclipse him in might. As for the chubby kid, he was the only disciple under Realms Lord Windgrace who had managed to become a hegemon as well. His Taoist title was Wuxia. Realms Lord Windgrace was an exalted figure with many disciples, but the only one to succeed in becoming a hegemon had been the unremarkable Tao Lord Wuxia, who had spent all of his time studying constructs. Hegemon Wuxia. He had no interest in fighting for supremacy, and so he continued to accompany his master here, living a simple and plain life while spending his time analyzing the strange, bizarre Sith artifacts and constructs that he found. Thankfully, Realms Lord Windgrace had many treasures for him to pore over. After they had won the war, Windgrace had acquired quite a few Sith golems, and he let his disciple obsess over them. Hegemon Wuxia was completely obsessed with golems, but in reality he had actually become a hegemon through the Tao of Fire. This was something which truly rendered countless cultivators completely speechless. In fact, he didn't even really do much in preparation for the Tao merge. One day, when he was in secluded meditation while working on some golem parts, he simply succeeded in it. As Hegemon Wuxia had put it, I suddenly had the feeling that I'd definitely succeed in the Tao merge, so I went ahead and tried it out, and it really worked. These words caused countless cultivators to feel both jealousy and despair. Seventh apprentice brother. What is it? Hegemon Wuxia asked casually while drinking. Why does it have to be something, second apprentice brother? Can't I just be missing you and master? The white-robed elder said helplessly. You? Shaw. You only ever come when there's business. Hegemon Wuxia snickered. Realms Lord Windgrace chortled. Come, Skylight. Sit and we'll talk. Yes, master. Only then did the white-robed elder sit down and pick up a glass of wine, accompanying his master and his senior brother for a few cups before continuing. Master, I am indeed here on business. You asked me to watch over the 16 Realmverses Alliance, yes. Both of the other two men looked at him. Both of them were extremely high-level figures who were unwilling to get involved in mundane management affairs, and so they let those with steadier dispositions such as Emperor Skylight to manage many things in their stead. Word has spread from the Flame Dragon realmverse that someone known as Tao Lord Darknorth has managed to acquire a realm ship, the white-robed elder said. A realm ship? Both Realms Lord Windgrace and Hegemon Wuxia were surprised. I don't even have a realm ship. How does a Tao Lord have one? Hegemon Wuxia stared wide-eyed. Is this for real? Are the three hegemons and the many ancient emperors in the Flame Dragon Realmverse just going to watch without taking it for themselves? The news is definitely real. It was passed on by an extremely powerful emperor who swore a lifeblood oath that this information is true, the white-robed elder said. Tao Lord Darknorth isn't easy to deal with. He may be a Tao Lord, but he is incredibly strong. Most likely, he stands at the very apex in the Flame Dragon Realmverse Tao Alliance. Over there, only Taoist Bluestone might stand above him. Supposedly even Archon Silksnow, one of their 8 lords of the sacred cities, was forced by Tao Lord Darknorth to commit suicide. Even hegemons would find it very difficult to slay him. He was able to kill one of the lords of the sacred cities? Hegemon Wuxia was rather surprised. A Tao Lord? Realm's Lord Windgrace murmured. Can it be an Omega Tao? Omega Tao? What's an Omega Tao? The 2 disciples looked at their master, puzzled. I've never mentioned this before, because not even I have personally encountered a Tao Lord who has developed an Omega Tao, Realm's Lord Windgrace said. However, when I was chatting with an autarch, he once mentioned the Omega Taos to me. Realm's Lord Windgrace gave a brief explanation of how formidable Omega Taos were, causing both Hegemon Wuxia and Emperor Skylight to feel rather stunned. For Tao Lord Darknorth to become second only to Taoist Bluestone in power means that not only has he developed an Omega Tao, he also has other things he is relying upon. Realm's Lord Windgrace laughed. I didn't imagine that our 16 Realmverses alliance would produce such a genius. Has this information already been spread out? Realm's Lord Windgrace asked. Master, you already approved of the rules by which the 16 Realmverses alliance were established. Since word was sent from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, all 15 of the other Realmverses have found out about it. Even the alternate universe you are in control of is probably aware of this, the white-robed elder said. I came to speak to you about this because I wanted to ask if we should intervene as well. That's a realm ship, after all. Wuxia. Any interest in it? Realm's Lord Windgrace asked. Wuxia shook his head. My focus is on researching golems. What am I going to do with a realm ship? And besides, you already have one, Master. If I wanted to use one, I'd just borrow yours. Right? You lazy pig. Realm's Lord Windgrace laughed. This was what he actually liked the most about this disciple, his obsessive nature. Windgrace had met many major powers in the past, and the ones who managed to amount to anything were often obsessive by nature. The fact that this disciple constantly stayed by his side meant that Windgrace couldn't help but view his second disciple almost as an actual child. If Wuxia wanted to borrow his realm ship, he wouldn't decline. Master, what should we do? The white-robed elder asked. There's no need for us to get involved into this. All things in the Chaosverse come and go in a cycle. If he's strong enough to keep it, then it will be his. If he is not, then he has no one to blame but himself. Realm's Lord Windgrace laughed. Master, is it possible that other hegemons or emperors will come and ask you to activate the Black Sun to send them over to the Flame Dragon Realmverse? Hegemon Wuxia suddenly said. To travel from one realmverse to another was extremely arduous and time-consuming. The normal method of travel was to slowly teleport through the Great Dark, which would generally take an extremely long period of time. A better option would be to travel via a realm ship, but even faster would be to have an Otherverse Lord blaze a path relying on the Otherverse Prime essences. This would be even faster than using a realm ship, but it was extremely taxing. Generally speaking, Otherverse Lords would not be willing to do such a thing. Yes, the Otherverse Lords could slow down a bit and use up less energy, but that would mean traveling slower than a realm ship. The fastest option of all was to rely on the power of the Black Sun, which could allow one to instantly teleport from one realmverse to another. Once the Black Sun was activated, it would be able to connect to extremely distant places and, for an exceedingly brief period of time, form a space-time conduit would allow instantaneous teleportation. However, the energy needed to activate the Black Sun was unspeakably vast. The cost of such a thing was more than enough to beggar or bankrupt an ordinary hegemon. The Black Sun had other capabilities as well. Aside from being able to connect 2 distant realmverses together via a transversal conduit, it could be used to launch terrifying attacks as well. It was truly one of the most deadly Sith war machines available. Over just the chance to win a realm ship? There'll be many competitors, and they won't necessarily be the victors in the end. I don't think there are many who are determined enough to ask me to activate the Black Sun, Realms Lord Windgrace said with a laugh. Even he himself rarely activated the Black Sun. It had remained sealed ever since the end of the Dawn War, and it now rarely revealed its true power. This information from the Flame Dragon Realmverse quickly spread throughout the other 15 Realmverses as well as the Otherverse. All of the major powers were stunned to hear that a Tao Lord could be this powerful. And they were all covetous of that realm ship. How strong can a Tao Lord be, really? I became a hegemon countless years ago. How could I be unable to kill a Tao Lord? This information quickly drew many hegemons and a few emperors out of seclusion. A realm ship was simply far too enticing an object, and Tao Lords were simply viewed as being of no threat at all. Vast Heaven Territory. Vast Heaven Palace. Emperor Goldisle had come to visit this place once more, and both Ji Ning's avatar and Emperor Soulsky had come out to welcome him in person. Dark North, Emperor Goldisle immediately began. I'm embarrassed to have to tell you about this. Brother Goldisle, come inside and sit. We can discuss things slowly. Ning was rather surprised. Why was Emperor Goldisle professing to be embarrassed as soon as they met? Emperor Goldisle nodded, holding back for now. Ning and Soulsky led the way for him as the three entered a secluded side hall within Vast Heaven Palace. The three then sat down, some fine wine placed in front of each of their tables. The aroma of the wine wafted through the entire hall, but Emperor Goldisle was in no mood to relax. He shook his head and sighed. I'm embarrassed to be telling you this, but just today, Emperor Bloodcloud went and sought me out. Bloodcloud? Ning frowned. Emperor Bloodcloud was definitely the main pillar of the evil forces left behind by Archon Silks now. What? Does he want to beg for mercy? Ning asked. That's where you are wrong, Dark North. Emperor Goldisle shook his head. He didn't ask for mercy. Instead, he sought to send word through the Tao Alliance to the other Realmverses about something he had discovered. And by now, it's probably made its way to all the 16 Realmverses Alliance. 16 Realmverses Alliance? What's that? Ning was puzzled. A great alliance that was originally established and led by Realms Lord Windgrace. It consists of the Tao alliances of the 16 nearest Realmverses which have joined together to ensure stability, peace, and allies in the event of outside invaders. We can notify each other of various dangers or important information we discover. In times of crisis, the 16 Realmverses will be in absolute lockstep and will not fear any outside forces. Realms Lord Windgrace was chosen as the paramount leader by all 16 Realmverses, and is acclaimed as the most powerful expert of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. Realms Lord Windgrace? Ning sighed in amazement. The strongest in 16 Realmverses? The nearby Emperor Soulsky sighed in amazement as well. That meant he had to be far stronger than even Hegemon Brightshore. He's in control of an alternate universe and is incredibly strong. During the Dawn War, he rendered incredible merits in battle and ended up in control of the terrifying Sith war machine known as the Black Sun. Emperor Goldisle continued. But that's enough about him. I'm here because of what Emperor Bloodcloud instructed our Tao Alliance to send to everyone else. This is something that will be of deep concern to you, Dark North. Ning and Soulsky exchanged a glance. What did he say? Ning had a bad feeling already. Emperor Blackcloud said that it was you who hunted down Archon Silks now, forcing him to commit suicide in the end, and that his realm ship is now in your hands. Emperor Goldisle continued. Emperor Bloodcloud asked me to send this information outwards. As you know, the Tao Alliance is a very loose structure and has just a few basic rules. There were no grounds for me to reject this proposal, and even if he didn't go through me, he would have been able to go through the numerous other emperors who are connected to the other Realmverses. No need to say anything more, Brother Goldisle. I understand. Ning's face was tight. Give me a moment to think. Yes, you do need to think this over, Emperor Goldisle agreed, a heavy look on his face. Now that word has been sent to all 16 Realmverses, as well as the other verse which is under Realms Lord Windgrace, I'm worried that quite a few hegemons and powerful emperors will hasten to our Flame Dragon realmverse and try to take that realm ship from you. Ning was lost in thought. Nasty. A truly nasty shot. Archon Silks now was just as hard-hearted towards himself as he was towards his foes. He had never dared to reveal the secrets of the realm ship prior to his passing. So why was it that Emperor Bloodcloud had found out immediately after he had died? Why was it that Emperor Bloodcloud also knew that Archon Silks now had been hunted down by Ning and forced to commit suicide? Who would know all these little details? Aside from Ning himself, only the deceased Archon Silks now knew. Nasty move, Silks now. So this is the final card up your sleeve to kill me? Ning slowly shook his head. You risked your life to delve into the Jadefire realm, all for the purpose of trying to draw me inside and kill me. And you even came up with a final backup plan to use the realm ship to kill me if you yourself could not. Emperor Soulsky and Emperor Gold Isle both looked at Ning, waiting for him to make a decision. Dark North, why don't you give the realm ship up? Emperor Soulsky couldn't help but suggest. Give it up. Ning shook his head. If I trade the realm ship to others, I'll still be in possession of a vast amount of treasure. That treasure will continue to attract greedy eyes from some other major powers. Then don't ask for any treasures at all. Just hand it over as a gift, Emperor Soulsky said. And why do I have to give away my treasures? Ning shook his head, a cold smile on his lips and a chilling gleam in his eyes. He then looked at Emperor Gold Isle. Brother Gold Isle, there's something I'll have to trouble you with. Just go ahead and say the word. Emperor Gold Isle felt a bit embarrassed himself, but there had been nothing he could do. The Tao Alliance's rules were binding. In addition, quite a few emperors were connected to the outside world. Many of them spent their days wandering and adventuring but kept their avatars back home. Thus, it was extremely simple to ask these emperors to help spread the word. There was no way to stop it at all, and so Emperor Gold Isle wasn't willing to disobey the laws of the Tao Alliance. As you know, I've always wished to reverse spacetime to revive my Tao companion. Ning smiled. Now that I have this realm ship, I wish to use it to ask an autarch to do just that. Ask an autarch? Emperor Gold Isle and Emperor Soulsky were both stunned. They had both heard of autarchs, but not even the majority of hegemons were ever able to actually meet one. Fine. Emperor Gold Isle nodded repeatedly. That's a good solution. If your treasures ends up in the hands of an autarch, nobody would be able to do anything about it. But Dark North, I have to warn you. The Tao Alliance can only help you send the word to the autarch as soon as possible. As for how long the autarch will take, we can't be sure. To autarchs, realm ships might be nice little toys, but they still won't care enough to drop everything for one. They'd only accept your offer to ensure that the most basic laws of fairness in the universe are maintained. I understand. Ning nodded. Autarchs were at the apex of power amongst cultivators, capable of creating even other verses with ease. When the Sith had been defeated, the autarchs must have acquired countless spoils of war. Even if that wasn't the case, at their level these treasures really held almost no meaning for them at all. They weren't truly completely uncaring towards the weaker cultivators. But they couldn't just help everyone who asked willy-nilly either. That wouldn't be appropriate. Thus, autarchs operated off a simple principle. If you wanted one of them to help you out, you had to pay a corresponding price, even though they themselves didn't care about treasure per se. Right? I'll go send the word now, Emperor Gold Isle said. I'll get you a response as soon as I can. Good. Ning felt excitement swell in his breast. He was asking a favor of an autarch, a favor for a realm ship. When would the autarch come? Word quickly spread to Realms Lord Windgrace territory. He possessed a preeminent status. He was the only one in all the 16 Realmverses Alliance who was capable of contacting an autarch. He wishes to use a realm ship to ask an autarch to revive his Tao companion? This Tao Lord Dark North is quite the romantic. Realms Lord Windgrace laughed when he heard this, then immediately helped send the word. A distant region of great darkness. Within the emptiness of the void, there was an enormous triangular region with a series of dazzlingly beautiful palaces in the very center, each of which emanated specks of golden light. At the very center was a particularly towering palace, the greatest of them all. Master, an azure-robed youth who emanated the aura of eternity, moved to stand respectfully outside a private room within the palace. Inside the private room was a bald, black-robed old man who had a pair of fleshy antennae growing from the top of his head. His golden eyes were focused intently on the skull-sized round gray globe in front of him, and the countless runes and patterns the globe was covered with. The fleshy antennae waved about above the bald old man's head, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He gently reached out to tap the gray globe once, causing the countless patterns to instantly change and an aura of power to build. Still not right. The bald old man shook his head, then reached out with his ashen-white right hand to give it another tap, bringing it back into quiescence. Master! A second call rang out from outside. Xianxia, why are you bothering me? Only now did the old man notice the distraction and respond. Realms Lord Windgrace sent word that someone named Lord Darknorth in the Flamedragon Realmverse wishes to use a realm ship to ask you to help him reverse spacetime to revive his Dao companion. The azure-robed youth outside said respectfully. Another lovesick man. The bald old man nodded. All right, fine. Got it. Stop bothering me. I'll head over there soon. Soon. The youth outside the door murmured softly. Master, the last time you said you would go soon, you delayed by over 600,000 chaos cycles. The bald old man's antennae instantly began to twist in embarrassment and irritation. How dare you mock me, you brat? This time, it really will be soon. I've pretty much finished repairing this treasure. It needs just a tiny bit more work. Once I've finished repairing it, I'll head over. All right. Don't bother me again before I finish this project. All right. The azure-robed youth had no choice but to leave, then send this response back to his good friend, Realms Lord Windgrace. After helping Jining send word, Emperor Goldisle didn't immediately hurry to depart. He instead continued to remain at Vast Heaven Palace as he wanted for the Autarka's response. Just half a day later, that response came. Dark North. Emperor Goldisle immediately sought Ning out. Ning was seated silently at the peak of a mountain. When he saw Emperor Goldisle fly towards him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Do we have an answer? Whoosh! Emperor Goldisle alighted on the mountaintop next to him. We have an answer. Ever since the war against the Sith concluded, it became hard to locate the Autarks and virtually no hegemons know where they are. We had to rely on Realms Lord Windgrace and his extraordinary status to accomplish it. He rendered major accomplishments during the Dawn War, and is the only person in the 16 Realmverses Alliance who can contact the Autarks. But this time, he was only able to reach out to Autark Titanos. Autark Titanos? Ning grew eager with anticipation. All Autarks were transcendental figures. After the war, Autark Bolin had created the Ionian race and then disappeared. Autark Awakener was an even more mysterious figure. He had wandered the entire Chaosverse, then disappeared without a trace as well. It was only thanks to Ning's encounter with the Azureflower estate that he knew Autark Awakener had perished in a way which could be considered suicide. To contact an Autark was no easy feat. The other Autarks roam about too much. Only Autark Titanos stays in his estate at most times. Supposedly, Autark Titanos spends all of his time analyzing the Sith civilization and is thus the easiest Autark to reach. When we need an Autark to do something, he's apparently the one we usually manage to contact. Emperor Goldisle explained. Did the Autark accept? Ning asked. Autark Titanos did accept, yes. He said he'd come soon. A resigned look was on Emperor Goldisle's face. Soon. Ning was overwhelmed with joy. Don't get too excited. Last time he said the same thing, but he delayed for over 600,000 chaos cycles. Emperor Goldisle said. You understand, I'm sure. We're lucky the Autark agreed to help out at all. There's no way to demand them to come here immediately. Ning stared. Did you just say 600,000? He would probably be long dead by then. Dao Lords only had lifespans of 108,000 chaos cycles. Realms Lord Windgrace asked Emperor Yuxian to nag him a bit. Emperor Goldisle shook his head. Autark Titanos promised that this time, he really would come very soon. He's extremely close to finishing some repair work on a Sith treasure. Ning was helpless. How soon is very soon? Alright, I understand. I have no choice but to wait. Realms Lord Windgrace said that he'll do his best to try and contact a different autarch as well. But for now, he hasn't been able to find any, Emperor Goldisle said. Help me relay my thanks to Realms Lord Windgrace, Ning said, and in his heart he truly did feel grateful. No relationship existed between him and the Realms Lord, the most paramount expert of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. The man needed nothing from him. For him to work so hard on Ning's behalf was already a show of great goodwill. Ning felt a mixture of nervousness, excitement, and disappointment. It was quite rare for Ning to feel such an emotional potpourri, but this was simply too important to him. Reviving his wife was the greatest desire he had. Autarch Titanos knows you are a Tao Lord. He probably won't delay for too long, Emperor Goldisle said consolingly. All right, Ning nodded. He had already done everything he could. Hopefully, Autarch Titanos really would arrive soon. Next, I need to worry about how I am going to deal with the hegemons and major powers who come from the other realmverses. There was no way Ning was going to hand his realmship over to these outsiders. Hidden Fiend Realmverse. The Black Sun. 3 figures were standing atop a deserted plains. One was the chubby youth, Emperor Wuxia, while the other 2 were also major powers. Wuxia, you are being too greedy. It's just a trip to the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Why are you asking for that much? One of the 2 was a skinny old man whose skin was covered with a layer of azure scales. He spoke in an unhappy voice as he looked at his comrade, a tall, muscular man who had 2 black wings on his back. I not only have to send you there, I have to bring you back as well. Hegemon Wuxia stared at him. That's a round trip. But why do you have to insist on hegemons costing 3 times as much as other emperors? The skinny old man continued to mutter unhappily. How can I treat them equally? All of you are going to the Flame Dragon Realmverse to fight over the realmship, right? Hegemons naturally stand a much better chance than all the other emperors. Hegemon Wuxia grinned. Azure Fiend, cut the crap already. You should be counting your lucky stars. You don't even belong to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse, you were just passing through. That's the only reason you even have a chance to get involved in this opportunity. And you are even so lucky as to be in the first batch of people I'm delivering. That means you'll be amongst the first to get there. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of light flew towards them from afar. Hurry up! Hegemon Wuxia called out to the 2. We're waiting on you too. Wuxia, I can't believe how much you are charging, given how long we have been friends for. One of the 2 figures flying over was a 3-eyed, golden-robed old man who shook his head as he spoke. Either pay the price or figure out a way to go on your own, Hegemon Wuxia muttered. It's pretty rare for me to have a chance to make some money with this realmship. So cut the moaning. Hegemon Wuxia often took advantage of his master and used his master's golems to make money, but this time he wanted to earn a few more treasures than usual. This was why he had borrowed the realmship from his master, offering to send people forward but demanding a high price for it. He charged hegemons 1 price and all other emperors a different price. Dawn Ruler, the fact that we both belong to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse means that you are going to be the first group of people to arrive at the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Just celebrate your good fortune quietly. Alright. Now that everyone is here, we're going to head off. Hegemon Wuxia waved his hand, leading Hegemon Azure Fiend, Hegemon Dawn Ruler, and the other 2 emperors into his realmship. He then left the Hidden Fiend Realmverse and began to advance through the endless Great Dark. The only people belonging to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse who wanted to take part in this expedition were Hegemon Dawn Ruler and the 2 emperors. As for Hegemon Azure Fiend, he was a wandering hegemon who wasn't native to this place. Hegemon Wuxia's responsibility was simply to serve as a ferry. He had 3 batches of people he was going to deliver in total. Some realmverses were nearby while others were far away, after all. For the first batch, he would take a few detours on the way to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, moving through 2 other nearby realmverses and picking up a few more people. Thus, He would bring a total of 3 realmverses worth of major powers to the Flame Dragon realmverse. For the second batch, he would leave the Flame Dragon realmverse and make a roundabout trip, bringing the major powers of 3 more realmverses to the Flame Dragon realmverse. For the third batch, he would only be able to bring the major powers from 2 of the most distant realmverses over. This made for a total of 8 realmverses. The reason why he was only responsible for 8 was because someone was competing for the same business. In the 16 realmverses alliance, there was someone else known as Hegemon Fogsun who also had a realm ship and was doing the same thing he was. Based on their respective locations, they had ended up carving out the 16 realmverses in half, with one side responsible for 8 while the other was responsible for 7. Hegemons were charged one price while other emperors were charged a different price. The people in the first batch would be charged a higher price, while those who went later would be a bit of a discount. However, the difference wouldn't be that great. They all knew that given how Dao Lord Darknorth had been able to force an Archon to his death, it would be no easy task for them to force him to give up a realm ship. The Terror Star Sea, the Jade Fire realm. Within that hidden dimensional control center, Ning remained seated in the lotus position in the air above the altar, staring down at the formation diagrams below. Hegemon Wuxia and Hegemon Fogsun are each in control of a realm ship and are responsible for ferrying the people over. Ning nodded slowly. I wonder which hegemons and major powers will end up getting involved. Some information remained highly confidential. Clearly, these major powers wished to keep as much secret as they could, so as to catch him off guard. 15 realm verses and another verse. Ning calculated silently to himself, how many major powers will take part, all combined? By now, he had learned quite a bit from Emperor Goldisle. Rumors said that even foreign hegemons were taking part, and more than one at that. Other rumors whispered that no one within the other verse was going to take part. Still other rumors said that as many as 3 hegemons and 4 emperors from the Windnest Realmverse were coming for him. It must be understood that the Windnest Realmverse only had a total of 4 hegemons. That meant that the majority of its elite experts were all coming. All sorts of rumors were flying around, some real and some false. This caused Ning to feel a tremendous sense of pressure. I need to master the flower petal formation as soon as possible. By then, I'll be able to control the countless flaming passageways and use them against my foes. Ning stared downwards, his immortal energy pouring into the formation diagram and causing the flower petals on the giant formation below to light up, revealing projections of the countless flaming passageways in the air around him. Every single flaming passageway projection seemed extremely real, and they were all covered with countless traps and mechanisms. I have to figure out how to defeat the control mechanisms if I want to take control over the traps. Ning shook his head. He had just barely been able to make some progress in the past few days, which was why he was able to cause the entire region to appear in the air around him. However, he was unable to actually control any of it. Time flowed on, one day at a time. Ji Ning's primal twin remained at the Azure Flower Estate, relying on the Autarchus Stone Dais to furiously meditate on the various techniques that belonged to the same school as the 7 Flaming Hells formation. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, over 9,000 years had gone by. Ha ha! The white-robed Ning seated in the lotus position in the air above the giant 7 Flaming Hells formation diagram began to laugh loudly as he rose to his feet, a look of delight on his face. Immortal energy surged from his entire body, flooding into the formation diagram and flowing towards the flower petals. Boom, boom, boom. The projections of the countless flaming passageways once more appeared in the air around him. Each passageway was as thin as a strand of silk, and each strand-like passageway was filled with countless mechanisms and traps. In truth, Ning could see them all clearly with the naked eye, and he was now able to control every single one of them as well. After meditating for over 900,000 years, I finally managed to comprehend the flower petal formation. Ning revealed a look of delight. Although only 9,000 years had gone by in the real world, his primal twin had spent this entire period of time under 100x temporal acceleration. Clack, 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 clack. Boom, 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 boom. The Jadefire realm was absolutely enormous, and the flaming passageways made up the largest part of it. Every single flaming passageway was incredibly long, and the countless flaming passageways formed an enormous nest which led to the prisons at the very heart. By now, all of the countless flaming passageways were trembling. Some of the previously revealed mechanisms suddenly went into hiding once more, while damaged traps began to automatically repair themselves, with quite a few returning to perfect condition. However, there were many other areas which had been forcibly torn apart. Even though Ning was able to perfectly control those areas, he wasn't able to repair them. Roughly 30% of the area has been wrecked. Ning nodded slowly as he swept his glance across the countless illusory passageways in midair. The Jadefire realm was damaged so heavily during the war that it is now a flawed creation. However, in the remaining 70%, the countless mechanisms and traps are all under my control. It's now far more dangerous than it was previously. Ning's eyes flashed with the desire to do battle. Previously, he was dreading the major powers who were attacking the Flame Dragon realmverse. Now, he was merely somber and careful. He was confident in his chances to deal with them, in his chances to fight back. Previously, many of the mechanisms and traps within the countless flaming passageways were exposed due to there being no one in control. This made it extremely easy for them to move past the mechanisms. Now that they had a master again, things were different. Even if you didn't activate a trap, Ning could cause it to activate with a thought to envelop you. There were some extremely powerful mechanisms that, when unleashed, would release as blasts that would cover over 10 billion kilometers. There would be no way to dodge them at all. Humph! Ning mused to himself. Many hegemons have come against me, but I, Dark North, won't necessarily lose. Although Ning was more confident in his chances now that he was in control of the tunnel passageways, he still didn't dare to be overconfident. He knew just how powerful his foes were, and they all knew how dangerous the Jadefire realm was. There was no way they would be easily trapped. The only thing left is the flower stamen formation at the core. Ning began to work on analyzing the most difficult to understand part of the formation, the one governing the prison regions. Controlling the flower stamen formation meant controlling all of the prisons within the area, allowing him to save 9 dust. Alas, many of the prisons had been destroyed. If they were all perfectly undamaged, control over them would give him ability to unleash a decimatous wave. Time flowed on. More than 80,000 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. A rip in spacetime suddenly appeared in a region of empty primordial chaos within the Flame Dragon realmverse, followed by an invisible bubble of power pushing out of it with an ancient ship. Ha! Everyone, we've reached the Flame Dragon realmverse. A loud laugh could be heard, followed by the flying vessel disappearing into thin air and a group of figures appearing in its place. There were a total of 10 figures in total. One was Hegemon Wuxia, the others were all various major powers he had picked up. I've already brought you all to the Flame Dragon realmverse. Hegemon Wuxia looked at the 9. You can decide for yourselves if you wish to wait here for the next batch of emperors, or if you wish to go off and hunt down Dowlord Darknorth on your own. In short, once this is all concluded, I'll be back to bring you back to your respective realmverses. Alright, I'm off. I have to go get the next 2 batches of emperors. Thank you, Brother Wuxia. Brother Wuxia, just take your time with the others. The more you delay, the better. The 9 major powers were all in a good mood. Judging from time and distance, they should have been the first to arrive. Hegemon Wuxia took control over his realm ship and departed. Let's go. Let's head to the Terror Starsea and the Jadefire realm. The skinny azure-scaled old man, Hegemon Azure Fiend, said in a low voice. Of the 9 emperors present, 5 were hegemons while the other 4 were quite powerful in their own right. Only those who were extremely confident in their abilities would dare to come here, with Hegemon Azure Fiend being the strongest of the group. Let's go. We aren't too far away from the Terror Starsea. I travel the fastest. I'll lead everyone with me. A man dressed in graceful azure robes said with a smile. His fingers were as smooth as alabaster jade, and as he waved his finger he easily tore a path through spacetime. Since Hegemon Old Gem has chosen to guide us, let's just go ahead and accept his kind offer. The other major powers didn't reject. Although he wasn't quite familiar with the Terror Star Sea, Old Gem truly was a formidable figure when it came to traveling. It took him merely a century or so to arrive outside the Jadefire realm. The Jadefire realm. How beautiful! Old Gem stared at the enormous vortex of flames before them, each of the flames looking like the petal of a flower. Supposedly, this was a nightmare for our people during the Dawn War. Many major powers were imprisoned in here, and all those who went inside perished. Everyone, we've already collected quite a bit of information regarding the Jadefire realm. Based on what we know, entering is easy but leaving is difficult. Hegemon Dawnruler said in a cold voice. Dowlord Darknorth went in a fairly short while ago. I imagine he probably hasn't been able to flee just yet. Shall we wait for him outside or shall we go inside? Go inside, of course, Hegemon Azure said, a glimmer of terrifying red light flashing in his eyes. We were the first to arrive here. If we waste any time, Hegemon Fogsun's realm ship will probably arrive with another batch of emperors. By then, we'll have lost our first mover advantage and it'll be even harder to acquire the realm ship. The more time we waste, the more emperors will arrive and the more difficult things will become. Right? A bald, grim-looking red-robed man nodded slowly. I agree that we should all go in together right away as well. A silver-haired elder with a stone sword on his back agreed. Since the 5 hegemons were all in occurrence, the other 4 emperors simply exchanged glances but said nothing. Haha. What a pity. I hear that the most powerful figure in the Flame Dragon realmverse is Hegemon Brightshore. He should know quite a bit about this Jadefire realm, but he wasn't willing to tell us anything about it at all. Hegemon Azure chortled. Still, we were able to accumulate quite a good amount of intelligence. It should be enough. The Jadefire realm was shattered long ago and should no longer pose of much a danger to us. Come, let's go inside. Hegemon Azure immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew inside. Let's go, Hegemon Old Gem said. All together now. Let's go. The 9 emperors began to charge into the vast vortex of flames, either singly or in pairs. Soon all of them had entered the Jadefire realm. There are this many flaming passageways? After entering the Jadefire realm, the emperors saw the countless flaming tunnels off in the distance. Which one should we choose? We, gentlemen, are we still planning to travel together? Haha, I'm more accustomed to moving by myself. I'll go in first. If I'm the first one to find Dowlord Darknorth, the realm ship will be mine. Hegemon Azure laughed wickedly. He immediately charged into one of the flaming passageways next to him. He was the most powerful member of this group of emperors and thus naturally wasn't interested in working together with the others. He refused to believe that he wasn't able to kill a mere Dowlord. Let's go. Hegemon Dawnruler scanned the area with his 3 eyes, then took a single step forwards and transformed into golden light that burrowed in a distant flaming passageway. Let it all be up to fate. The bald, grim-faced man dressed in red robes revealed a hint of a smile as he flew into one of the flaming passageways as well. Brother Old Gem, let's travel together? The silver-haired elder with the ancient stone sword on his back asked. Let's. Hegemon Old Gem smiled. These 2 hegemons flew towards one of the flaming passageways together. These 2 came from the same realmverse and were on extremely good terms with each other. If they acquired the realm ship, they would share it. It wouldn't really matter who owned it. The 5 hegemons have all gone inside. We should go as well. The 4 remaining emperors exchanged glances. Soon, they formed into 2 squads of 2 which flew into the flaming passageways as well. The hidden control region within the Jadefire realm. Ning remained seated in midair above the altar, scanning the surrounding area with his gaze. The area around him manifested projections of the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm, as well as the 9 figures making their way through those passageways. These 9 figures had entered the Jadefire realm together, then had separately entered different passageways. Ning had watched all of this carefully. Have they come? Ning murmured softly. This first batch is already putting me under quite a bit of pressure. Since Ji Ning knew that a host of major powers was coming from the various realm verses for him, he had naturally acquired quite a bit of material and information on his foes. Hegemon Brightshore and Emperor Goldisle had been particularly helpful, introducing detailed information regarding the most famous hegemons and extremely powerful emperors of the 16 Realm versus Alliance to Ning. Thus, when Ning saw those 9 figures appear through the formation diagram, he was able to recognize them at one go. 5 of these 9 are hegemons. Hegemon Old Gem and the Paragon of Swords are actually working together. They are all being extremely cautious. Ning shook his head slowly. Hegemon Dawn Ruler. Hegemon Ever Worry. Hey, this should be Hegemon Azure Fiend. Ning's gaze focused upon the figure of the latter. Hegemon Azure Fiend was flying carefully through the flaming passageways, his eyes glowing with cold light as he carefully scanned the area in front of him. Hegemon Azure Fiend was even using a pair of rope-type magic treasures to scout the path ahead for himself. Supposedly, Hegemon Azure Fiend is one of the several foreign hegemons taking part in this escapade. Ning carefully scrutinized Hegemon Azure Fiend. Based on what he knew, there were differences in power between hegemons. Hegemon Brightshore, for example, was the number 1 hegemon of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Even in the 16 Realmverses Alliance, Hegemon Brightshore was powerful enough to rank in the top 5. But of course, there was no way to rank anyone in greater detail than that, as most of the hegemons had never actually battled each other. Rough rankings could only be based on the performance they had shown in the past, which was why Realmslord Windgrace was acknowledged to be the absolute strongest. Next came the likes of Hegemon Brightshore. Hegemon Windrain and Hegemon Netherlily were considered fairly ordinary hegemons in the 16 Realm versus Alliance. Hegemon Azure Fiend is extremely famous. Supposedly, he was born a Chaos God Beast and has a strange temperament. He's extremely powerful and ranks highly even amongst hegemons. Ning mused. Based on what the intelligence reports tell me, he should be even stronger than Hegemon Netherlily and Hegemon Windrain. He should be the strongest of the 5 hegemons in this batch. In the 16 Realm versus Alliance, there were only a few figures capable of suppressing Hegemon Azure Fiend in power. Hegemon Azure Fiend, eh? Several thoughts flickered through Ning's mind. I'll feign weakness first. These 5 hegemons only constitute a small percentage of the hegemons who will be coming, after all. The only trump card I have up my sleeve is my control over the flaming passageways. Once I reveal it, the hegemons and emperors who arrive later will only be even more careful. They might even all travel together. That'll make things very troublesome for me. Ning mused. Only by feigning weakness could he lull his foes into underestimating him. Only then would his foes move independently on their own, as only when they felt that Ning was not a threat would they be truly concerned about competing against the other hegemons. This would be of benefit to Ning. My control over the flaming passageways is a killer trump card. I have to save it for a moment of maximum effect. That's my only shot at reversing the situation. Ning's gaze was focused on the 9 illusory figures advancing through the countless passageways. Every single action they took was within his field of vision. This Jadefire realm really is in terrible shape. A few mechanisms have appeared, but I was able to discover them all from afar. Hegemon Azure Fiend continued to fly forwards, 2 billion kilometer-sized ropes scouting the way up ahead for him. According to the legends, the Jadefire realm was absolutely terrifying when intact. It's very weak now. No wonder so many emperors of the Flame Dragon Realmverse were able to come in, scout the place, and then leave safely. Hegemon Azure Fiend shook his head and chuckled. He felt increasingly relaxed. Things were much simpler than he had anticipated. This place might be of danger to weaker emperors, but he was an exalted hegemon. How much of a danger could these damaged, unmanned traps and mechanisms possibly pose him? Dowlord Darknorth, eh? You'll definitely be mine. I'll kill him and then take his realm ship, allowing me to easily rove across the various realmverses. It won't be as difficult as it is now. Hegemon Azure Fiend felt quite eager. He was a temperamental character, but was born liking to wander about by himself and adventure through the void. Swoosh! Hegemon Azure Fiend continued to advance at high speeds through the flaming passageways. using the many tools he had available to scout out the path ahead and avoid them with ease. This is easier than expected. The bald, red-robed, grim-faced man strolled through the skies, his body emanating with gray light that illuminated the area ahead of him and laid bare all of the hidden dangers. Each of the major powers felt as though the Jadefire realm wasn't as dangerous as they had thought. So long as they were careful, they would be able to advance with ease. Time passed, one day after the other. Soon, Hegemon Azure Fiend is the fastest. He's about to go through the flaming passageway area and reach the prison region. It is time for me to make my own move as well. I can't let them get into and explore the prison region. Ning was still seated in the lotus position above the altar, but a streak of light suddenly flew out of his body, manifesting into a second Ji Ning in the air. This was a divine power clone. White Thaw, let's go, Ning barked. All right, White Thaw said respectfully. Whoosh. Ning waved his hand, causing the ancient realm ship to appear next to him. It was now in much better shape than it had been when Archon Silksnow had owned it. Ning and White Thaw both entered the realm ship, then quietly snuck away from the hidden region, leaving behind just the divine power clone inside. Rumble. Ning's divine power clone remained seated above the altar and the formation diagram, using its immortal energy to manipulate the formation diagram and maintain control over things from afar. Controlling the formation diagram took very little power. Although this divine power clone was fairly weak, for it to use immortal energy to control the formation diagram was simplicity itself. With his clone present, Ning would be constantly aware of the locations and behaviors of the 9 hegemons and emperors. Within the darkness of the void, an ancient realm ship was hovering in the skies next to a flaming cage, with Ning's true body and White Thaw inside the realm ship. Whoosh! 10 billion kilometers up ahead, an azure-scaled figure suddenly flew out from one of the flaming passageways. This figure emanated an extremely strange aura. It didn't seem that dominating or overbearing, but based on Ning's intelligence reports it definitely belonged to a terrifying figure who was ranked highly even amongst other hegemons. Hegemon Azure Fiend. Ning grinned. Let's move. Swoosh. Ning controlled his realm ship to immediately fly into a nearby flaming passageway. Hegemon Azure Fiend had just reached the prison region after leaving the flaming passageways when he suddenly sensed a ripple from afar. Turning his head, he immediately saw that realm ship. The realm ship! Hegemon Azure Fiend was instantly overjoyed, so excited that his eyes lit up. Haha! I really am lucky. I actually ran into the realm ship as soon as I arrived here, and it seems as though the other hegemons haven't discovered it yet. You want to run? Heh. Hegemon Azure Fiend's speed skyrocketed as he furiously chased after the fleeing realm ship. Ning sent the realm ship fleeing into the flaming passageways, beginning a panicked flight through the area. Hegemon Azure Fiend naturally followed him into the flaming passageways as well from behind. You won't be able to escape. You aren't going anywhere. Hegemon Azure Fiend spoke out, his voix carrying a strange, magnetic cadence that caused the area around Ning to shimmer. Azure Fiend, don't try to show off such meager skill in illusions before me. Humph. Ning's voice echoed within the flaming passageways as well. Hand the realm ship over to me and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you are doomed. Hegemon Azure Fiend chased frantically from behind. You think you can doom me? Humph. I'll show you just how incredible a realm ship truly is. Even as Ning's voice echoed within the flaming passageways, the realm ship suddenly skyrocketed in speed. Swoosh! It instantly pulled away from Hegemon Azure Fiend, throwing him off and making it so that he could do nothing but watch as Ning disappeared from his field of vision. That fast! Hegemon Azure Fiend was briefly stunned, but his eyes then flashed with savage light. Good! What a fine realm ship! Realm ships were meant for travel. When Archon Silksnow had used it, it was in terrible shape but still far faster than Ning. Now, it had been repaired considerably and was even faster than before, allowing Ning to easily throw Hegemon Azure Fiend off his trail. Time flowed on. A few months after the last encounter. A realm ship. Hegemon Everworry had just arrived at the prison region, and his eyes lit up as he saw the distant realm ship. Another Hegemon? Ning's enraged sound rang out from within the realm ship. Hegemon Everworry. Don't you feel that you are all being too shameless? As he spoke, he sent the realm ship diving into the flaming passageway. 3 years later. The realm ship is over there. Hegemon Old Gem and the Paragon of Swords were both in hot pursuit of the realm ship, which was fleeing in panic. Every so often, it would blast into certain traps that would send it spinning, but each time it was able to quickly stabilize itself and continue to flee at incredible speeds, shaking off both of them. Time flowed on. All 9 emperors and hegemons were thoroughly enraged. It was as though the only thing Lord Darknorth could do was flee. Given how fast the realm ship was, it was extremely hard for them to catch up to it. Lord Darknorth is extremely familiar with the flaming passageways, allowing him to avoid many of the most dangerous mechanisms with ease. Even if he does occasionally run into one of them, his realm ship is able to take the damage. The 9 hegemons and emperors all felt rather helpless. Every single passageway was extremely long, and the countless passageways were filled with even more mechanisms. The emperors had to move with care, and for now there really was no way for them to catch Ning as the latter dove here and there. Still, they continued to wait it excitedly. At least the realm ship was remaining within the flaming passageways this entire time. Sooner or later they'd catch it. For now, I'll keep the most terrifying mechanisms of the passageways under wraps and keep them off their guard. Ning remained quite calm from within his realm ship. I'll keep their attention completely focused upon the flaming passageways for now. That way, so long as they avoid the prison region, it's unlikely they'll be able to discover that hidden area. The reason why Ning had used himself as bait to repeatedly lure them out was because he was worried that if he just remained in hiding, the emperors and hegemons would begin to search the area with such care that they might scour every inch of the prison region. The hidden region was extremely difficult to locate, and Ning himself had only found it thanks to the guidance of White Thaw. But his foes were hegemons. If an entire host of hegemons chose to slowly and patiently search a region, they might one day be lucky enough to discover it. Once they did, they'd be able to take over that hidden region, at which point Ning would no longer be able to control the formation diagram. The chances of this happening were quite low, but Ning didn't dare to take the risk. I need them to know that I'm in the flaming passageways. I need to focus their attentions on me. That way they won't search the prison region. Once a few more hegemons and emperors arrive, it'll be time for me to make my move. Ning was more than patient. Within the realm ship, located inside one of the flaming passageways inside the Jadefire realm, Ning was seated inside the realm ship, drinking some wine. The fragrance of the wine filled the entire vessel, while the protector stood solemnly by his side. White Thaw, sit down and have some wine? Ning said with a relaxed smile. I'm a golem. I don't need to drink wine, White Thaw said flatly. Ning shook his head. That's where you are wrong. I don't need to drink wine either, but I still like to drink wine. We still need to have hobbies, you know. Come. I have plenty of precious wine stored up. Have a taste of all of them. No need. White Thaw continued to stand there by himself. I order you to sit down. Ning frowned. Yes, master. White Thaw sat down obediently. Drink. Ning pointed at the wine goblet in front of him. White Thaw picked up the goblet and dutifully drank the wine, then frowned and said in a low voice, I don't like it. I tried it back when I followed my previous master, Taoist Bluestone. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now. Eh? Ning was truly surprised. He waved his hand, causing 100 different wine goblets to appear before him, as well as more than 100 gourds of wine. Wine flew out from each gourd, filling each one of the goblets. Try them all. I refuse to believe this. Your body should have been constructed perfectly, including your senses. How could you have no taste for wine whatsoever? I wager Taoist Bluestone just didn't let you try enough types, which is why you didn't run into anything you like. Ning said. Drink them all up, one cup at a time. White Thaw dutifully picked up one goblet after another, draining them in succession. A look of bewildered resignation was on his straightforward face. Why was this master of his forcing him to drink wine? All done. White Thaw quickly finished all of the wine. He remained quite calm. Again. Ning refused to believe this. Cultivators drank wine when they had nothing better to do, and so Ning had plenty of wine on him at all times. He had acquired large reserves and stockpiles from the Tao Lords and Eternal Emperors he had defeated as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ning continued to pour, while White Thaw continued to drink. After drinking for over 2 hours, White Thaw suddenly shivered when he took a sip of wine and said, "Master, this one is good. I like this one." Oh, Ning was surprised. He waved his finger, causing some liquid to fly out of a gourd of wine off in the distance and into Ning's mouth. A pungent, sour, acidic taste instantly overfilled his mouth, followed by an absolutely foul aftertaste. It was so rancid that Ning couldn't help but twitch, and he immediately shut his mouth and turned to stare at White Thaw. "This one? You like this one?" Ning liked all types of wine. Some wine was lightly flavored but had lasting aftertastes. Others had flavors that permeated the entire body. He also enjoyed wine that would plunge his body and soul into a cool state of refreshness. But he absolutely hated sour, acidic, and incredibly pungent wine like this. Even Ning himself wasn't sure where he had found this wine. Today was the first time for him to even bring it out of storage. "That's absolutely disgusting." Ning shook his head. "It's good." White Thaw stared at Ning wide-eyed. "Fine. The Chaosverse truly is filled with all sorts of marvels, including golems who like to drink wine like this. And who would even create this type of wine? Ah, forget it. Come. Let's drink together." Ning laughed. He finally had someone to drink with him now. Life had been quite boring recently. Hide and seek with these hegemons and emperors was extremely boring. It was too simple, given that his divine power clone was in perpetual control of the flaming passageways. "Master, do you have the feeling that something seems off?" White Thaw quickly began to grow more loquacious as the happy feeling from the wine flooded his body. "Something seems off?" Ning was startled. "What do you mean?" "The hegemons in the flaming passageways here in the Jadefire realm aren't working as hard as in the past in trying to hunt you down," White Thaw said. Ning laughed. "Of course. It has been 80,000 years. By now, they've realized that catching me will be virtually impossible. There's no need for to chase as frantically as they would have in the past. But they haven't exactly relaxed either. They've started to set up a few small traps in the various passageways, such as masking formations that hide some of the terrifying mechanisms inherent within the passageways. They've actually put down a few special-purpose formations to deal with me." Ning shook his head. "They don't realize that all of their movements are under my observation and control. Master, there are already 8 hegemons and 10 other emperors present. In the end, how many of them will have arrived in total for the sake of the realm ship?" White Thaw said, worried. Ning nodded slowly. He felt a sense of pressure as well. 80,000 years. Hegemon Wuxia and Hegemon Fogsun were both controlling realm ships and thus both had delivered a first batch of hegemons and emperors to the Flame Dragon realmverse during this period of time. Hegemon Wuxia's first batch had included 5 hegemons and 4 emperors, while Hegemon Fogsun's first batch included 3 hegemons and 6 emperors. "Based on my calculations, the second batches should arrive soon," Ning said seriously. "I hope they will separately enter the flaming passageways as well. If they do so, I'll have a chance to stop them. My fear is that they will join forces and advance as one unit." Hegemons had many and varied techniques. If 4 or 5 of them worked together, even if Ning unleashed the full power of the mechanisms in the flaming passageways, he still wouldn't necessarily be able to stop all 5 of them. After all, there were hegemons who were extremely skilled in defense, so much so that they were a match for other verse lords in this regard. Others specialized in speed, while still others specialized in karma. When they pooled their talents together, they would become extremely difficult to deal with. 120,000 years after the public revealing of the existence of the realm ship. Hegemon Wuxia was sending the second batch of hegemons and emperors over on this date. They had arrived next to a blazing star that looked like a fiery ball of heat. A spatial tear appeared in the void next to the star, followed by a realm ship blinking through and coming to a halt next to it. Gentlemen, we have arrived. Based on our latest information, Dowlord Darknorth has remained in hiding within the Jadefire realm this entire time, while none of the hegemons or emperors who have already reached the Jadefire realm have been able to take the realm ship from him. You all still stand a very good chance, Hegemon Wuxia said with a laugh. Regardless of who ends up with the realm ship, you've already made a fortune in treasure from this escapade, Brother Wuxia. One of the 8 figures said upon flying out of the realm ship. I borrowed this realm ship from my master. I'm going to give most of the treasure to him. Hegemon Wuxia glared at him. Not gonna waste words with you. I need to go pick up the final battle. I have a long road ahead of me. As he spoke, he took control of the realm ship and flew off into the distance. 8 figures remained there within the void, their auras mighty. One of them, a devilishly handsome man who radiated an aura of cold insidiousness, let out a cold snort. Everyone, you can go to the Jadefire realm. I'll be there shortly. As he spoke, he took a step forwards and teleported through the air, vanishing. Where is Hegemon Winterflame going off to? Where do you think? Given the type of person he is, he's probably off to capture any and all of Dowlord Darknorth's friends and family. The speaker was a bearded man dressed in simple gray robes who carried 8 strange azure planks of wood on his back. Winterfire always does stupid shit like this. Brother Blackwood, don't worry about him. I'll tear through space-time and lead the way. Of the group of 8 who had just arrived, 4 were hegemons, with Winterflame one of them. In truth, his status was the highest of the 8. Let's go. Hegemon Blackwood, who was the bearded man with those 8 pieces of azure wooden planks on his back, nodded. Whoosh. Tearing through space-time at maximum speed, Hegemon Winterflame quickly arrived outside the vast heaven everworld. Here we are. Hegemon Winterflame stood there within the misty skies, staring at the distant vast heaven palace. Hegemon Winterflame was dressed in white robes that glowed with blurry white light. His features were handsome to the point of appearing devilish, while his skin was so translucent and fine that one could almost see his blood vessels and veins. His eyes emanated an aura of terrifying coldness. Based on the intelligence records I acquired, Archon Silksnow probably chased someone called Nine Dust into the Jadefire realm, then intentionally released word of this. Dowlord Darknorth really did choose to ignore the danger and charge straight into the Jadefire realm. He probably fought against Archon Silksnow inside, with Archon Silksnow eventually being defeated and forced to commit suicide. Hegemon Winterflame nodded slowly. From this, we can tell that Dowlord Darknorth is the sort of person who cares immensely about personal relationships. He knew it was a trap, but for his friend's sake he was still willing to risk his life and enter the Jadefire realm. Headstrong, sentimental fools like him are the easiest to deal with. Hegemon Winterflame's eyes glowed with cold light. The Nine Dust Sectlord has probably already been rescued from the Jadefire realm by Darknorth, and the other friends Darknorth care about all probably reside in his clan, Vast Heaven Palace. Hegemon Winterflame stared at the distant Vast Heaven Palace. All I need to do is to abduct everyone in Vast Heaven Palace. The world-level cultivators, the Dowlords, the Emperors. I'll abduct them all and force Dowlord Darknorth to give me the realm ship in exchange for them. Given his personality, there's a chance he'll accept. Those other hegemons and emperors arrived much earlier than I did, but they accomplished nothing at all. Those fools. All they know is to try their luck in the Jadefire realm. I really wonder if they have any brains at all. Hegemon Winterfire shook his head and smirked. It was normal for hegemons to get involved in a competition for a realm ship, much like how Dowlords would plunder a world-level cultivators who somehow managed to acquire the fruits of Crimson Wave Temple. Amongst cultivators, if you weren't strong enough, then you didn't deserve to hold good enough treasures. But hegemons stood at the very apex of power in any major organization. They generally had their own sense of pride and cared tremendously about face. Realm ships were incredibly valuable, and for them to attack with a Dowlord for the sake of winning a realm ship was nothing. But to go capture that Daelord's friends and then use them to coerce him? This was absolutely shameful. Figures as exalted as hegemons generally did not have the face to do something like this. Slightly less elevated figures such as Archon Silks now might well decide to carry out such shameless acts. But it was clear from Ning's power that there was no chance for non-hegemonic emperors to do anything to Vast Heaven Palace. In addition, even if they did make the attempt, they wouldn't necessarily succeed. Could it be that Daelord Dark North wouldn't make any arrangements of his own? This sort of behavior was both shameful as well as unlikely to succeed, which was why the hegemons chose to head to Jadefire Realm rather than Vast Heaven Palace. Only truly shameless and insidious figures like Hegemon Winterflame would choose such a course of action. Hegemons generally were extremely prideful figures who cared tremendously about face, but every so often there would be an exception. Hegemon Winterflame was one such exception. Within Vast Heaven Palace, the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace were all gathered together, drinking and eating and discussing the Tao with each other. Ning's avatar, Ninedust's avatar, and Emperor Solsky all sat off to one side. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying level of power descended upon the palace. Ning's avatar raised its head, only to see a snow-white silver-scaled claw descend upon them from the skies, emanating an aura of endless, invisible frost. Even space-time had been completely frozen by the pressure, and a bone-piercing chill instantly pervaded the entire palace. This caused Ning's face to turn completely pale. Someone came. Ning shouted mentally, "Enter my estate world for now." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Emperor Solsky, Ninedust's avatar, Tao Lord Battlemaster. None of them fought back at all, allowing Ning to draw them into his estate world. Ning had already made preparations for this eventuality, after all. He had attracted attention from 15 realm verses and even some itinerant wandering hegemons. He naturally had to make complete preparations for both Vast Heaven Palace and the 3 realms. Ning had actually gone so far as to create a second avatar. It must be remembered that Ning's true body and his primal twin were each capable of maintaining a peak avatar. Thus, he chose to create a brand new avatar to stand guard over the 3 realms as well. Boom! The countless runes and barriers covering Vast Heaven Palace began to crack and shatter as the enormous silvery white scaled claws rent through the skies. Ning's avatar flickered slightly as he used his shadowless evasion art to arrive in the air outside. Cold energy billowed everywhere, forcing Ning to reveal himself despite his shadowless evasion art. Ning stood there in the air, gazing at the devilishly handsome man in the distance with alabaster skin who radiated an aura of coldness. "So it is Hegemon Winterflame," Ning said. "Hegemon Winterflame, why have you come to Vast Heaven Palace?" "Humph." Hegemon Winterflame's eyes were fled with cold malice. "Tao Lord Dark North? So you've taken away all your friends and put them into your estate world. Do you really think there is nothing I can do to you now? And I think you should know exactly why I am here." Hegemon Winterflame let out a cold snort. "Hand over the realm ship immediately, and I won't cause any trouble for you. Otherwise, your comrades are all dead. The realm ship is with my true body, which is at the Jadefire realm." Ning shook his head. "I merely have an avatar here. How am I supposed to hand over the realm ship?" "Simple. Swear a lifeblood oath to hand it over to me and I'll immediately leave." Hegemon Winterflame stared at Ning. Ning raised his head slightly, glancing off into the distance towards some space-time ripples which had just appeared, then let out a cold smile. No longer interested in wasting time on words, he said, "Keep dreaming." Hegemon Winterflame glanced backwards as well, only to see that space-time was beginning to split apart. "Reinforcements? No reinforcements will make it in time." Hegemon Winterflame roared angrily. Whoosh! He manifested a ball of white fire out of nowhere, sending it sweeping through the skies. In front of the ball of white fire were a series of 8 silver-scaled claws, each of which held some of the white fire as they tore towards Ning. The surrounding world had been completely sealed and locked away, while the aura of frigidity emanating from the white fire caused even Ning's avatar to feel amazed. Boom! Faced with those 8 silver-scaled claws and the white fire they brought, Ning felt a sense of tremendous danger. The white fire in particular was something unique to Hegemon Winterflame alone. It was known as the Winterflame. Hegemon Winterflame had been born an aberrant special life form. His true form was that of a sentient ball of fire that had slowly cultivated and increased in power until it finally became a Hegemon. The Winterflame technique was unique to him, and it could be described as an unspeakably cold ball of fire. Once it touched anyone weaker than it would almost instantly reduce its target to ash. Halt! A low, fierce growl rang out as a titanic head appeared in the distant space-time rift. It was Hegemon Brightshore. By now, Ning was on extremely good terms with Hegemon Brightshore. He was worried about Vast Heaven Palace's safety, and thus had mentioned this matter to Hegemon Brightshore. In the past, Hegemon Brightshore hadn't really cared if Ning died or not. But ever since Ning had revealed his true power, Hegemon Brightshore had begun to view Ning as he would his own right arm. Whoosh! The silver-scaled claws and the flames tore through everything they touched. Ning's avatar was almost indestructibly tough, comparable to a top-grade eternal treasure. But it was still completely torn asunder. This was the power of a Hegemon. You want to stop me? A face appeared within the midair ball of flames, a cold smile on its features. Even though Hegemon Brightshore has arrived, he was just a step too slow. I have more than enough time to kill you and then seize all of your friends in Vast Heaven Palace. He was a Hegemon, after all. Although he was weaker than Hegemon Brightshore, he didn't fear the man. Boom! By now, Hegemon Brightshore's massive bulk had exited the rift. He had 6 curved horns on his head, and his vast body seemed to be formed from incredibly thick layers of twisted stones. He reached out with one of his pillar-shaped arms, striking out towards Hegemon Winterflame. Hegemon Winterflame's 8 silver-scaled claws hurriedly moved back to block the attack. An enormous explosion rang out as a shockwave of indescribable power spread out more than 10 billion kilometers. But outside the 10 billion kilometer range, there was no damage caused whatsoever. Clearly, Hegemon Brightshore wanted to protect the mortal lifeforms here. The 8 silver-scaled claws were destroyed, melting back into that pool of white fire which then resolved into a humanoid shape. What's going on? I wasn't able to grab anything. Hegemon Winterflame had a stunned look on his face. He felt certain that he had destroyed Ning's avatar. He wanted to seize Ning's storage treasures, but hadn't been able to find anything at all. Looking for me? Far off in the distance, light flowed together to form a humanoid figure. It was Ji Ning. An invulnerable form? Hegemon Winterflame's face tightened. You, a cultivator of the Tao of the Sword, have mastered an invulnerable form? He had sought out much information regarding Ning and felt certain that Ning didn't have an invulnerable form, which was why he was so confident in his chances. Ning couldn't help but sigh. His true body was so powerful that not even Hegemons would necessarily be able to force him to use his invulnerable form. His avatar, however, had been forced to use it almost immediately. This was his very first time exposing it in combat. Not bad, Dark North. The towering Hegemon Brightshore reverted to human form as well, and the snow-robed old man smiled as he looked at Ning. Hegemon Brightshore really was liking Ning more and more. Now that Ning had an invulnerable form, killing him would be no easy feat at all. It was entirely possible that Ning would survive Jadefire Realm after all. But of course, Hegemon Brightshore had no idea that Ning had already taken partial control over the formation diagram of the Jadefire Realm. Hegemon Brightshore, thank goodness you made it in time, Ning said. Humph. Hegemon Winterflame glanced coldly at Ning, then gave Hegemon Brightshore a look as well. You might be able to hide for a time, but you won't be able to hide forever. You won't be able to dodge me within Jadefire Realm. Swoosh. Hegemon Winterflame turned and moved to depart. Indeed, Hegemon Winterflame. We'll meet again in the Jadefire Realm, Ning called out to him. Humph. Quite arrogant. Very well then. We'll meet again in the Jadefire Realm. Hegemon Winterflame's voice was filled with cold malice as he tore through space-time and departed. Ning silently watched as Hegemon Winterflame departed. Something wrong. Hegemon Brightshore walked over. Since Hegemon Winterflame has appeared, that means the second batch of Hegemons and Emperors should have arrived. Ning said softly. The first batch held 8 hegemons. How many would the second hold? Given how many hegemons were present, would he really be able to use the flaming passageways to stop them? More and more hegemons are arriving from the other realm verses. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ji Ning. Dark North, have you come up with a plan to deal with them? Yes. Ning nodded. Let's go, then. Accompany me back to the Brightshore Kingdom, Hegemon Brightshore said. Ning didn't decline. This time, Hegemon Winterflame attacked. Next time, it might be an even more shameless Hegemon. In the end, his avatar was just much too weak. Without the Dark North swords, his avatar was merely on par with Archon Silks now. This was why he had been so easily forced to reveal his invulnerable form. A hegemon who was willing to pay an extremely high price would be able to kill his avatar. To reside in the Brightshore Kingdom would be the safest decision. Ryayip, a spacetime tier appeared in the starry cosmos, followed by Hegemon Brightshore leading Ning into the tier and disappearing without a trace. The Terror Star Sea, the Jadefire Realm. Whoosh! 7 figures flew into the giant vortex of flames and entered the Jadefire Realm. These 7 figures belonged to the 7 hegemons and emperors who had accompanied Hegemon Winterflame on this journey to the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Hegemon Blackwood, what should we do next? Should we enter separately? A gaudily violet-robed man spoke out. Brother Blackwood? The alien hegemon, a large and muscular man, spoke out as well. Only 3 of the 7 were hegemons. Clearly, they all cared quite a bit about Hegemon Blackwood's views. This was because Hegemon Blackwood was a hegemon who was extremely skilled in the divination arts of numerancy. Although he was much weaker in numerancy when compared to Emperor Waveshift, he had still reached a level where he could be considered number 1 in the Tao of numerancy amongst those who still resided in the 16 Realm versus Alliance. As for Emperor Waveshift himself, he had long ago disappeared to parts unknown. He was doted on and shown great favor by many other verse lords and other major powers, all of whom treated him with tremendous friendliness. Generally speaking, everyone wished to befriend a major power of the Tao of numerancy. No one was willing to offend such a figure. If you wished to try and kill him, he'd be able to divine it and flee before you even arrived. Conversely, if you encountered certain dangers or troubles, you might need him to assist you in a bit of numerancy divination. Let me give it a try, the bearded hegemon Blackwood said, adjusting the 8 azure wooden planks on his back. However, as you all know, the struggle over the realm ship involves numerous hegemons as well as Sith relics. To apply numerancy to it shall be extremely difficult. I tried on the way over but failed each time. Now that we've already entered the Jadefire realm, perhaps I shall succeed. The closer they were to reality, the easier numerancy was to engage in. The other 6 figures didn't dare to intervene. They watched as Hegemon Blackwood stood there, eyes closed as the 8 azure wooden planks flew out from behind his back and surrounded him. They levitated there, circling around him non-stop and circulating with azure light. Countless runes appeared on their surfaces as an invisible ripple of power spread out. In the blink of an eye, a full hour had gone by. Eh? Hegemon Blackwood frowned as he opened his eyes. Brother Blackwood? The alien hegemon immediately asked. How did it go? The violet-robed hegemon asked as well. Don't be impatient, Hegemon Blackwood said. Follow me into one of those flaming passageways. Remember, we're going to stand in front of the passageway. We're not going to actually go inside. As he spoke, he flew over towards a passageway. The other 6 figures hurriedly followed from behind. They soon reached the nearest passageway, where they all came to a halt. None of you are to disturb me, Hegemon Blackwood instructed. He then sat down in the lotus position and began to calmly focus his entire mind on numerancy. The 8 pieces of azure would continuously swiveled around him, sometimes slow and sometimes fast, carrying a strange cadence to them. As soon as Hegemon Blackwood and the others appeared, Ning was immediately made aware of it. He watched these hegemons closely from afar. Not good. They are moving together. Wait. Why are they pausing at the entrance without going any deeper inside? Ning was puzzled. To merely be at the entranceway meant they could retreat whenever they chose. Ning's control over the flaming passageways wouldn't give him any power of them. Hegemon Blackwood spent a total of 3 years engaging in numerancy. His face was rather ashen as he finally opened his eyes, an exhausted look in his gaze. Blackwood. The other 6 looked at Hegemon Blackwood, with the violet-robed Hegemon calling out to him. The dangers of the Jadefire realm primarily reside within the prison regions and the flaming passageways. So long as we avoid the prison region, we won't be in any danger, Hegemon Blackwood said. Thus, the main things for us to be concerned about are the flaming passageways. After physically entering one of them, my divinations became a bit clearer than before. There are many invisible forces disrupting my numerancy, and those disruptions are extremely strong. What Hegemon Blackwood didn't know was that Ning trained in the Omega Sword Dao. Divining anything which was related to Ning in any way was guaranteed to be a ridiculously difficult task. Given how many hegemons were involved as well as the Sith ruins known as the Jadefire realm, those who didn't have nigh-perfect mastery over the Dao of numerancy wouldn't be able to see anything clearly at all. So what's the conclusion? The alien hegemon immediately asked. This is going to be extremely dangerous, Hegemon Blackwood said softly. I feel as though we are heading into a world of mist. Right now, I can only come to one vague conclusion. Only if we stay together will we have a chance at being safe. Once we separate, we could very well die. What? Very well die? As terrifying as that? The other 6 were all shocked. Based on what they knew of this place, the Jadefire realm was once deadly but had now fallen into disrepair. It also had no one in control of it, which meant that it shouldn't be nearly as dangerous as it once was. To hegemons and extremely powerful emperors, it shouldn't pose much of a threat. If we separate, we might be safe, but we might also die, Hegemon Blackwood explained. But if we stay together, there will be almost no danger at all. Go ahead and decide. Should we move together or separately? If you agree to travel alongside me, I'll accompany you inside as a group. Otherwise, I'll wait for the next group of hegemons and accompany them instead. Together. Together, of course. The violet-robed hegemon and the others all immediately spoke out in unison. With Emperor Waveshift permanently missing, Hegemon Blackwood was now the #1 expert of the Dao of numerancy in the 16 Realm vs. Alliance. Moving alongside someone like him would be the safest choice. Should we wait for Hegemon Winterflame? An emperor spoke out. Why the hell should we? Humph. Traveling alongside him is a disgrace. Let's go. Given the detour he took, he'll be at least 2 centuries behind us, Hegemon Blackwood said calmly. I certainly don't have the patience to wait for him. Hegemon Blackwood was an extremely proud figure, far more prideful than even your average hegemon. He had never held Hegemon Winterflame in any respect. Since Hegemon Blackwood had spoken, no one else argued the matter. Whoosh! The 7 hegemons immediately joined forces to advance through the flaming passageways together, each using their own techniques to keep everyone safe. Space-time techniques, special treasures, secret arts. They were put on full display as they advanced. They actually have chosen to advance as a unit. Previously, Ning had been relaxing with White Thaw within a flaming passageway inside the Jadefire realm, sipping some wine from inside his hidden realm ship. Now, however, he could no longer relax. Hegemon Blackwood, I didn't expect this many major powers to get involved, or that one of them would be able to divine a correct path of action despite my Dao being that of the Omega Dao. Ning mused. He was on good terms with Dao Lord Badlands and thus knew a bit about the Dao of numerancy. The more variables that were involved, the more difficult the divination would become. Ning trained in an Omega Dao. Each time Dao Lord Badlands tried to engage in numerancy divinations regarding Ning, he saw nothing but blank fogginess. It was extremely difficult. If, for example, an autarch was somehow involved in a matter, most likely not even Emperor Waveshift would be able to divine anything whatsoever. The Dao of numerancy truly is incredible, Ning sighed. If his foes had chosen to travel separately, they would be like meat for his butcher's block. Now that they were moving together, there wasn't much he could do to them. Since Hegemon Blackwood and the others have started to move, it'll be time to draw in my web soon. Ning then pondered for a moment. Wait. Not just yet. I'll wait for Hegemon Winterflame to arrive as well. Hegemon Winterflame had sought to use Vast Heaven Palace to threaten Ning. How could Ning let him off the hook? Soon, after roughly 180 or so years, Hegemon Winterflame arrived at the Jadefire realm. He randomly picked a flaming passageway, then entered it. As he did so, Ning finally put down his wine cup and rose to his feet within his realm ship. The Jadefire realm's flaming passageways now have a total of 12 hegemons within them. Ning was able to clearly track the actions and movements of all the hegemons and emperors. Once I move against one of them, I'll be exposed and the rest will be forewarned. Thus, I'll probably only be able to actually capture one of them. Which one should I choose? Ning suddenly grinned. The strongest one, I suppose. If he was going to rely on the flaming passageways and their traps to capture a hegemon, he was going to capture the strongest one. Of the 12 hegemons, the strongest had to be Hegemon Azure Fiend. Damn that slippery Dowlord Dark North. He must have gained an extremely detailed intelligence report regarding the Jadefire realm. Otherwise, how could he have been able to throw me off with ease so many times in a row? Hegemon Azure Fiend sat there in the lotus position in the air, 2 rope-type treasures coiling around him. He just quietly sat there, his senses keenly attuned. However, sooner or later he'll make a mistake, Hegemon Azure Fiend with a cold laugh. The flaming passageways no longer have just the original traps in them, they also have the traps set up by the other hegemons and emperors. One instance of bad luck and he'll hit one of them. My chance will come them. Hegemon Azure Fiend was extremely patient. The fact that he was willing to spend such incredible amounts of time drifting between realmverses on his adventures was testament to his patience. Even if he had to spend 1,000 chaos cycles here in the flaming passageways, he'd still be more than patient enough to do it. Hegemon Azure Fiend's ears twitched slightly. He opened his eyes to stare towards the front, where he soon saw a realm ship carefully advancing through the air. There it is. The realm ship. Hegemon Azure Fiend was delighted. Swoosh! He immediately transformed into a streak of light that shot after Ning. He had spent more than 100,000 years in these flaming passageways, and was already quite familiar with the ones in the area he was in. He knew where the native traps were and where the traps placed by the hegemons were, making it easy for him to chase after his foe. Hegemon Azure Fiend. The occupant of the realm ship seemed to be badly shocked, immediately turning to flee in a different direction. You aren't going anywhere, Hegemon Azure Fiend roared as he chased from behind. The realm ship continued its panicked flight. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud explosion, a large amount of boulders appeared out of nowhere and furiously began to spin and smash against everything within the reach of the trap. Although the realm ship was able to endure the attacks, it was still smashed flying backwards. A perfect opportunity. Hegemon Azure Fiend was overjoyed upon seeing this and immediately chased over. However, the realm ship quickly escaped from the confines of the trap and began to accelerate once more as it fled. The realm ship fled while the hegemon pursued. Hegemon Azure Fiend used his ropes to blaze a path for him, sweeping away all dangers. Although he furiously chased after Ning and felt quite familiar with his surroundings, he still remained quite cautious. This was one of the reasons why he was still alive despite having visited so many dangerous regions in so many realmverses. Perfect. Come closer. Ning smiled merrily as he glanced backwards from within his fleeing realm ship. He knew the exact locations of all passageways, all native mechanisms, and all hegemony-placed traps. When he occasionally activated one of them by mistake, it was nothing more than a pretense. We're arriving up ahead. Ning felt quite eager, because a terrifying trap was not too far away from him. This was one of the most deadly traps located within the endless flaming passageways. The Sith had once used it to trap cultivators, then sent them off to the prison regions. The power of this trap was so great that it could capture a hegemon with ease. Even 2 or 3 hegemons in a group would be caught. However, a larger group of hegemons meant that one hegemon might fall into the trap while the others were still far away, due to them moving at different speeds. That would be troublesome, which was why Ning chose a single target this time. Time to catch a hegemon. Ning felt quite excited. In the past, he never would have dared to even imagine such a thing, but now that he was in control of the flaming passageways he did. Swoosh! The realm ship instantly flew past that dangerous mechanism, which remained unactivated. In recent years, Ning had maintained control over all of the most dangerous mechanisms and kept them in a deactivated state, not allowing them to unleash their full power. This was why the hegemons hadn't encountered any serious problems thus far. The ones that they did see were the ones which had been revealed long ago by others. Don't even think of escaping. Your realm ship is mine. Hegemon Azure Fiend furiously chased from behind, attempting to use his ropes to coil around the realm ship from afar. Alas, Dowlord Darknorth was simply too fast in escaping. And here we are, right there, surrounding by the countless illusions of flaming passageways. Ning's divine power clone had been watching this entire time from above the formation diagram altar. It had watched as two specks of light had progressed through the passageway, the first being the realm ship while the second being Hegemon Azure Fiend. Activate! Ning's divine power clone instantly activated the terrifying mechanism via the formation diagram, causing the power that had been hidden for all these years to suddenly explode forth with terrifying might. Whoosh! Swish! Hegemon Azure Fiend had been chasing after Ning at high speed, and he slammed right into the area of the mechanism. Boom! A strange ripple of dimensional power suddenly appeared. 8 different places in that flaming passageway began to glow with light, which came to form a vast, illusory cage in midair. The void cage completely trapped the charging Hegemon Azure Fiend, who continued to fly forwards only to ram straight into the membrane of the cage. Boom! Hegemon Azure Fiend was sent staggering several steps backwards. What's going on? Hegemon Azure Fiend suddenly turned pale, a look of shock and horror appearing on his face as he scanned his surroundings. He could clearly sense that he had been trapped within a void cage and see the continuously changing and transforming membranes around him. Break! Hegemon Azure Fiend reached out with his right hand, transforming it into a terrifyingly destructive claw that rent towards the void membrane. The void membranes made no sound at all. It simply flexed slightly like a bubble, easily deflecting his power without suffering any damage whatsoever. Hegemon Azure Fiend's heart turned ice cold. He had visited many places and seen many things, and so he instantly realized that even if he was 10 times more powerful than he was right now, he still probably wouldn't be able to defeat this void cage. How could there be a void cage here? This is impossible. I've traversed this passageway over 10 times, and I've scouted out this place with my ropes right after the realm ship flew past it. Neither the realm ship nor my ropes activated the trap. Why did it activate as soon as I walked past it? Hegemon Azure Fiend could hardly believe it. And I didn't encounter it in the past either. Why did such a terrifying mechanism suddenly activate without any warning? It had been over 100,000 years. None of the hegemons or emperors had run into any trouble upon entering this place. If there were any particularly deadly traps here, then logically speaking some of the other hegemons and emperors should have been trapped long ago. However, there had been no word from anyone else in the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, which meant that the other emperors were all fine. Why has it suddenly activated now when it wasn't activated previously? Is there someone in control of them now? Hegemon Azure Fiend could think of no other possibilities. Whoosh! The fleeing realm ship suddenly turned and flew back, coming to a halt outside the void cage. 2 figures emerged from the realm ship. One was a white-robed youth with a black sword sheath on his back, while the other was a furry, white-furred Sith protector. Dowlord Darknorth. Hegemon Azure Fiend stared at the white-robed youth. Hegemon Azure Fiend. This should be our first time actually meeting face to face. Ning smiled. What? Have you come to gloat now that I've fallen into this trap? Hegemon Azure Fiend said coldly. Ning shook his head slowly. No. I've come to rescue you. Rescue me? Hegemon Azure Fiend's face tightened. Right? I'd like to ask you a question. Would you like to live? Or would you like to die? Ning smiled as he looked at Hegemon Azure Fiend. These words stunned Hegemon Azure Fiend. He immediately called out in shock. Why you? It was you. The person controlling the mechanisms is you? I thought that some other hegemon or major power was behind this trap. I didn't expect it to be you, you puny little Tao Lord. As soon as he had fallen for the trap, he had calculated that it was most likely for someone to have actively unleashed the mechanism. Otherwise, why would it have remained dormant for so long, ignoring both his ropes and the realm ship but activating when he flew past? It had to be a formation that could be activated or deactivated as needed, which meant there had to be someone controlling it. Humph! What price must I pay to leave this place? Hegemon Azure Fiend stared at Ning, his eyes flickering with cold light. His voice, however, remained quite calm. Simple. Be my retainer. I won't ask for too long. 108,000 chaos cycles will do, Ning said. To a hegemon like yourself, spending 108,000 chaos cycles wandering the outside world is nothing. I, a hegemon, serve you, a Tao Lord, as a retainer? A furious look appeared in Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes as he growled. Don't you think you are overestimating yourself a bit much? I am indeed nothing more than a mere Tao Lord, but your fate, exalted hegemon, is now under my control. Ning stared intently at Hegemon Azure Fiend. My fate is in your hands? Hegemon Azure Fiend stared past the void cage imprisoning him. If my guess is correct, this is nothing more than an immaterial cage of barriers. Can at most capture me, not kill me. So long as I continually assault it, I'll be able to deplete its power. I refuse to believe that a single mechanism can give birth to a permanent force cage of such power. Ji Ning nodded slowly. Impressive deductions, Hegemon. Your words were correct. If you were to fight back, this void cage wouldn't be sustained for too long. But didn't you think that the Sith would have taken this into consideration? HRM, Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. With but a thought, I can create a void link between this cage and the prison regions, Ning explained. I'll send you off to be imprisoned there. You should know just how deadly the Jadefire Realm's prison region is. Hegemon Azure Fiend was a man who had seen many things. He knew that the Sith wouldn't be so foolish as to expect such a void cage to perpetually trap their foes. It was entirely possible that there really was a mechanism by which one could be sent through a void link off into the prison regions. The prison regions? The prisons are rather damaged, and the entire region as a whole has been breached. It isn't nearly as dangerous as it once was. Hegemon Azure Fiend laughed coldly. Given my power, with enough time I should be able to escape. Even if I'm not able to escape immediately, I'll be able to ask other major powers for succor. You won't be able to threaten me. You are wrong. There are differences even amongst prisons. There are 7 central prisons in particular, Ning explained, and although 3 of them have crumbled apart, 4 of them remain in perfect shape. I'll send you into one of those 4. Forget about you. Not even Otherverse lords who are trapped within would stand any chance at escape. Hegemon Azure Fiend's face tightened. He had read the intelligence reports regarding the Jadefire Realm and knew of the 7 central prisons. Given how badly damaged the prison regions were in general, they really wouldn't necessarily be capable of holding back an Otherverse lord. Ning claiming otherwise was probably just a boast. But imprisoning a hegemon was entirely possible. Have you decided? Ning asked. Being my retainer isn't exactly embarrassing. Don't worry. I won't make this public. I'll tell everyone else that the 2 of us are extremely close friends who have known each other forever, which is why you chose to help me. And who do you think would believe that? Hegemon Azure Fiend said coldly. Who in the world would believe that? Everyone knows I came to the Jadefire Realm because I want your realm ship, and everyone knows the type of person I am. Give up the realm ship and instead become friends with you, then going so far as to fight to protect you? Do you really think those hegemons are absolute imbeciles? Even a genuine imbecile would be able to tell that I was forced to become your retainer. Seeing this, Ning frowned. Then what do you propose? Being a retainer for a puny Tao Lord like yourself would be the greatest humiliation of my life. There's no way I would accept. Hegemon Azure Fiend shook his head. his words completely uncompromising. Ning felt a bit troubled. He didn't expect that the temperamental hegemon Azure Fiend would actually care so much about face that he would discard even his life. How about this? 10,000 chaos cycles. Ning said. Humph. Hegemon Azure Fiend shook his head. Ning's gaze grew cold. 1,000 chaos cycles. This is my last offer. I only need you to serve me for 1,000 chaos cycles. To a hegemon like yourself, this is an extremely brief period of time. I've already shown mercy to you, considering that you came to try and steal my treasures. If you refuse even my offer of 1,000 chaos cycles, humph. In truth, 1,000 chaos cycles really was the final offer Ning was willing to make. This was because his primal twin was consistently using the Autarka Stone Dais within the Azure Flower Estate while under the effects of 100x temporal acceleration. Thus, 1,000 chaos cycles for his true body would become equivalent to over 100,000 chaos cycles for his primal twin, or in other words, time for the Dao merge. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed in his Dao merge, Hegemon Azure Fiend would no longer be of much use. Give me an answer. Ning looked at him. Hegemon Azure Fiend could sense the killing intentions rise in the Dao Lord before him, but this only caused him to laugh. Ha ha ha! I never thought that I, Azure Fiend, would be put in such dire straits by a Dao Lord. I, Azure Fiend, have roamed for countless ages and have lived for countless years. I've killed as I pleased and plundered as I pleased. Lower my head before a puny Dao Lord and become his retainer? I'd rather die. Hegemon Azure Fiend glared at Ning. Plus, you aren't even capable of killing me. Go ahead and lock me up. Go ahead and send me into the most central prisons within the Jadefire realm. When the time comes, I'll pay an incredible price to Realms Lord Windgrace and have him personally use the Black Sun to attack the prison and break me out. Ning's face tightened. Realms Lord Windgrace? The Black Sun was a truly terrifying weapon the Sith had left behind from the Dawn War. Normally, it could be used to briefly create space-time conduit that allowed for instantaneous travel to incredibly distant places, but it also had more savage abilities. Could be used to attack. Once the accumulated energies were unleashed via the Black Sun, the power would be so great that even Otherverse lords might perish before it. Realms Lord Windgrace was both an Otherverse lord and in charge of the Black Sun. Thus, he possessed a transcendent status even amongst his peers in the Chaosverse. The foundation of the Jadefire realm had already been wrecked, causing it to be dramatically weakened, whereas the Black Sun was undamaged. If Realms Lord Windgrace really did come, he'd probably be capable of breaching the core jails and rescuing Hegemon Azure Fiend. I hear that the price needed to establish a space-time conduit via the Black Sun is absolutely enormous, Ning said. None of the hegemons or emperors chose to make such a request in order to have a better chance at the realm ship. To have Realms Lord Windgrace come here in person and use the Black Sun to breach a core prison to rescue you is probably going to cost even more than just creating a space-time conduit. Are you sure you can pay such a price? I cannot. Hegemon Azure Fiend's gaze was cold while his voice was growling. But I'd be willing to serve him as a servant in recompense. As a servant? Ning laughed. You'd rather be a servant to Realms Lord Windgrace than be a retainer for a mere 1,000 chaos cycles to a Dao Lord like myself. It makes sense. Realms Lord Windgrace is an exalted figure, while I'm nothing but a mere Dao Lord. But Azure Fiend, are you sure he even needs a servant like you? If he doesn't want a servant like me, then in the future I'll wander through other dangerous regions to acquire treasures and slowly repay him, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. Based on my understanding of his temperament, he should probably accept such an offer. Even if he really isn't willing to come rescue me, I'd rather remain trapped here within the prisons. Once the Inyang Samsara wheels reach this place, you'll perish, Ning said. If I die, I die. I, Azure Fiend, have roamed the Chaosverse and have seen everything there is to see. Although I do not welcome death, I welcome humiliation even less. Dao Lords are as puny as meaningless as ants. How dare one of you even think to have me, Azure Fiend, serve you as a retainer? Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning mockingly. Laughable. Laughable. Ning stared at the icy-faced Hegemon Azure Fiend from outside the cage. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. His greatest worry had never been whether or not he would be able to capture a hegemon. His greatest worry was, would he be able to convince the hegemon to submit? You called me as weak as an ant? Ning said. Do you really look down on Downlords that much? What, do you think you are strong? All you could do was to trick and trap me thanks to your control over a few mechanisms. If it wasn't for the terrifying traps the Sith left behind in the Jadefire realm, do you think you really would have the chance to boast like this before me? I'd crush you into dust with one claw. Hegemon Azurfian's eyes glowed with savage light. All you can do is hide outside the cage and brag from a position of safety. How laughable. Ning shook his head. You underestimate Downlords too much. Oh? I heard you managed to force Archon Silks now into committing suicide, right? You probably trapped him in another one of these mechanisms. Hegemon Azurfiend truly was filled with rage towards the Downlord before him. This puny Downlord was insulting him from outside the cage. How long had it been since a Downlord had ever dared to behave like this before him? How about this, Azurfiend? Let's have a little bet, Ning said. A bet? Azurfiend looked at Ning. What bet? I'll enter the void cage and have a fight against you, Ning said. I'll rely on my own real power to fight against you, and I'll give you an hour. If you cannot beat me in that hour, you'll have lost. You'll have to accept the results of our wager and become my retainer. You are willing to come inside to spar against me? Hegemon Azurfian's eyes lit up. He had been thoroughly infuriated ages ago, but the void cage made it so that he wasn't able to injure Ning in the slightest. That was the only reason why he had managed to hold onto his temper and waste so much talking instead. Now, upon hearing that this puny Downlord was being so reckless and foolish as to come on inside, he was instantly delighted. Fine, I'll take that bet, but I don't need an hour. Just stand in front of me and rely on your own power to survive for 10 seconds. Do that, and you'll have won. Hegemon Azurfian's eyes turned red with bloodlust. He truly did not believe that an exalted hegemon like him, highly ranked even amongst other hegemons, would be unable to annihilate a puny Downlord like Dark North. Agreed. No backing out, Ning said. I'd rather die than break my word. Just don't regret dying by my hands, you brat. Hegemon Azurfiend licked his lips, his eyes flashing with blood light. Whoosh! With a flicker, Ning flew past the invisible walls and inside the void cage. Hegemon Azurfiend was slightly startled when he saw Ning head straight inside the void cage. His lips parted into a strange smile. Downlord Dark North, I originally had rather looked down upon you. You merely caught me thanks to these traps, but you dared to request for me to serve you as your retainer. Now, however, I feel a hint of admiration towards you. At least you have the courage to head straight into this void cage. Thank you for your praise, Ning said with a laugh. Soon, Azurfiend, you'll know that I have power to go with my courage. You might have courage, but it is foolish courage. Hegemon Azurfian's face turned icy once more as he said solemnly, Kid, are you ready? Once you are prepared, I'm going to make my move. Given his pride, Hegemon Azurfiend felt absolute confidence in his own superiority. There was no way he would lower himself to launch a sneak attack. He was going to crush Downlord Dark North with overwhelming, straightforward power. The void cage wasn't all that large, just 300 meters or so in diameter. Ning and Azurfiend stood within it, staring at each other in midair. You can make your move whenever you please. Ning's body flickered as he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, all 6 northbow swords flying into his hands. Before we begin, we need to make the stakes clear, Hegemon Azurfiend said. You have to rely on your own strength to battle against me. If I cannot beat you in 10 breaths, I lose. If I lose, I'll be your retainer and follow you for 1,000 chaos cycles. But if you win, I'll be dead. Once I die, this mechanism will dissipate, Ning said. Hegemon Azurfiend blinked, then smirked. Good. At first, he had an extremely poor impression of Ning, but now it began to improve. At least the kid was straightforward. Use your most powerful attacks against me. Go ahead. If I attacked first, you probably wouldn't have a chance to show your abilities off. Hegemon Azure Fiend stood there, his posture stately and his aura reserved. Very well. Ning stared at his opponent. Hegemon Azure Fiend was covered with azure scales. He looked like a skinny old man, and his body seemed wizened and weak, but he was in truth a breathtakingly savage chaos god beast who had reached hegemony. He was probably close to even Hegemon Brightshore in power and was ranked highly even amongst his hegemonic peers. Ning stared fixedly at his opponent, while Hegemon Azure Fiend kept a close watch on Ning's movements as well. Although Hegemon Azure Fiend was supremely confident in his skills, he couldn't afford to lose this battle. Thus, he was going to use all his power and not slacken off in the slightest. Suddenly, whoosh, Ning disappeared without a trace. Where'd he go? Hegemon Azure Fiend's face changed. He swept the entire void cage with his godsense, but it was as though Dao Lord Darknorth had completely disappeared. Not even godsense could locate him. Although stupefied, Hegemon Azure Fiend's pride kept him from immediately attacking. He continued to stand there confidently without moving, because he had already promised to let Ning launch the first attack. Boom! 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 The calm region of 300 meters within the void cage was suddenly filled with explosions. 6 northbow swords appeared out of nowhere, as did Ning. The 6 swords instantly unleashed an utterly shocking amount of power, transforming into sword tsunamis that simultaneously slammed against Hegemon Azure Fiend. 1 struck him on the head, 2 struck him on the back of his knees, 1 struck him on his chest, 1 struck him on his neck, and 1 struck him on his face. Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker. How arrogant! My Omega Sword Dao Heavenbreaker is my most powerful attack, and its power is close to the hegemonic level. I might not be able to crumble top-grade eternal treasures into dust with this attack, but I'd at least be able to crack them apart. He dares to use his body alone to endure this attack without even trying to block it. He is being far too overconfident. Ning was rather irritated and offended by his opponent's arrogance. The explosions rang out, followed by a stunned look on Hegemon Azure Fiend's face. He couldn't help but be sent flying backwards by the attack, smashing into the void cage wall behind him and coming to a halt in midair. His body, however, was completely unharmed. Even his face, which had been hit head-on, didn't have the slightest scratch on it. A Dao Lord like yourself is actually capable of such power? Hegemon Azure Fiend was born a Chaos God Beast and thus held tremendous advantages in terms of defensive strength. In this regard, he was actually comparable to an Otherverse Lord. He could stand there without moving and allow other hegemons to attack him without suffering any injuries at all. His body had long ago been crystallized and refined to the extreme, and his innate abilities gave it a perfect blend of toughness and suppleness. To injure him was extremely difficult. However, Hegemon Azure Fiend didn't feel the slightest bit smug. All he felt was shock at the power of Ning's sword stances. But it is now my turn. With a furious bellow, Hegemon Azure Fiend exploded forth as well. Boom! Rings of dimensional power rippled out from around him, spreading out like waves of water that generated tremendously strong pushes that swept out in every direction. This was Hegemon Azure Fiend's secret art, a truly powerful hegemonic secret art known as the Azure Fiend Fiefdom. He had spent countless eons slowly creating and perfecting this secret art. The dimensional rings spread out, seeking to encompass the entire void cage. Break! Ning immediately executed his own secret arts. A pair of golden wings appeared in the air, ensconced by countless arcs of sword light. Together, they formed the Omega Sword Dao Yin Yang, and they swept towards the enemy's secret art with incomparable sharpness. Bang! 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 Faced with those strange dimensional ripples, the golden wings and the countless arcs of sword light began to crumble and break apart. Heart World, descend! Ning executed his Heart World projection as well, but he still wasn't able to prevent his secret arts from crumbling. Ning's secret art, Heart World projection combination was fairly strong amongst emperors, but compared to the fully mastered secret arts of a hegemon like Azure Fiend, he still wasn't able to keep up. A Heart World projection? Hegemon Azure Fiend glanced at the illusory world which had manifested around him. He was beginning to gain a higher opinion of this Downlord Dark North kid. Die! Hegemon Azure Fiend waved his right arm, reaching out with his 5 fingers. They stretched out like a giant sun-blotting hand, tearing through all opposition and causing space itself to bend and compress before them. Entire worlds seemed to be born and then instantly destroyed within those fields of compressed space. This was a killer technique which Hegemon Azure Fiend often favored, the end of days. He had no time to waste and thus immediately chose to use his killer attacks. 10 breaths was an extremely long period of time, but Hegemon Azure Fiend had to use all his power to maximize his chances of victory. How terrifying! Ning's face completely paled when he saw this giant hand reach for him. He was unable to dodge, nor was there anywhere he could dodge to. Faced with such a dazzling strike, he had only one option: face it head-on. This was the very first time he actually engaged a Hegemon in a life-and-death battle. Hegemon Azure Fiend, based on the reports Ning had acquired, was most likely stronger than even Hegemon Windrain or Hegemon Netherlily. Only when actually battling a Hegemon, however, would one fully understand how terrifying they were. All 6 of Ning's swords moved simultaneously. The sword tsunamis of water began to spin, transforming into whirlpools of water that then became a black spinning vortices of darkness. Ning himself seemed to have transformed into a terrifying black hole that was devouring everything in the surrounding area. Hegemon Azure Fiend himself couldn't help but secretly sigh at how profound Downlord Darknorth's insight into the Dao was. How was it that a Downlord had reached such heights? Was this why he dared to battle Hegemons in solo combat? The giant hand struck straight against the black hole, and an extremely soft sound could be heard. It sounded much like a bubble being popped. The black hole broke asunder, while the 3-headed, 6-armed Ning was sent flying backwards. He smashed against the walls of the void cage, which trembled slightly and dissipated the force of the attack. However, the counterforce from the collision was enough to cause Ning to stumble a few steps more. Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning in astonishment. He actually blocked it. He wasn't even injured. Ning, however, felt as though his blood was in a state of disarray. His entire body felt numb. Die for me! Hegemon Azure Fiend exploded with fury. There was no way he was going to admit defeat. Whoosh! 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 One giant claw after another struck out toward Ning, creating illusions that they then destroyed with incredible power and speed. Ning had no choice but to defend. In just a single breath's worth of time, Hegemon Azure Fiend had unleashed hundreds of claw attacks, each of which was filled with his maximum power. Ugh! Blood finally sprayed out of Ning's mouth, and even his skin was beginning to turn red. He had been defending furiously against the barrage of attacks, but even just one of them had been enough to throw his internals into a state of disarray. Several hundred in a row was just getting to be too much. What? His divine body still hasn't broken apart. Hegemon Azure Fiend began to grow impatient. Whoosh! His body suddenly transformed. He previously had looked like a skinny, azure-scaled old man, but he now transformed into a great beast. This was a hooved beast with 4 legs which was completely covered in azure scales. His head was triangular-shaped, while his body was sleek and long. The azure scales even covered his long tail, which swayed behind him like a metal whip. This was Hegemon Azure Fiend's true form. He was a chaos god beast. Only when he reverted to his true form would he be able to unleash his true maximum power. Die! Hegemon Azure Fiend's entire body glowed with black light as a terrifying aura of destruction swept out from him. His eyes were cold and unforgiving. This was a terrifyingly deadly Hegemon. This was the true face of the mercurial-tempered Hegemon Azure Fiend. Hegemon Azure Fiend had no intentions of losing, which was why he revealed his true form and unleashed his most powerful, desperation attack. Whoosh! The beast suddenly flew forwards, pouncing towards Ji Ning with claws outstretched. Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of innate terror when faced with this terrifying pair of claw strikes. These claws seemed to contain the power to annihilate all things before them, as if they were the source of destruction itself. They were the source, the very essence of space and matter. This was the most powerful strike Hegemon Azure Fiend had at his disposal. The trump card he had infused all the insights he had gained while wandering the countless realm verses. Even when he battled other hegemons, he rarely displayed this ultimate attack. In battles between hegemons, it was rare for fights to end up being to the death, which meant there was no need to go all out like this. This time, however, was different. This was his most powerful attack, an attack which had fused the Tao of space and the Tao of destruction together in a supremely terrifying attack. Genesis Annihilation. It was an attack executed with his true body. Clang. Although Ning was unable to completely suppress the innate fear which snaked out from his heart, his Tao heart remained calm, and he was able to face the strike with all of his power. First, he used his illusory arts. Only then did he use his defensive sword arts. Hegemon Azurfian's soul and true soul were both incomparably strong, as was his Tao heart. Ning's illusions were completely incapable of shaking him. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. As Ning blocked the attack, he could sense the terrifying force behind the strike, and he instantly understood the principles behind it. The power pervaded countless different spatial continuums, seeping through karma itself. Faced with such a strike, even clones and primal twins would perish. There was no way to hide or avoid an attack like this. I can't block it. Ning instantly exploded into countless streams of liquid water. Invulnerable form, shadowless form. Since he was unable to attack this attack head-on, he would deflect its power instead. As the saying goes, if you cut water with a blade, the water will continue to flow. The same was true for an invulnerable body, which was constantly changing and mercurial in shape and nature. This was what allowed it to almost perfectly deflect any force applied to it. Archon Silks now was able to perfectly deflect the power of even Hegemon Brightshore with his invulnerable form. Only an absolutely overwhelming disparity in power would be enough to breach someone's invulnerable form. Hegemon Azure Fiend was indeed much stronger than Ning, but he clearly wasn't strong enough to wreck Ning's invulnerable form. Whoosh! Ning transformed into countless streams of water that reformed into a humanoid shape off in the distance. The three-headed, six-armed Ning looked cautiously at his opponent. An invulnerable form? Hegemon Azure Fiend, still in his true form, stared blankly from afar. He just stood there, completely unmoving and not pressing the attack. Ning continued to nervously inspect Hegemon Azure Fiend. Upon seeing that his foe wasn't moving, he couldn't help but call out, "Azure Fiend!" The two battled at extreme speeds. Thus far, they had yet to finish the 10 breaths of battle. I lost. Hegemon Azurfian's voice suddenly seemed much older than it had been just a while ago, and a rather dispirited look appeared on his formerly ferocious triangular face. He returned to his skinny, elderly human form, a slightly forlorn look on his face as he said softly, "I didn't expect that my full power strike would only be enough to force you to reveal an invulnerable form. Based on what I know, you've only trained for an extremely short period of time and have focused exclusively on the Tao of the Sword. I never would have thought that a Tao Lord who focused on the Tao of the Sword would be able to acquire an invulnerable form. I lost. I have nothing more to say." As soon as Ning had revealed his invulnerable form, Hegemon Azure Fiend had realized that it would be impossible for him to slay Ning. Ning had already reached a level of power which was on par with that of the Supreme Emperors, who were just barely weaker than the hegemons themselves. Aside from the 12 hegemons, there had been 14 Supreme Emperors who had come to the Jadefire realm. Most of them were on the levels of Emperor Goldisle and the other leaders of the Tao Alliance. They might not be able to defeat hegemons, but hegemons were not capable of killing them. When Hegemon Azure Fiend had first seen Ning's power, he hadn't been dispirited. This was because he felt that Ning must have focused on the Tao of the Sword. Given how briefly he had trained for, Ning shouldn't have an invulnerable form. Now, however, Ning had actually revealed an invulnerable form. That meant that there was no chance that Hegemon Azure Fiend, would be able to actually kill Ning. Can you tell me how it is that you, a Tao Lord, have reached such power? You clearly train in the Tao of the Sword. Why is it that you have an invulnerable form? Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. At least let me understand why I lost. I am indeed just a Tao Lord, but my Tao is that of the Omega Sword Tao, Ning explained. Omega Sword Tao? Hegemon Azure Fiend was puzzled. He didn't understand. There are differences amongst Taos. Some Tao Lords have chosen the most common of Taos. Ning didn't hide anything, telling Azure Fiend about the truth of the Omega Tao. In truth, Ning wasn't the only person in the vast Chaosverse who had developed an Omega Tao. Despite that, there were very, very few who had reached such heights. Although on occasion a Tao Lord would be able to accomplish this, they would quickly fail their Tao merges and die. Their lifespans were all extremely short, and so very few even knew about them. The vast majority of hegemons had never even heard of Omega Taos. So that's how it is. Everyone knows that there are differences amongst Taos, but I never would have imagined that the highest level Tao is that of the Omega Tao. All this time, I've been puzzled as to why a Tao Lord of the fourth step like yourself would have reached such heights in the Tao of the Sword. You might not be at the hegemon level, but you are just half a step beneath that level. Now I finally understand. So it is because of your superior Tao, your Omega Sword Tao. Hegemon Azure Fiend laughed, and his laughter caused Ning to feel shocked. Something wrong. Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. You look a lot nicer when you laugh. Why do you usually keep such an icy look on your face? Ning asked. Humph. Hegemon Azure Fiend's face instantly turned icy once more. Don't get cocky with me, boy. Your Omega Sword Tao isn't bad. And you are pretty strong. Per our wager, I'll be your retainer, but only for 1,000 chaos cycles. I'll have to trouble you to help me out in the future, brother Azure Fiend. Ning smiled. Humph. Hegemon Azure Fiend let out a cold snort, then said, Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. When you trapped me in the void cage and yammered about making me your retainer, I was so pissed off that I immediately told everyone about how you caught me. All of the hegemons and emperors from the 16 Realm vs. Alliance are probably aware that you are in control of the flaming passageways by now. Humph. That means you won't be able to use this trap a second time. Ning chuckled. That actually went without saying. A short while ago, all of the hegemons and emperors inside the flaming passageways stopped moving and no longer dared to enter other ones. I immediately knew that you probably had spread the word to them, but it is of no consequence. For you to become my retainer, brother Azure Fiend, means that it was all worth it. Hegemon Azure Fiend was instantly irritated again. He couldn't even gain a verbal advantage over Dark North. This Tao Lord really was a pain in the ass. Still, Hegemon Azure Fiend couldn't help but secretly chuckle as well. He was no longer feeling quite as upset and stifled as he was earlier. Previously, he had felt enraged primarily because he felt as though he was being insulted. Now that Ning had revealed his true power, Hegemon Azure Fiend had lost his wager. There was nothing more for him to complain about. Finding out that Ning walked the path of the Omega Sword Tao had actually resulted in him feeling some admiration towards Ning. He had lost his bet, and so he would temporarily become the retainer to a Tao Lord who walked the path of an Omega Tao. This wasn't so bad. Dazzling Tao Lords like on this caliber were even rarer than hegemons, after all. Go ahead and give me an oath to swear, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. Hurry up and set up an oath. After swearing it, I'll be your retainer for the next 1,000 chaos cycles. Very well. Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart. What? Tao Lord Darknorth is actually in control of the mechanisms and traps inside the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm? Hegemon Azure Fiend fell into one of them? Hegemon Dawn Ruler, Hegemon Everworry, Hegemon Old Gem, Hegemon Blackwood, Hegemon Winterflame. All of the hegemons and the many emperors were all scared silly by this. No wonder we weren't able to capture him despite spending so much time here. He's actually secretly in control of the flaming passageways? Is this information real? Is it perhaps a deception? The hegemons and emperors all had their own responses to this information. The 16 Realm vs. Alliance, however, was in a state of absolute bedlam. An entire host of hegemons and emperors had charged into the Jadefire realm to capture Tao Lord Darknorth. Everyone felt certain that he was nothing more than a fish for the fishermen to catch. Who would have thought that he was actually a sea monster in disguise? Now that he revealed his fangs and his claws, he stunned all 16 of the realm verses. If he was in control of the flaming passageways, didn't that mean that the hegemons and emperors inside the flaming passageways were in serious trouble? I know what type of person Hegemon Azure Fiend is. Although he's temperamental, he's extremely proud. There's no way he'd make up a lie like this. Be careful, everyone. Stay right where you are and don't move. So long as we don't move around, Lord Darknorth won't be able to use those mechanisms against us. Are we supposed to just sit here forever without moving? The major powers were all connected to the 16 Realmverses Alliance in their own ways. They were naturally able to send messages to each other as well. Suddenly, greetings, hegemons and emperors. A booming voice suddenly rang out through every single one of the countless flaming passageways. Ning's divine power clone had sent its immortal energy into the formation diagram, causing his voice to echo through every part of every passageway. The faces of the hegemons and emperors inside the flaming passageway all tightened when they heard this voice. I'm Lord Darknorth, the person all of you have come here to kill. Ning's voice echoed sonorously through every inch of the flaming passageways. In the past, no feuds or grudges existed between us, and I never wished to be your enemies. However, all of you have traveled all the way here from your respective realmverses, delving into the Jadefire realm to kill me and seize my treasures. Am I supposed to just let this slide, gentlemen? Everyone in the outside world would say that I, Lord Darknorth, am a spineless pushover. Gentlemen, what do you view as being the best solution to this? The hegemons and emperors were scattered throughout the various flaming passageways. They were all able to hear what Jining said, but none of them were in a rush to respond. Instead, they began to use their primal twins, avatars, retainers, and various communication methods back in the 16 Realmverses Alliance to discuss this matter amongst themselves. I heard Lord Darknorth's voice. He seems to be threatening us. I heard it as well. Right, I also heard him. We were all able to hear him. It seems as though Lord Darknorth's voice has permeated every single part of the flaming passageways. This is proof that he does indeed exercise control over the flaming passageways. Everyone, what do you think we should do? The flaming passageways are filled with such danger that even Hegemon Azure Fiend was trapped. Any of us might fall as well. The only thing we can do seems to be stay where we are and not move at all. Are we supposed to just bend over and admit defeat? Don't worry. We have so many hegemons here, while Darknorth is nothing more than a single Lord. He won't dare to go too far. The hegemons and emperors continued to discuss this matter amongst themselves. Ning's voice continued to echo through the flaming passageways. Hegemons and emperors, by now you should have already verified that I'm telling the truth. Then what do you wish of us? Go ahead and tell us what you want. The hegemons and emperors were all able to maintain their composure. They were all powerful lords and rulers in their own rights, after all. Haha, I, Lord Darknorth, am not the wild and unbridled sort. Ning's laughter rang out within the ears of every single hegemon and emperor. I won't ask for too much. You've come here to kill me and take my treasures, and I hear that you all came via realmship. I imagine you already paid quite a price just to make it here. All you need to do is pay me the same price you paid to travel to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, and I'll permit you all to leave. This bit of price might pain you a bit, but it's not too excessive. If you are willing to pay the price, I'll immediately let you leave. If you are unwilling to pay any price whatsoever, well, then there'll be nothing I can do. I can't just let you leave like this. I, Lord Darknorth, am not someone to be abused by others without repercussion. Ning's voice echoed throughout every part of the flaming passageways. This was a request which Ning had put quite a bit of thought into. Hegemon Azure Fiend had already publicly revealed Ning's abilities, making it so that all the hegemons and emperors would be on their guard. Some would even be temporarily immobilized, making it impossible for Ning to attack them for now. If pushed too hard, they could simply pay the price needed to ask Realms Lord Windgrace to come over and rescue them one by one. Humph! Lord Darknorth, I'm impressed that a trifling Tao Lord like yourself was able to control the flaming passageways. However, now that we already know what you are capable of, you are no longer a threat to us. Hegemon Dawn Ruler stood in the air within a flaming passageway. If you are wise, you would immediately swear a lifeblood oath not to act against us and let us leave safely. That way, it can even be said that we are on friendly terms with each other. Otherwise, if you choose to antagonize all these hegemons and emperors, the repercussions shall be far beyond what a trifling Tao Lord like yourself can endure. Tao Lord Dark North, you might be forgetting something, Hegemon Winterflame said in a cold voice. Only part of the hegemons and emperors are trapped within the flaming passageway. A large number have yet to arrive. Once they do get here, they will travel together and work together. There's no way the flaming passageways will be able to withstand the combined might of that many hegemons and emperors working in concert. They'll be able to rescue all of us with ease, and you'll be faced with over 20 hegemons and many emperors working together to hunt you down. You won't even have a place to run. Even the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm will probably be rent asunder once more. Tao Lord Dark North, you should know your own limits. Trying to threaten all of us hegemons and emperors at the same time? You really are quite bold. Quite a few of the hegemons and emperors began to speak out. Clearly, they were unwilling to bow their heads before a Tao Lord. If they were on their own and had been captured, they probably would have lowered their heads, admitted defeat, and then handed over some treasures. But given how many of them were trapped here together, they felt certain that Tao Lord Dark North wouldn't dare to offend them. Gentlemen, you came for me and are now trapped in the flaming passageways that I control. I need but nod and all of you can depart safely. But you aren't willing to pay any price at all for that? Do you really think that I'm someone you can so easily mistreat? Very well then. I'll meet you all one by one. Ning fell silent, having nothing further to say. Another part of the flaming passageways. Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend were seated together within Ning's realm ship, drinking some wine together. Not bad. Hegemon Azure Fiend took a sniff of the wine in his glass, a relaxed look on his face. He then took a single small sip. How'd it go? Didn't work? Did it? Hegemon Azure Fiend smirked. They are all tough old bastards. They weren't willing to pay any price at all. Ning drank some wine, a cold light flashing through his eyes. It seems I've been too nice to them. They really do think I'm a pushover. So you finally thought it through, eh? Hegemon Azure Fiend lidded his eyes as he continued to drink the wine. Ning glanced at Azure Fiend. The skinny, shriveled old man looked so vulgar and obscene as he enjoyed his wine. But he was actually an incredibly powerful chaos god beast Hegemon, who was close to Hegemon Brightshore in power. Still, Ning was in a superb mood. Now that Azure Fiend was his retainer, it would be much easier for him to deal with Archon Silksnow's final act of revenge. Let's go and meet with them. Let's visit Hegemon Dawn Ruler first, Ning said. Swoosh! The realm ship transformed into a streak of light that advanced through the flaming passageways, darting through the winding paths at incredible speeds without encountering any mechanisms at all. I never would have imagined that one would be able to travel through these flaming passageways in such a smooth, unimpeded fashion. We didn't run into any problems at all. Hegemon Azure Fiend stared at the outside, then sighed. When I was chasing after you, it appears you intentionally ran into a few traps. I was quite excited when I saw it. Back then, it appears you were playing with me the entire time. I had no choice. I wasn't strong enough to deal with you head-on, and so I had to play a few tricks with my control over the flaming passageways. Now that I'm strong enough, there's no need for me to continue to play hide-and-seek. Ning sighed. With you here, brother Azure Fiend, I can finally bring a true end to this matter. Hegemon Azure Fiend nodded in a self-satisfied manner, showing not 1 ounce of humility. Now that I am your retainer, once word spreads, the hegemons and emperors will all be dissuaded from even harboring designs on your realm ship. If a hegemon held a realm ship, the other hegemons wouldn't think to try and take it. This was because killing a hegemon was simply far too difficult. Generally speaking, It would take either an Otherverse lord or an entire host of hegemons working together to accomplish such a feat. Kill a hegemon who had a realm ship. That would be even more difficult. Here we are. Ning stared towards the front. Ah, that's Dawn Ruler. Azure Fiend grinned as he glanced towards the front as well. That old fellow has always been quite proud. Ning relaxed a bit upon seeing this. He was worried that Hegemon Azure Fiend would care so much about his face that he wouldn't cooperate. Ning's worry was that even after becoming his retainer, Hegemon Azure Fiend would feel embarrassed upon encountering other hegemons, that he would feel a bit uncomfortable and out of sorts. This was something Ning didn't wish to see. In truth, however, as a Hegemon Azure Fiend had an incredibly powerful Dao heart. Since he had already come to a decision, he was going to accept it with a calm heart. Come, let us go out, Azure Fiend said. Let's go. Ning rose to his feet as well. Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thaw simultaneously flew out of the realm ship. A golden-robed elder with 3 eyes was standing there, a solemn look on his face as he stared at the halted realm ship. Hegemon Dawnruler was an extremely inflexible, grim, and dominating hegemon. This was why he had immediately led the other hegemons in immediately refusing Ning's request for a price to be paid. Hegemon Dawnruler frowned slightly when he saw 3 figures fly towards him from afar. Ning and Azure Fiend were shoulder to shoulder, while White Thaw was slightly behind Ning. Azure Fiend. Hegemon Dawnruler frowned as he spoke. Dawnruler, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. You already know the request which Dark North has made. I urge you to be a good boy and accept it. That way you'll be able to leave safely and without any problems. You are speaking on his behalf? Hegemon Dawnruler frowned, completely mystified. Is this the price he demanded of you? Based on my understanding of you, there's no way you would have agreed to the demands of a Dao Lord. I've already sworn a lifeblood oath to become Dao Lord Darknorth's retainer, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. As his retainer, I naturally must assist him wholeheartedly. Why you? Hegemon Dawnruler's 3rd eye bulged out in disbelief. He had been alive for countless eons, but he had never even heard of such a thing. He stared at Hegemon Azure Fiend in disbelief. Azure Fiend, you are a hegemon, but you've become a retainer to a trifling Dao Lord? Once word of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause an enormous stir in all the 16 Realmverses alliance. In fact, word might spread to even more distant Realmverses and Otherverses. This was completely and utterly unheard of. Hegemons stood at the very apex of every Realmverse and every Otherverse. An exalted hegemon. Serve as a retainer to a Dao Lord? What sort of a joke was this? Everyone felt as though this was an absolute joke which simply wasn't conceivable. Your 3rd eye is about to pop out from all the bulging, Hegemon Azure Fiend said with a frown. What's there to be surprised about? Dark North is extremely strong, second only to hegemons in power. I had a wager with him and I lost. I, Azure Fiend, am not the sort to welch on my bets. I lost and so I will pay my debt. I have willingly joined Dark North as his retainer. Why you? Hegemon Dawnruler was completely stunned by Hegemon Azure Fiend's words. Any other questions? Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Dawnruler. Impressive. Quite impressive. Hegemon Dawnruler shook his head. Brother Azure Fiend, I'm impressed by your tolerance levels. Cut the crap. Now that I am Dao Lord Darknorth's retainer, none of the hegemons or emperors heading this way will have any chance of taking the realm ship from him. They probably won't even come, Azure Fiend said. Dark North didn't ask for all that much from you, and he hasn't put any of you in any actual life-threatening danger at all. Even if you went to ask Realms Lord Windgrace to help out. Given his personality, he probably wouldn't intervene over such a minor matter and come help you out. So, just go ahead and pay the price for freedom. Otherwise, you can just keep sitting here. Azure Fiend looked at Dawnruler, who was silent. Dawnruler knew that Azure Fiend's words made a lot of sense. Azure Fiend himself was a hegemon. He understood hegemonic thought processes quite clearly. Realms Lord Windgrace was such a transcendental figure that he didn't get involved in any power squabbles at all. He would only intervene in situations which were truly lethal for the local hegemons. There was no way he would come here just because Ji Ning was asking these hegemons and emperors for a few treasures. Dark North isn't asking for that much either. The combined amount from all of you hegemons and emperors is probably comparable to just the net worth of 1 or 2 hegemons. Hegemon Azure Fiend said calmly. There's no way Realms Lord Windgrace would be so shameless as to come here for such a small amount of treasure. Ugh. Enough, Azure Fiend. I'll accept the conditions. Hegemon Dawn Ruler looked at Hegemon Azure Fiend, then shook his head. The price we are paying is nothing. You, however, are the unluckiest bastard out of all of us. If there's anything you need me to help you out with, just say the word. Don't even start. Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes flashed with cold light. He was an incredibly proud figure who had wandered through countless places. Hegemon Dawn Ruler's intentional show of pity had rather angered Azure Fiend. All right, calm down. My mistake, Hegemon Dawn Ruler said hurriedly, but when he looked at Azure Fiend, he couldn't help but continue to sigh secretly. An exalted hegemon serve as a retainer for a Tao Lord? Word of this would quickly spread with wildfire speed. The hegemons would all spread this shocking information to their peers, which would then spread even farther away. Hegemon Dawn Ruler obediently handed over the requisite treasures. Hegemon Wuxia and Hegemon Fogsun had long ago publicized within the 16 Realm vs. Alliance as to what they would need in order to ferry hegemons via their realm ships. Thus, Ning knew what the price had been. Ning swore a lifeblood oath as well, ensuring that Hegemon Dawn Ruler would feel at ease. Hegemon Dawn Ruler's greatest worry was that once he began to move, Ning would suddenly activate a mechanism to trap him. A short while later, Hegemon Old Gem and the Paragon of Swords were staring in astonishment at Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thaw. Brother Azure Fiend, you've become Tao Lord Darknorth's retainer? As the conversation progressed, the two hegemons turned to stare at Hegemon Azure Fiend in absolute astonishment. What's with all the fuss? Go ask Dawn Ruler for the details. Azure Fiend barked with a frown. Hurry up. You two are pretty strong. But with me here it'll be quite hard for you to defeat all of the mechanisms and traps present. Fine. We'll pay. Hegemon Old Gem nodded. Impressive, Tao Lord Darknorth. The Paragon of Swords glanced at Ning. The two truly were stunned by this. They also understood that with Azure Fiend supporting Ning, there was no way they'd be able to fight through the flaming passageways by themselves. Word quickly spread, causing an utter storm of amazement to sweep through the 16 Realm vs. Alliance. Many learned the rough details of what had happened. Hegemon Azure Fiend had been trapped within the flaming passageways, then had lost a bet to Tao Lord Darknorth and was thus his retainer for a time. Whoosh! A realm ship had been accumulating power as it was preparing to tear through the Great Dark, but it suddenly came to a halt. Gentlemen, within the realm ship, Hegemon Fogsun turned to stare at the other 5 hegemons and the other 6 emperors. You should have received word as well that Tao Lord Darknorth is in control of the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm. Hegemon Azure Fiend was trapped by him and has now become his retainer. There's no chance that you'll be able to win the realm ship from him. What are you planning to do next? Shall you still go and try your luck? How could something like this have happened? Hegemon Azure Fiend really is a disgrace of a hegemon. He was so afraid of dying that he chose to go serve a Tao Lord? How preposterous. I feel rather impressed by Azure Fiend. I never would have been able to force myself to bow my head like that. I would have rather died than to swallow such a disgrace. This was what the hegemons and emperors were all saying amongst themselves. Although they had all paid a price in treasures to board the realm ship, and although it had all come to naught, they didn't feel too disappointed. This had been a free-for-all amongst many hegemons and emperors. After all, only one would succeed while the rest would fail. They had long ago mentally prepared themselves for failure. Thus, it didn't really matter now that they really had ended up empty-handed. However, they couldn't help but sigh with commiseration. Hegemon Azure Fiend was an extremely powerful hegemon, far more powerful than the vast majority of them. And yet, He had lowered his head to serve a Tao Lord as retainer? Quite a few of them actually began to view Azure Fiend with contempt, feeling that he truly was a shameless craven. Gentlemen, we need to decide what the next plan of action is, Hegemon Fogsun said. What else can we do? We've already paid up front. Are you going to refund us our treasures? I agree. Brother Fogsun, you should refund us half. We haven't gotten anything out of this visit. The 5 hegemons and 6 emperors all chorused. Cut the jokes, Hegemon Fogsun said hurriedly. You were all lucky. If you made it in there, you'd probably be threatened and extorted by Tao Lord Darknorth as well. You'd probably end up paying even more. Haha, enough. Brother Fogsun, we're already quite close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, while you need to take the other hegemons and emperors back from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. How about this? Let's just all head there together and see if there's a chance for us to meet Tao Lord Darknorth. All of us are quite curious about him. Humph. Curious? A Tao Lord who was actually able to convince a hegemon to be his retainer. What an audacious fellow. He succeeded, didn't he? Only because Azure Fiend is a coward who fears death. Humph. The hegemons and emperors continued to discuss this amongst themselves. Very well. Then, I'll continue to head towards the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Hegemon Fogsun shook his head and sighed. What a pity. This was just my second delivery. There were hegemons and emperors in 2 other realmverses who should have been in the 3rd delivery. There's no way they are going to pay me now. Geez, Tao Lord Darknorth. Why did you have to be so hasty? Why couldn't you have waited until all the hegemons and emperors arrived before making your move? This time, the only ones to come out a winner were yourself, Wuxia, and Tao Lord Darknorth. Yes, all the rest of us suffered huge losses. The hegemons and emperors continued to drink, chat, and merrymake amongst themselves. Word quickly spread. None of the hegemons and emperors in the 16 Realmverses alliance harbored any further desires on the realm ship. When they had merely found out that Ning was in charge of the flaming passageways, they had still felt hope. After all, Ning would have to hide within the flaming passageways, but a sufficient number of hegemons working together while backed by powerful numeracy would be able to calculate his location and then capture him safely. As they saw it, all they had to do was to stop him in his tracks. An entire host of hegemons and emperors would be able to kill this Tao Lord with ease. Now, however, Hegemon Azure Fiend stood by Tao Lord Darknorth's side as his retainer. This meant there was now no chance at all for them to win the realm ship. Azure Fiend actually became a Tao Lord's retainer. No matter how impressive a Tao Lord is, he's still just a Tao Lord. Azure Fiend is a hegemon. I can't believe what a coward Azure Fiend is. He's willing to do anything so long as he can stay alive. This was what everyone was saying. Emperors felt an intrinsic sort of superiority towards Tao Lords. Tao Lords simply didn't live long enough, and there was a limit to how strong they could become. Hegemons were supreme amongst emperors. But now, one of them had become a retainer to a Tao Lord. Even the likes of Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, and Hegemon Netherlily were stunned by this, despite being very familiar with Ning. As for the emperors of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, they were completely stupefied by these rumors. These rumors spread across the 16 Realmverses alliance like wildfire, then reached out to spread to even more Realmverses. This was considered a fascinating bit of gossip by major powers. As a result, there were now many major powers in distant Realmverses who had never visited the Flame Dragon Realmverse but who had heard of a Tao Lord named Darknorth, as well as a hegemon named Azure Fiend who had actually chosen to be a Tao Lord's retainer. Ji Ning continued to lead hegemon Azure Fiend and protector White Thaw through the flaming passageways via his realm ship, entering negotiations with one trapped hegemon and emperor after another. Each flaming passageway was extremely long, while the hegemons were all scattered in various places. As a result, it would take months to fully sweep through all of them. Humph! Those fools. Hegemon Azure Fiend sat within the realm ship, drinking some wine. A dark look had long ago appeared on his face. All of them are saying that I'm afraid of death. Ugh! Hegemon Azure Fiend didn't even know how he was supposed to refute these rumors. Was he supposed to commit suicide to show that he wasn't afraid of death? That would be truly idiotic. Brother Azure Fiend, why bother with them? Ning smiled. If a dog bites you, are you really going to bite back? Just let them jabber. In truth, Ning felt a bit awkward about all this, because the person Hegemon Azure Fiend was serving as himself. There was no way he could simply give up a hegemonic retainer, and so all he could do was just try and console the Hegemon as best he could. Yes, they are nothing more than dogs. I shouldn't waste my time with them. Hegemon Azure Fiend lifted his head up to drink some wine, only to realize that his cup was empty. An awkward look appeared on his face. Clearly, he was so focused on what everyone in the outside world was saying about him that he hadn't even noticed he was out of wine. Seeing this, Ning grinned. Let me fill that up for you. Hegemon Azure Fiend watched as Ning poured the wine. He couldn't help but stroke his pointed, ape-like jaw as he murmured, I've been alive for many years. I don't care about what those weaker cultivators say. But the hegemons who are on par with me, I can't help but care. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Dark North. My Tao heart still is not strong enough. So long as we are alive, there will be things we care about. Otherwise, we'd be nothing more than zombies. Ning smiled. Caring about face is quite normal. Dark North. There's something I hope you can do for me. Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. Oh? Tell me what it is. I'll do my absolute best, Ning said immediately. I hope that you will succeed in the Tao merge. Azure Fiend looked at Ning, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Ning couldn't help but feel slightly stunned by this. If you succeed in the Tao merge, your Omega Tao will ensure that you vastly surpass the level of hegemons. You will reach a level which I cannot even imagine. When that happens, I will only feel proud for having served someone like yourself as a retainer. Ning finally smiled. Thank you for your kind words. I'll absolutely do my best. The Tao merge. In truth, Ning was finally daring to feel a bit of optimism regarding it, primarily because the Autarchus Stone Dais truly was shockingly effective with regards to meditation. He also had the countless techniques of the Sith and the cultivator civilizations which the Autarch had left behind, giving him a much deeper foundation and level of understanding. Once he created 10 Archon-class techniques, he would then gain another treasure the Autarch had left behind which would be of tremendous assistance to cultivators partaking in the Tao merge. Thus, although it would be extremely difficult for a Tao Lord of the fourth step to succeed in the Tao merge with an Omega Tao, at least he now had a chance. If he really was able to succeed in the Tao merge, what new heights would he reach? The hegemons and emperors all obediently handed their treasures over. In the end, even the group of hegemons led by the numeracy-focused Hegemon Blackwood chose to bow their heads and hand over the treasures. Hegemon Blackwood's divinations had told them that it would be impossible for their group to securely leave this place with Hegemon Azure Fiend causing trouble for them. The hegemons made certain requests of Ning as well. In exchange for handing over their treasures, they all wanted Ning to swear oaths guaranteeing their safety. They wanted to make sure that Ning couldn't suddenly backstab them as they began to leave. Ning, in turn, asked the fleeing hegemons and emperors to swear oaths not to come back in the future for revenge. Both sides swore the relevant oaths. Only then did each feel faith in the other. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had gone by. Just one hegemon left, Ning said. There's one more left? Who? Azure Fiend asked. Winterflame. Ning grinned. Hegemon Winterflame? Azure Fiend nodded slowly. He's an extremely shameless fellow, but he's quite strong. He'll be hard to deal with. Ning sent the realm ship towards the direction of Hegemon Winterflame. While flying over, Azure Fiend suddenly realized that something was wrong. Dark North? Why are we going backwards? Aren't we going to meet Winterflame? Yes, we're moving straight towards him right now, Ning said. Winterflame is located at the very end of this passageway. Right after that turn in the corridor. What? He's right there? But we went past here earlier. Why didn't we go speak to him and instead moved around him? That was unnecessary. Azure Fiend was puzzled. He didn't really care about having wasted a day or two. But this entire time Ning had swept through the hegemons and emperors using the most direct paths possible. Why had they wasted a day or two on Hegemon Winterflame? Because he's different from the other hegemons and emperors, Ning said coldly. What, is there a feud between the two of you? Hegemon Azure Fiend could sense a hint of anger emanating from Ning. Ning nodded. He once assaulted my avatar and tried to abduct my clan, Vast Heaven Palace, to use its disciples as hostages against me. Humph. Winterflame lives up to his reputation. As shameless as ever, I see. Hegemon Azure Fiend let out a cold snort, then frowned. If I had a way to help you get rid of him, I would. But he's a hegemon who can transform into countless flames. So long as his invulnerable flame body is active, my attacks will be of no use against him. We might not be able to kill him, but we can't let him off easily, Ning said. The flaming passageways. The handsome, pale-skinned hegemon Winterflame was frowning slightly. His skin so crystalline that one could see the vessels beneath them. Damn. Dowlord Darknorth actually managed to reverse the situation. Not only did he take control over the mechanisms in the flaming passageways, he even managed to convince that idiot Azure Fiend to be his retainer. The hegemons and emperors have all given up on fighting for that realmship. Hegemon Winterflame frowned, his heart filled with resentment. What should I do? What are my options? The flaming passageways are filled with dangers. I can't move at all. Forget it. I'll bow my head and just endure it for now. Escape is the most pressing issue. Hegemon Winterflame mused silently. A pity that Dowlord Darknorth is going to profit by it. Whoosh! An ancient, rather damaged-looking realm ship suddenly flew towards him from afar. Here they are. Hegemon Winterflame raised his head to stare towards the realm ship. The realm ship came to a halt and 3 figures emerged from it. They were Ji Ning, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and Protector Whitethaw. Humph! Hegemon Winterflame suppressed his anger and said coldly, Dowlord Darknorth, you really are quite impressive. All these hegemons came attacking, but in the end you cleared the board. You even convinced one of them to become your retainer. I have to admit some admiration for you. Here are the treasures you requested. I can give them to you, but I need you to swear an oath not to attack me while I leave the Jadefire realm. I must be allowed to leave in peace. Hegemon Winterflame held out a bracelet as he looked at Ning. Hegemon Winterflame, we meet again. Ning finally spoke out in a leisurely voice. Meet again. Hegemon Winterflame was briefly startled before his face went blank and hard. I told you that we'd meet again here in the Jadefire realm. Ning smiled. I've always been a person who keeps his word. I've had you on my mind for quite some time now. Ever since you attempted to take away all of Vast Heaven Palace to try and threaten me. Hegemon Winterflame growled. What do you want? The other hegemons only needed to pay a minor figure in treasure. But you are different, Ning said. I won't claim your life. However, if you wish me to let me go, then you must give me all the treasures you are currently carrying. You won't claim my life? As if you could. Hegemon Winterflame was rather angry. In terms of raw power, most likely only Otherverse lords had any chance of slaying him. You can choose to refuse. Ning looked at him. You! Hegemon Winterflame stared hard at Ning. You ask too much. Half. I'll give you half of the countless treasures I've accumulated over the eons. He was legendary for his shamelessness, but it was this very shamelessness that had allowed to build up such a prodigious stockpile of treasures. Either accept my offer or decline it, Ning said coldly. You! Hegemon Winterflame was so furious. His teeth hurt from all the clenching. Still, when he considered his situation, he realized that all the other hegemons and emperors had fled. The Jadefire realm was simply too dangerous. The only person in all the 16 Realmverses Alliance who would be able to come here to save him was Realmslord Windgrace. But not only did Realmslord Windgrace rarely intervene in matters like this, the Realmslord didn't even like him. The two weren't on very good terms. Fine. Take them. Hegemon Winterflame had a rather savage look on his face as the bracelet in his hand trembled slightly. Clearly, he had just moved many treasures into that bracelet. I already told you, I want all of your treasures. Ning looked at him. The armor that you are wearing and the universe weapon you are wielding. Give them to me as well. You even want my armor and my weapon? Hegemon Winterflame's eyes bulged out. To cultivators, their weapons and their armor were their most valuable possessions. Generally speaking, when cultivators spoke of trading treasures or handing over treasures, they were excluding the weapons and armor which they normally used. A universe weapon which acknowledged you and was a good fit for you. Such a treasure was incredibly hard to find. And how much blood and effort would have to be poured into a suit of lifeblood armor, allowing it to grow over the eons. Other treasures might be valuable, but the loss of them would not have too much of an impact on Hegemon Winterflame's actual level of power. It would have hurt, but he would have bit his tongue and accepted. His weapons and his armor. Once those were lost, his power would dramatically drop. Yes, I want both. Ning looked at him. I want all of your treasures. You must hand over every last drop of chaos nectar and every last chaos jewel, to say nothing of your universe treasures. Why you? Hegemon Winterflame was absolutely livid. Are you handing them over or not? Ning looked at him. Impossible. How could I give you my armaments? Hegemon Winterflame glared furiously at Ning. I've already lowered my head before you, but you push me too far. Humph. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I can simply sit in this tunnel without moving, and your control over the mechanisms will be of no use to you. There can't be that many which are capable of actually trapping and or killing hegemons. I refuse to believe one of them is right next to me. There's nothing you can do to me. If push comes to shove, I'll just stay here for 108,000 chaos cycles. Let's see if you'll survive past that date. Hegemon Winterflame glared at Ning. Don't worry. If I fail my downmerge and perish, I'll pass the control techniques over to others and require them to swear oaths to never release you, Ning said with a laugh. Then let us wait and see. Hegemon Winterflame's face was ruddy with rage. Excellent. Honestly, I don't even care about your piddling treasures. Brother Azure Fiend, let's go. Ning turned and immediately walked towards his realm ship. Azure Fiend smirked coldly as he glanced at Winterflame, then joined White Thaw in walking towards the realm ship. Azure Fiend, you aren't worthy of looking down upon me, you craven. No matter how shameless I am, I, Winterflame, would never lower myself to becoming a retainer to a Tao Lord, Winterflame said mockingly. Winterflame, by my decree, you shall be trapped here forever until the day you perish. Ning came to a halt, turned and said these words, then entered the realm ship. Let's see if I die first or if you die first. Hegemon Winterflame roared angrily, watching as the three disappeared into the realm ship. Dark North, Winterflame's completely shameless. He's capable of saying anything at all. Don't waste your time with him. Hegemon Azure Fiend smiled coldly. Just enjoy the sight of his perpetual imprisonment. Agreed. Ning nodded. The storm caused by the news that a Tao Lord had acquired a realm ship gradually became to calm down. However, the news that a hegemon had actually chosen to serve a Tao Lord as a retainer was slowly spread to ever more distant realm verses and other verses. The core of this formation diagram is ridiculously complicated. Ning's divine power clone was still above the altar, carefully analyzing it. Ning's primal twin was still on the Autarka's stone dais in the Azure Flower estate, meditating on the formation diagram as well. The core of the formation diagram. It required one to have reached incredible heights in the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Space, as well as extreme mastery of the Tao of Formations. Only then would you have a chance to solve it. The Flame Dragon Realmverse returned to its usual calm, and time slowly began to flow on. 1 chaos cycle, 2 chaos cycles, 3 chaos cycles, back in Ning's homeland of the 3 realms. Crack. The golden-robed Ning was by the side of his daughter Bright Moon. The two were aboard a rowboat floating atop Serpent Wing Lake. The golden-robed Ning raised his head to stare at the heavens. He saw a bolt of lightning tear through the skies, spanning trillions of kilometers in size. This bolt of lightning didn't just pierce through the Xianxia, it also pierced through the majority of the 3,000 major worlds. The three realms are finally about to face the apocalypse, Ning murmured. What? Bright Moon was stunned. She stared at her father, shock apparent in her bright eyes. Father, did you just say that the three realms are about to be destroyed? Yes. Ning nodded. Normal chaos worlds will only last for a single chaos cycle. After being destroyed, they will coalesce into world hearts that will then give birth to a new world and a new cycle of life. Long ago, Mother Nuwa led our three realms to defeat the seamless chaos world. A total of 9 chaos cycles have gone by since then. 9. This represents an absolute limit. It is indeed time for the three realms to be destroyed. Then what should we do? Should we move to stop it? Bright Moon asked. Why should we? Destruction and rebirth are all part of a cycle, the natural functioning of the Chaosverse. Ning smiled. And the major powers of the three realms have long ago established their own chaos worlds. We'll simply relocate Swallow Mountain to one of them. All right. Bright Moon nodded. These days, experts were as common as clouds in the three realms. It had a decent number of even samsara downlords. Ever since Ning had brought back the 300-plus hegemonic legacies to the three realms, it had undergone yet another golden age. Its cultivators had exploded with power, and the rate at which the three realms gave birth to experts was even more ridiculously high than for the planet within the stone elephant wall. In the primordial chaos outside the three realms, there was a region here that was tens of thousands of times vaster than the three realms themselves, and chaos worlds were scattered throughout this region in accordance with an incredibly complicated formation. There were a total of 3,900 chaos worlds here, and they were linked together in a massive formation which Ning had developed based on his insights into the Tao of formations. The Scythe discs had been placed within the formation, becoming part of it. Ever since Ning began to truly analyze the Scythe formations, he finally began to be able to make perfect use of the Scythe discs. The power of the formations and the Scythe discs was such that it would be extremely hard for even hegemons to breach the local defenses. Over the course of countless years, the 3,000-plus chaos worlds had given birth to countless living beings. As a result, the denizens of the three realms had truly thrived. And there it goes. Many figures stood there within the void, staring towards the distant three realms. The golden-robed Ning, Subhoodie, and Windfiend stood at the front of this group. Ning was the number one expert of the three realms. That went without saying. Subhoodie and Windfiend were incredibly talented as well. After having analyzed over 300 hegemonic legacies, they had merged multiple supreme Daos together and become samsara Daolords. By now, both Subhoodie and Windfiend were both Daolords of the third step. Methreya, Crazy G, Sun Wukong, Jade Cauldron, Kwafu. A total of 19 had become samsara Daolords. However, none of them had been able to fuse multiple supreme Daos together. Methreya was one of the more impressive ones, having at least mastered a single supreme Dao. As for world-level cultivators, they were ridiculously abundant. There were over 10,000 of them by now. Even Bright Moon had been able to train to the world level under her own power. Alas, Ning's father and mother were much weaker when it came to cultivation. Even though Ning personally guided them, they still weren't able to reach the world level. In the end, Ning had to rely on using medicines to forcibly uplift both his father and his mother to the world level. The three realms is in a golden age. We have over 10,000 world-level cultivators, which is just slightly less than the Badlands territory itself. However, we have far more samsara Daolords than the Badlands territory. Subhoodie sighed emotionally. The more I wander the outside world, the more I feel that the three realms are truly incredible. Yes, Ning nodded. However, the Chaosverse is a vast place. There are more than a few other locations which have given place to a high density of experts. The techniques which Dark North brought back were of great help as well. On average, the cultivators of the three realms have all risen by a complete level, Windfiend said. Otherwise, there's no way we would have this many samsara Daolords, while Subhoodie and I probably wouldn't have fused supreme Daos together. Ning agreed with this assessment. A good reservoir of techniques was extremely important, which was why the Ionians viewed those 300-plus hegemonic legacies as priceless treasures. Alas, Ning was now so powerful that the Ionians didn't even dare to voice a word in protest. All they could do was pretend that none of it had ever happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The distant three realms was slowly collapsing. One world after another began to crumble as the rivers and the mountains began to break apart. Ning and the major powers who had been born from the three realms all watched from afar, their hearts filled with emotions. However, all of them were at peace, because they had already relocated everyone and everything they cared about away from the three realms. Quick, look over there. The new world heart is beginning to take form. The world heart of the three realms. The various Dao Lords and world-level cultivators were all chatting amongst themselves. Ning watched intently as well. The vast three realms continued to collapse until its very core became an invisible black hole that devoured everything in its path. All of the shattered bits of world rubble were all drawn into that invisible hole, causing it to slowly stabilize and become solid. An invisible surge of power began to spread out from it, causing even Ning to feel a vague sense of awe. This was the power of the very essence of the Chaosverse itself. It has finally taken form. Is that over there the new world heart of the three realms? Ning stared from afar. The three realms had already completely vanished, leaving behind a pair of glittering gemstones that were embedded into each other. Normally, world hearts were supposed to consist of a single, perfect gem. However, the world heart of the three realms was very unique, as it was formed from the collision of those two chaos worlds. Both gems had been damaged and lost certain parts, but each just so happened to compensate for the losses of the other, allowing the two to form a perfect whole. The embedded double world heart was dazzlingly beautiful and absolutely marvelous. Ning had never seen a world heart like this before. How beautiful! Ning couldn't help but sigh in praise. So this is the world heart of our three realms? I've never seen one as beautiful as this one, Subhoodie said as he sighed in astonishment, staring intently at the world heart. It has a special magnetism to it, as though it is filled with infinite vitality and possibilities. The nearby Wind Fiend nodded in amazement as well, an intoxicated look flashing through his eyes. Every single ray of light coming from that gem is absolutely beautiful. Ji Ning nodded slowly as well. All three of them were incredibly talented figures. Ning's experiences went without saying. Just think about how much treasure he had forced the hegemons and emperors to hand over within the Jadefire realm. He had seen all types of treasures by now. Subhoodie and Windfiend were now incredibly talented Dao Lords of the third step who were on the same level of power that Nine Dust had been when Ning and Nine Dust had battled for the first time. All of them were highly experienced figures, and all three of them were truly stunned by how beautiful the world heart was. It was completely different from other world hearts. This should be the reason why our three realms has given birth to cultivators of such incredible power, Ning said. Given how extraordinary the world heart is, the chaos world born from it will naturally be extraordinary as well. Subhoodie smiled. Let us see what the new three realms will end up looking like, Windfiend agreed. Time slowly flowed on. Ning, Subhoodie, Windfiend, and the other major powers all continued to watch silently as the world heart continued its transformation. The world heart slowly melted away, its power dispersing into 9,000 different parts, with a much smaller remnant core left behind where the original world heart had been. This was the largest of the 9,000 pieces. 36,000 years went past. 9,000 gods and fiends of primordial chaos were born. These Fiendgods were at different levels of power based on how much of the world heart's power they had each absorbed. The weakest were merely at the Empyrean god level, while the strongest was the Fiendgod born from the remnant core that looked like a miniature world heart. This one was born at the world level of power. This world-level Fiendgod was born with such overwhelming power that the other Fiendgods didn't dare to approach him. This caused him to feel great loneliness, and on one day he rose to his feet and lifted his hands up, using them to tear through the primordial chaos and establish a vast chaos world around him. His body began to grow in size as he poured all of his energy into sustaining and strengthening this chaos world, making it grow as well. This chaos Fiendgod should be even stronger than Pangu once was. Subhoodie stood off in the distance, watching as the new three realms were born. This was his evaluation. Pangu was once the most powerful of the chaos fiend gods of the Pangu Chaos World. But the Pangu Chaos World's world heart was merely a single unblemished gem, Wind Fiend said. The new three realms are different. Its world heart was formed from the collision and merger of the world hearts of the Seamless Chaos World and the Pangu Chaos World. It only makes sense for it to give birth to a chaos fiend god who is stronger than even Pangu. But once he establishes heaven and earth, he shall die. Ning couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. That incredibly powerful chaos fiend god was being guided by invisible laws. Its very existence was for the sake of establishing this chaos world. Finally, the chaos fiend god died of exhaustion. But he had already completely established an incredibly vast new chaos world. The old three realms had been shattered into countless pieces, but the new three realms was a perfect whole. The fiend gods warred across the new three realms for supremacy, and all sorts of new lifeforms were born. More and more mortal lifeforms emerged, and eventually cultivation techniques were invented which allowed them to embark upon the path of cultivation. The new three realms, as a fairly extraordinary type of chaos world, was destined to live a fairly long life. 2 chaos cycles went past, but it remained extremely stable. Odd. Although we haven't taken too heavy a hand in guiding the new three realms, we have left behind many legacies in the void around it. We've even accepted some of the most talented cultivators of the new three realms into our tutelage, and have transmitted our most precious techniques to them. Why is it that not a single one of them has been able to fuse multiple supreme Daos together? Subhuti, Wind Fiend, and Ning were having another get-together. Subhuti was quite puzzled by the state of the three realms. Ning nodded slowly as well. I noticed it as well. It seems as though, compared to the old three realms, the cultivators of the new three realms have on the whole a lower level of potential. However, they are still quite impressive compared to the outside world. We've secretly guided the new three realms for 2 chaos cycles, allowing it to give birth to more than 100 world-level cultivators. There are no Samsara Dao Lords yet, but this is still an impressive haul. Wind Fiend smiled. To be honest, we had to undergo a process of slowly increasing our power as well. Prior to the Pangu Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World colliding, Subhuti and I weren't all that strong. It was when faced with the threat of annihilation that I suddenly had an epiphany which allowed my flying speed to surpass the limits of the heavenly Daos. Once the Three Realms era began, Subhuti and I began to grow much more powerful as we spent more time training. His mastery Dao of spacetime became even more unfathomable, while I learned to more perfectly merge wind and space together. More time had to pass, followed by you bestowing us with those incredible techniques, before we truly rose to power. Ning nodded. As his own level of insight increased, he began to gain a better sense of attunement towards the future and towards fate. Ning now had the feeling that the Three Realms era, that came about as a result of the collision between the Pangu Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World, would be the most powerful era for the Three Realms. The later generations would all be significantly weaker, and not even the most supreme of legacies would change that. Ning suddenly revealed a look of delight. It seems Dark North just received some good news. Wind Fiend smiled. I just found the way to rescue a good friend of mine, Ning said. The Terror Star Sea, the Jade Fire Realm, the hidden control room. Ning's divine power calm remained seated above the altar, staring downwards at the enormous flower-shaped, 7 flaming hells formation diagram. After training for over 1,000 accelerated chaos cycles, I finally gained mastery over this formation diagram. Ning was absolutely delighted. This had been an extremely difficult task. To fully unlock the formation diagram, one needed to have reached extremely profound levels of insight into the Tao of space and the Tao of fire, and of course the Tao of formations. Thus, Ning had first spent quite a bit of time analyzing the Tao of fire. Fire and water mutually opposed each other but also reinforced each other. Ning thus chose to spend some time on the Tao of water as well, so as to more quickly and thoroughly understand the Tao of fire. It took Ning a full chaos cycle to reach the Archon level in the Tao of water, even with the aid of the Autarka's stone. As for the Tao of fire, it took 3 entire chaos cycles. Next, Ning focused on space. Ning wasn't really talented in this regard, and space was an incredibly difficult Dao to comprehend. While focusing on the Dao of space, Ning also spent part of his time analyzing the Dao of thunder, because he discovered that the Dao of thunder was intimately connected to the Dao of space. Ning was quite skilled in the Dao of thunder. It took him only 2 chaos cycles for him to reach the Archon level in this Dao. Only after finishing his work on the Dao of thunder did he focus all of his attention on the Dao of space once more. It took him more than 200 accelerated chaos cycles before he was able to create an Archon-level technique pertaining to the Dao of space. Now, he had reached sufficient heights in both fire and space. Ning turned all of his attention to the art of formations itself. The Dao of formations was an extremely complicated and awesome Dao. Ning spent more than 800 chaos cycles in accelerated time before he was finally able to reach a high enough level that he could understand how the 7 flaming hells formation diagram worked. Thankfully, Ning had access to the many Sith formation records which Autarch Awakener had left behind. Those techniques had included many descriptions on them, allowing Ning understand their fundamental principles and then take control over the formation diagram. The Dao of formations truly is insanely difficult. Ning was speechless. I had the Autarch's stone dais helping me out, but I still spent over 800 accelerated chaos cycles working on it. If I didn't have the stone dais, I could have spent 1,000 times as much time in training without being able to succeed. In other words, there would have been no chance that I would have been able to finish mastering it during my 108,000. Ning felt a bit celebratory. Thank goodness he had the Autarch's stone dais. That was why he had only spent 800 chaos cycles to solve the 7 flaming hells formation diagram. This was proof that it was best for Dao Lords to focus on their areas of expertise. Ning was skilled in the Dao of the sword, and so he trained in it quite quickly. He was also skilled in water and thunder, and thus he trained fairly quickly in those 2 Daos as well. Fire was a bit slower while space had been ridiculous. It took him 200 chaos cycles to reach the Archon level in it. As for the Dao of formations, that went without saying. For me to have found the Autarch's stone dais was a stroke of tremendous luck. Oh, Nine Dust. You have no idea how lucky you are as well, to be able to make it out of this place. Ning chortled. He really was delighted. After spending over 1,000 chaos cycles in total, he had finally solved the 7 flaming hells formation diagram. This sense of excitement and accomplishment truly was joyful. Let me see if I can control it all. Ning's divine power clone stared downwards, sending out a tendril of its will. Rumble. The enormous flower-like diagram of the 7 flaming hells began to light up. Countless shadow images appeared throughout the hidden control room, and the images represented the entire Jadefire realm. Every single flaming passageway and prison appeared, all of them under Ning's control. He was now able to activate any prison cell with but a thought. Ning's divine power clone suddenly narrowed its eyes, turning to stare at the very center of the Jadefire realm projection. There was actually another hidden region located directly beneath the prison region. There's another secret region? Ning frowned. The hidden control room at the very center of the prison region was meant to control the formation diagram which governed the entire Jadefire realm. What, then, was this second hidden room directly beneath the prisons meant for? Turn! Ji Ning sent out a strand of his will, causing the entire outer layer of the Jadefire realm to rumble as it began to turn and swivel. Every single prison cell began to swivel as well as it switched to a new configuration. As I thought, this hidden room is actually the energy source for the entire Jadefire realm. Ning revealed a smile. How was it that the many mechanisms of the Jadefire realm had been maintained for so long? Where did that energy come from? Although the Jadefire realm was able to absorb energy from the outside world, it must be remembered that the Jadefire realm was once capable of unleashing a decimatous wave of terrifying power. There was no way that the amount of energy absorbed from the outside world alone would be enough to unleash such an attack. It had to have an internal energy source to do this. As soon as Ning discovered the second hidden room, he immediately surmised that it had to be the energy source for the Jadefire realm. When he tested turning the Jadefire realm, he immediately discovered that energy began to flow out from that hidden room. What sort of energy well is capable of unleashing a decimatous wave? Ning was rather intrigued and curious about this. Ning's realm ship was parked peacefully in the air at the center of the Jadefire Realm's prison region. The white-robed Ning was seated atop a prayer mat in the lotus position, silently meditating. As for Azure Fiend, in his boredom he was drinking and eating by himself. "We're going to make a short trip," Ning said as he opened his eyes. "Have other hegemons come?" Azure Fiend asked, puzzled. "No, we're going to another part of the prisons," Ning said. He was going to go check out the hidden room first, then save Nine Dust. Nine Dust had already waited for quite some time. A few more minutes wouldn't kill him. Swish. The realm ship quickly began to descend through the prison region. After flying for a full hour, it reached a region of absolute empty darkness at the very bottom of the prison region. "Open up." Ning was in control of the 7 flaming hells formation diagram. With but a thought, he caused the hidden room to open up before him. Whoosh! A giant red copper gate suddenly appeared in the darkness and slowly began to open. As it did, a surge of blasting heat swept out from the other side, causing the void in the surrounding area to twist and distort like steam. Ning was able to see the blazing heat and fire on the other side of the red copper gate. "Oh ho ho!" Hegemon Azure Fiend was quite excited. He said with a laugh, "I thought that the Jadefire realm was already quite a hot place, given the many flames which fill its passageways. But there's no way to compare those flames with this place. Let me out of the ship, I want to go take a look and see just how hot those flames are. They actually have caused space to twist and distort." "All right." With but a thought, Ning put away the realm ship. Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thaw all stood there in the emptiness of the void. The realm ship gone, they could now directly sense the waves of heat which washed across them. "That's hot." Ning felt as though he had been dropped into a cauldron of fire. It was so hot that he couldn't help but tense up, but his body was naturally capable of enduring this level of heat. This heat wave alone would reduce Downlords of the second step to dust in a flash. Hegemon Azure Fiend smiled. "Let's go in and take a look." "Master, let me go inside first," White Thaw said. "All right." Ning nodded. In terms of survivability, the Sith Protector was probably superior to even Hegemon Azure Fiend. Swoosh! White Thaw immediately flew through the giant red copper gate. Once he did, a look of disbelief appeared on his simple face. He then turned his head and called backwards, "Master, you can come inside. It's very hot in here, but it won't be of any danger to you." "All right, we're coming in as well," Ning said. Azure Fiend, however, still took the lead in charging through the gate. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two passed through the giant red copper gate. With but a thought, Ning closed the gate behind them once more. As soon as Ning flew in, he was stunned by what he saw before him. The ground was pitch black in color. Ning immediately recognized it as being Deepfire Blackstone. Far off in the distance, there was an enormous winged beast that was 100 kilometers in size which was bathed in flames. The creature's entire body was fiery red, and it had a pair of dazzling and enormous wings on its back. Its body looked somewhat similar to that of a fiery red bear's, but it was completely covered with countless flaming scales. Boom! Whoosh! A deep sound rumbled across the area. It was the sound of this beast snoring in its slumber. Its 4 short legs were covered with black chains, while its wings were wrapped in chains as well. These 6 black chains extended off into the void, while a large amount of flames was being slowly drawn through the chains into the void. The flames covering its body formed a rhythmic series of heat waves that swept out in every direction. The flames it is generating unconsciously while it sleeps is hot enough to cause the temperature in the area to be so high as to instantly wipe out Downlords of the second step. Hegemon Azure Fiend was rather stunned. The actual flames themselves have to be several levels higher in power. They could probably wipe out ordinary Eternal Emperors. Even in slumber, its flames possess such power? What type of beast is this? Ning was rather stunned as well. He had thought that the energy well for the Jadefire realm would be something akin to a Sparrow Fiend gem. Who would have thought that it would actually be a living creature? Can that be a Chaos Primordial? Hegemon Azure Fiend suddenly said. A chaos primordial? Ning was stunned. Chaos primordials were the most terrifying lifeforms of the Chaosverse, birthed from the prime essences of the Chaosverse themselves. They were born with virtually indestructible bodies, and they possessed inconceivable levels of power. However, they were rather unintelligent, perhaps comparable to ordinary mortal children at best. They wandered the Chaosverse alone, and when they occasionally ran into a realmverse, they would devour the entire realmverse whole. As a result, quite a few realmverses had been destroyed by chaos primordials over the course of eons. Alas, there was nothing that could be done. Even terrifying otherverse lords would only at best be able to stay alive in the face of a chaos primordial attack. There was nothing which could stop them save the autarchs. Even if a major power like Realms Lord Windgrace ran into a chaos primordial which was devouring a realmverse, he would have no choice but to just watch powerlessly as it all happened. Chaos primordials love to eat verdant azure souls. This thought suddenly came to Ning's mind. He had acquired a verdant azure soul from that beast world, one which Autarch Bolin had transformed into a magic treasure. So long as a chaos primordial ate it, it would fall under Ning's control and become his servant. It has to be a chaos primordial, right? I can't think of any other creature that would be this powerful. Hegemon Azure Fiend wasn't certain either, because he had never encountered a chaos primordial before either. Yes, that is a chaos primordial. It called itself the Flame Wing God. The nearby protector Whitethaw suddenly said. Flame Wing God. Ning and Azure Fiend both turned to look at Whitethaw. Yes. Whitethaw nodded. Prior to the Dawn War, when the Sith were in the prime of their power, they discovered this chaos primordial. Some of the most terrifying and powerful Sith experts set off to capture it, then imprisoned it within an enormous Sith prison that was meant for imprisoning major powers. I once entered that place with my master and saw the Flame Wing God myself. Back then, one of the prison jailers introduced it to us and said that it was incredibly strong. 3 Sith exalts had to work together in order to capture it. Ning nodded. Having chatted with Whitethaw in the past, he knew that the most powerful members of the Sith race had been the ones known as the Exalts. They were far more powerful than even the otherverse lords of the cultivator civilizations. But of course, they still were far from being a match for the autarchs. The most powerful experts on the side of the cultivators had been the autarchs, and it was the autarchs who had led them to victory in exterminating the Sith and their exalts. I didn't expect for the Flame Wing God to have been brought here, Whitethaw said. Ning sighed in approval. To use a chaos primordial as an energy source. No wonder the Jadefire realm had been so terrifying in its prime. Every single decimatous wave was capable of annihilating anything below the autarch level of power with ease. This was something that was even more terrifying than a chaos primordial itself, and it was thanks to the power of the formation that drew from its energies. Then the 6 chains binding it. Ning stared from afar. The 6 chains ensured that this powerful chaos primordial was unable to fight back, and it also drew energy from it. It seems to be some sort of suppressive formation that also has energy absorption effects. Ning scrutinized the 6 chains intently, studying the countless runes and patterns that covered them. He was now a grandmaster of the Tao of formations, but he still found this formation to be quite complicated. This was because Ning's path was that of the 7 flaming hells formation diagram, while these chains belonged to a completely different school of formations. It'll be a bit tough to break these chains and release this chaos primordial, but given my skills in the Tao of formations as well as the records regarding Sith formations which Autarch Awakener left behind, I still have a chance to succeed, Ning mused. However, prior to releasing this creature, I should first have it eat the verdant azure soul. He only had a single verdant azure soul. Ning was worried that if he tossed it out, the Flame Wing God might just slap it apart into dust. That would be troublesome. Rumble. The slumbering Flame Wing God suddenly stretched its wings, causing the black chains covering it to clatter. It opened its fiery red eyes, staring angrily at the distant trio. Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw all felt a sense of invisible pressure. They hurriedly retreated, while Whitethaw moved to stand in front of Ning. You 3 keep on babbling on and on in front of me. This is starting to piss me off. How am I supposed to sleep like this? The flame-wing god's ursine face was filled with rage. The flame-wing god's entire body was rippling with flames, but its gaze was a bit distant, almost as though it hadn't completely woken up yet. "Fuck off and don't bother me," the flame-wing god barked irritably. But then, its blurry gaze suddenly focused and narrowed as it glared intently at the Sith protector, White Thaw, standing in front of Ji Ning. The scales on the creature's body seemed to stand up, and its gaze became filled with rage as it ground out the word, "Sith! Not good." Azure Fiend paled as he hurriedly moved to stand in front of Ning as well. "Be careful, Master." White Thaw had a solemn look on his face. Boom! The flame-wing god moved to charge forwards, sweeping out with its giant paws. Its massive bear-shaped body was filled with such power that a wave of terrifying pressure was generated by the most basic of movements. All space-time ripples came to a complete, frozen halt. Ning even felt as though his thinking speed had turned sluggish, and an inexplicable sense of fear filled his heart. Boom! 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 The 6 black chains around the flame-wing god instantly began to tighten from the strain. The charging flame-wing god was instantly pulled back into its original position by the power of the chains. Gwah! The flame-wing god let out a frustrated howl, furiously struggling to break free. Its wings were fluttering, and its entire body was trembling. The 6 black chains clanked furiously, but no matter how hard the creature tried to struggle, the chains didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage. The Sith had put quite a bit of effort into building these chains and ensuring that this place would be able to draw from this chaos primordial's energy. "Damn you, Sith! Damn you! Damn you! You've once more appeared before me, you damned Sith!" The flame-wing god's eyes were bloodshot with absolutely berserk rage. Ning and Azure Fiend both let out sighs of relief. Thank goodness those chains are binding it. Otherwise, we would have been in serious danger. Ning still felt a sense of fear. Chaos primordials were terrifying creatures that were capable of devouring entire realmverses with ease. Even other verse lords were unable to defeat them. They would at most be able to survive the creatures with difficulty. If Hegemon Azure Fiend was to actually attempt to battle one, the end result would be him being smashed to death. Too terrifying. A mere wave of its claws caused me to feel as though I was in mortal danger, Hegemon Azure Fiend said with some lingering fear. "In the past, I've only heard of these creatures. I've never seen one of them in person. Now, I finally understand just how terrifying chaos primordials are." "Don't let your guard down, Master." The Sith protector continued to stand protectively in front of Ning. The furious howls of the still struggling flame-wing god echoed throughout the entire hidden region. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dark red fire. The fire shot through the air and swept out to encompass all 3 of them. Not good. Ning instantly felt a sense of nervousness. His subconscious was screaming to him that he was in danger, letting him know that even a supremely talented Dao Lord like himself would immediately perish if he let that dark red fire touch him. Not even his invulnerable form would be able to save him. Whoosh! White Thaw's body suddenly expanded dramatically in size as his body seemed to liquefy, allowing him to transform to become a giant metal barrier that completely covered Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend. Whoosh! The dark red flames swept over every inch of the golem, but the barrier-shaped White Thaw was able to block out every single flame. The fire continued to blaze away against him, but he was able to endure it. "White Thaw!" Azure Fiend called out. "Are you going to be able to hold on?" "Don't worry. These flames cannot harm me." White Thaw's voice echoed inside the protected region. "Impressive, impressive." Azure Fiend sighed in amazement. "Sith protectors truly are incredible. There's no way we cultivators can compare to you golems in terms of toughness. Although I have a formidable divine body, I wouldn't dare to make the claim that I could face those flames and be completely unscathed." Ning nodded and smiled. "Any halfway decent golem is comparable to top-grade eternal treasures, while my own body is currently only comparable to high-grade eternal treasures at best. As for White Thaw, he is a protector golem designed and created by the Sith, an extraordinary golem that is both tough and flexible. It is very difficult to damage him." "Master!" White Thaw's voice echoed within the barrier once more. If the flame-wing god wasn't chained down, it'd probably be able to rip me apart with ease, given how strong it is. But since it thankfully is chained down, if all it has is these flames, it won't be able to harm me at all. Ning stared through the semi-translucent metallic barrier towards the distant flame-wing god. The flame-wing god was clearly still in a berserk state as it continued to furiously belch out those terrifying flames. This creature had the power to annihilate entire realm-verses with ease, and even its flaming breath was enough to inspire dread in hegemons. It took 3 Sith Exalts, the most powerful members of the Sith race, working together to capture it. What an irritable creature. It seems it truly does hate the Sith, Ning mused. The flame-wing god continued to belch fire for a full hour before coming to a halt after realizing that it wasn't damaging the barrier in the slightest. Whoosh! White Thaw returned to his normal form and reappeared next to Ning. I remember you, you Sith. The flame-wing god bellowed once more as it glared intently at White Thaw. Wait a moment, Ning hurriedly called out. Eh? Only then did the flame-wing god turn its attention towards Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend. A cultivator? A cultivator who serves the Sith. The flame-wing god seemed to grow even angrier. Flame-wing god. The Sith were wiped out countless eons ago, Ning said hurriedly. After the Sith were defeated, their treasures and relics fell into the hands of our cultivator civilizations. As for this protector golem, it fell into my hands and is now my servant. I have no connection to the Sith at all. The Sith? Wiped out. The flame-wing god was startled, a look of puzzlement within its narrowed eyes. Once, it had lived a carefree life of freedom, but then a nightmare had descended out of nowhere. 3 Sith experts had appeared, and they were simply far too powerful. The flame-wing god had sought to fight back, but the 3 worked together to capture it. From that day forth, it had lost its freedom. In the end, it had been imprisoned here, and every so often its energy would be extracted. Although it was not very intelligent, it would never forget the hatred it felt towards the Sith. When it saw White Thaw, it immediately recognized the golem. Its intelligence level was low, but its memory was perfect. Yes, wiped out. The Sith have already been wiped out, Ning said hurriedly. Wiped out ages ago. Haven't you noticed that you've been sleeping for an extremely long period of time without any Sith bothering you? Hegemon Azure Fiend said. The flame-wing god blinked. I really did take a very, very long nap this time. It's been a long time since those 6 chains have drained a significant amount of your flames. Right? Ning said. Right. The flame-wing god's eyes turned round with surprise as it nodded seriously, then gave the black chains binding it a hateful glare. Long, long ago, these chains would constantly drain large amounts of my flames. Each time, they would drain so much that I would feel extremely miserable. But ever since that last nap I took, it is true that they haven't drained anything from me for quite some time. And now, 2 cultivators come to visit me. Does this mean the Sith truly have been wiped out? They really have been wiped out, Ning and Azure Fiend said simultaneously. But the Sith were really powerful. There's no way they would have been wiped out that easily. The flame-wing god mumbled to itself. Having suffered quite a bit at the hands of the Sith, it continued to harbor a healthy dread of them. Ning and Azure Fiend were both cultivators, and so the flame-wing god didn't feel much enmity towards them. Although it had been quite some time since any Sith had come to visit it, the creature still harbored doubts about whether or not the Sith truly had been wiped out. Let's sit and chat, Azure Fiend. Ning suddenly waved his hand, causing 2 wine-laden tables to appear before them. Ning sat down before one of the tables. Azure Fiend was rather puzzled. Why did Ning suddenly want to eat and drink? Still, Azure Fiend was a bit of a glutton to begin with, and so he didn't complain. He immediately sat down in front of his own table and picked up a large haunch of meat with one hand and a goblet of wine in the other. Dark North. Why did you suddenly want to feast? Azure Fiend said while munching away. I've spent chaos cycles meditating on formations. It's been ages since I've had anything nice, Ning said. He then smiled as he glanced off into the distance. Flamewing, you need anything to eat or drink? His real goal right now wasn't to eat or drink. It was to tame this flame-wing god. He needed to come up with a way to convince the flame-wing god to eat the verdant azure soul. He would never be able to forgive himself if he didn't at least try to tame the chaos primordial trapped before him. I already have food. The flame-wing god sat back down, then waved a paw. This paw had a bracelet around it, and the bracelet suddenly lit up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Basins of delicacies began to fly out, including both meats as well as spirit fruits. The flame-wing god gave Ning and Azure Fiend a smug glance, then began to chomp down on its own food. Dark North, the stories say that chaos primordials wander through the cosmos by themselves. They are fairly dumb and are easily angered, and the only thing they like to do is eat. Azure Fiend sipped his wine, glancing sideways at the distant flame-wing god as he spoke mentally to Ji Ning. These things supposedly will eat almost anything. When they run into a realmverse, they'll go so far as to slowly work its way through and devour the entire realmverse and everything within it. While they wander the chaosverse by themselves, they'll generally create their own estate treasures and put living creatures inside, having those creatures provide food and wine for them to eat and drink whenever they so desire. Ji Ning nodded. He knew all this, of course. Ever since he had acquired the verdant azure soul, he had immediately searched for every scrap of information regarding chaos primordials that he could find. How could he possibly not know that chaos primordials love to eat? This was the reason why Autark Bolin had modified that verdant azure soul with the goal of using it to control a chaos primordial. Brother Azure Fiend, I acquired many different types of spirit fruit and rare delicacies from the hegemons and emperors who came to the Jadefire realm last time. Want to try some? Ning said. You'd be willing to share? Azure Fiend's eyes lit up. Rare spirit fruits and delicacies were of tremendous interest to major powers, but many were so rare that major powers would only eat them sparingly. They would generally unwilling to eat them casually and in large amounts. Of course. Come, sample some of this wine. This came from Hegemon Blackwood, Ning said as he picked up a large gourd and unstoppered it. Whoosh! An aroma of fragrant wine immediately spread out to fill the entire hidden region. Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes gleamed with a greedy light as he stared at the gourd. Haha, it seems that looting from hegemons and emperors really is the fastest way to acquire treasures. I've only tasted this 6 Bandit Caves spirit wine a single time in the past. Hegemon Blackwood truly is impressive in the Tao of numerancy. Someone must have asked him for help and used this wine in trade. Quick! Let me taste some of it. I don't have much of this wine. You have to drink it slowly. Once we finish this gourd, we won't have any more left, Ning said. Heh. I'll definitely savor it. Hegemon Azure Fiend was truly excited. He really was a glutton. The distant flame-wing god sniffed the air, then lifted its head and turned to stare in their direction. A chunk of meat fell out of its open mouth and onto the ground, but it didn't even notice. It stared intently at the gourd of wine on Ning's desk, the smell of the wine driving it crazy. Although its estate treasure held many living creatures inside who were devoted to providing it food and drink, only ordinary types of sustenance could be provided. Truly rare spirit fruits and delicacies could only be harvested from extremely unique environments, as they were formed based on drawing upon various unique types of energy from the Chaosverse. How could an estate treasure possibly create good food? We each drink 1 glass at a time. Take it slow and don't even think about trying to hog it for yourself, Ning said in a stingy manner. Fine. Hegemon Azure Fiend was feeling quite impatient. Ning nodded, pouring them each a glass. Whoosh! A deep red liquid that was almost ruby-colored came dribbling out of the gourd and into the 2 wine glasses. It looked absolutely mouth-watering. Eh? Ning suddenly seemed to sense something, and he turned to stare off in the distance. The flame-wing god's mouth was open, and it was literally drooling onto the floor. Tea this wine? The flame-wing god swallowed, then immediately said, Can I have some of it? It was born with a love of food and wine, but it had been ages since it had enjoyed such fine wine. It was completely unable to resist the urge. No way, we only have just 1 gourd. There's not even enough for the 2 of us, Hegemon Azure Fiend said hurriedly. You aren't going to share? The flame-winged god was growing rather angry. Stop trying to scare me. You are bound inside that cage, and your flames can't harm us at all. Hegemon Azure Fiend was a glutton as well. There was no way he was going to share the little wine they had. Why you? The flame-winged god's eyes turned round with indignation. It wasn't very intelligent, and it usually just took whatever it wanted. Now that it was trapped, however, taking by force was no longer an option. But it really did want to drink some of that fine wine. When it smelled that wine, it no longer had any appetite for the basins of food that lay in front of it. Azure Fiend, this is our first time seeing a chaos primordial. To be able to eat and drink with one of them is a lucky event. Let's not be stingy, Ning said with a laugh. Right. The flame-winged god instantly grew excited. What's the point of feeding it? It's pointless. Better to feed me instead, Azure Fiend argued. You! The flame-winged god glared furiously at Azure Fiend, feeling an increasing level of distaste towards that skinny old man. It said furiously, I'll eat you. Come and try, Azure Fiend snickered. Enough. Let's not fight. Flame-wing was captured by the Sith, while we cultivators fought a bloody war against them. If you view it from that perspective, we're actually all on the same side, Ning said. Right. Your name is Dark North, right? I agree with what you say 100%. You are spot on. The two of us are on the same side, the flame-winged god said. In his heart, Ning felt rather ashamed. He was swindling something with the intelligence of a child. Still, he would eventually be saving the creature by releasing it from its prison. Could be said that he was helping it out as well. I'm very happy to be able to feast alongside a chaos primordial. Here, have another gourd. Ning tossed out a gourd towards the flame-winged god's direction, causing it to fly straight towards the creature. The flame-winged god was instantly excited upon seeing it, and it sent out an invisible hand of energy which caught the gourd, pulled out the stopper, and then poured out the wine. The flame-winged god opened its mouth wide and immediately began to guzzle the wine down. You are seriously? Hegemon Azure Fiend felt rather speechless about all of this. It's fine. I have plenty of things to eat and drink. Those hegemons brought me quite a bit of spirit fruit and other treasures. Ning waved his hand, causing a large amount of spirit fruit and other special foodstuffs to appear on the tables. Spirit fruits were unique fruits which by some mechanism were able to take in some of the essences of the Chaosverse. Some were even used in alchemy to refine pills. Others were used to make wine, while still others could be eaten raw. The ones Ning had just brought out were all delicious when eaten. They were unfathomably more delicious than the legendary peaches of immortality of the three realms had been. Ha! Azure Fiend began to laugh loudly when he saw this. He immediately reached out with his large but scrawny hand to grab some fruit, then began to munch down on it. Juice from the fruit splattered across his mouth, and a look of contentment was in his eyes. Can I have some of the fruit as well? The distant flame-winged god looked at Ning in a pitiable manner. It had already finished the wine. Ning had only given it a single gourd, after all. Azure Fiend had only taken tiny sips of the wine, while the flame-winged god had guzzled it down like water. Yes, the feeling had been great, but it was over in the blink of an eye. The flame-winged god felt as though every single one of the fruits on the table was absolutely anidicing to it, and the fragrance was driving it mad. Normally, it would have seized all the fruit for itself, but it currently was only able to beg for alms. Haha! I have plenty of fruit as well. Ning waved his hand, causing a large basin of fruits to fly over. This basin had 100 different types of fruit within it, and they all emanated different yet charming auras. One of them was a large egg-shaped item, the verdant azure soul which Ning had acquired. The large basin of fruit flew over towards the flame-winged god. Ning laughed. You have to eat a bit more slowly this time. If you swallow it all in one gulp, I'm not going to be able to afford giving you much more. The flame-winged god drooled as it stared at the basin of fruit in front of it. It wanted to eat all of it, with the verdant azure soul being of a special interest. Its eyes reddened with excitement and gratitude as it turned to look at Ning. It felt as though this cultivator was the best person in the entire Chaosverse. And it immediately said, "You are absolutely the best. If I can escape this place, I'll definitely help you out." After speaking, it lowered its head and began to eat the fruit. Ning seemed quite relaxed, but in truth he was watching intently. It has to eat it. It has to eat the verdant azure soul. Wow, this is delicious. It's been a long time since I've had so much good food. The flame-winged god was incomparably excited. Even before the Sith had captured it, it would only very rarely have a chance to encounter such delicious food. After being captured, its life became even duller. The Sith hadn't given it anything to eat at all. It could only rely on its own food and drink the ordinary wine which the living beings in its estate world created for it. I'm going to eat this one first. It smells so good. The flame-winged god opened its mouth and chomped down at the verdant azure soul, which was the most alluring. Crunch! Crunch! The flame-winged god devoured the verdant soul at one go. Its mouth filled with absolute bliss as it slowly chewed away at the fruit before finally swallowing it down. Ning, seated off in the distance, quickly sensed a ripple emanate from the beast. The invisible ripple had completely merged into the flame-winged god's body and permeated through its soul and true soul. Success! Ning let out a sigh of relief. It had all seemed so very simple, but he had been more nervous than during any battle in recent memory. The flame-winged god lowered its head to eat some more fruit, but it couldn't help but look up towards Ning every so often. It felt increasingly well-disposed towards Ning. The man was simply too good to it. It suddenly felt a strong sense of attachment towards Ning, as though Ning was the person it trusted and liked the most in all the Chaosverse. It didn't even realize that its true soul had been dominated. All it knew was that it felt a sense of bone-deep love and veneration towards Ning. As for Ning, he picked up a glass of wine and began to walk straight towards the flame-winged god. "Master!" White Thaw was shocked. "Don't move too close to it." Azure Fiend was shocked as well. "Don't worry. It'll be fine," Ning said. He moved towards the 6 chains and began to inspect them. He had to come up with a way to break the formations securing these chains. Only then would he be able to rescue the flame-winged god. If he wasn't able to do that, then taming it would have been a pointless act. Dark North. Azure Fiend had been seated in the lotus position, but he hurriedly jumped to his feet to pull Ji Ning back. The flame-winged god was capable of killing even hegemons with ease. A puny Dowlord would be nothing to it. How could Azure Fiend not be worried? Unfortunately, Ning moved far too fast. With a single step, he appeared right next to the flame-winged god, who turned to look at the tiny little speck that had just appeared next to it. "Be careful!" Azure Fiend and White Thaw both held their breaths. Ning was now so close that they wouldn't be able to intervene in time. "You want some too?" The flame-winged god looked at the tiny human before it, a happy look in its eyes. "From this day forth, why don't you stick by my side?" Ning raised his head to stare at the titanic beast before him. All right, but you have to give me food," the flame-winged god said. "No one would be able to give you this much spirit fruit every day. However, I promise that you'll have much more and much better food than you have in your estate treasure," Ning said. The flame-winged god felt delighted for a moment, but it then turned to look helplessly at the black chains behind it. "But I'm trapped here. I want to leave with you, but I'm unable to. Let me take a close look." Ning flew over as he spoke, landing on the flame-winged god's giant body and moving towards one of the black chains attached to its wings. Azure Fiend and White Thaw both stared blankly at this sight. But... Azure Fiend was dazed. Flame Wing is a chaos primordial. Why is it being so obedient? Aren't chaos primordials supposed to be easily angered and moved to eat anything that approaches them? Taming a chaos primordial was an incredibly difficult task. It had a child's intelligence and a child's temper. It was entirely possible that it would be happily jesting with a cultivator one moment, then devour that cultivator in the next. Not even the Sith were able to tame it. The only thing they could do was send 3 exalts to capture it with overwhelming power. I don't know. All I know is that it seems to be very obedient towards my master. White Thaw felt puzzled as well. He transformed into a streak of light, wishing to move closer to Ning and protect him. Flamewing had been squatting there while eating fruit, but now he raised his head to glare at the approaching White Thaw in a baleful manner. Be good, Flamewing. He's my protector while the other guy is my retainer. Don't hurt them, Ning said from his position atop Flamewing's back. Alright. Flamewing immediately calmed down and ignored White Thaw. The terrified White Thaw finally landed on Flamewing's back as well. Master, you have to be careful. This Flamewing god might be playing nice now, but it might very well turn on you in the next moment, White Thaw said hurriedly. That won't happen. Ning was very calm, and his gaze continued to be focused on the black chains. But this is a chaos primordial. White Thaw still didn't feel safe. Ning shook his head. He turned to sweep White Thaw and the distant Azure Fiend with his gaze, then said, Starting today, Flamewing shall be one of my followers as well. Master, you? White Thaw instantly understood. Dark North, are you saying that the Flamewing god has already submitted? The distant Azure Fiend sent a stunned mental message to Ning. Ning nodded, no longer paying any further attention to their astonishment. He focused completely on analyzing the black chains. Protector White Thaw and Hegemon Azure Fiend truly were stunned by this. Ning had tamed a Chaos Primordial? This was absolutely inconceivable. Chaos Primordials were incredibly rare, and not even Hegemons knew how to tame them. The Sith weren't capable of it either. Most likely, only the supremely exalted autarchs were capable of such a thing. To tame a Chaos Primordial, one had to both be lucky enough to encounter one while also having a method of taming it. Clearly, their master Ji Ning had one such method which had allowed him to tame it without anyone being the wiser. He's tamed the Flamewing god. Absolutely incredible. Simply incredible. A pity that the Flamewing god is trapped here. If he could come up with a way to release it, haha. The Flamewing god would ensure that Dark North's reputation would skyrocket to incredible heights. Who would dare cause trouble for him? He could simply order Flamewing to attack and wipe that person out. Hegemon Azure Fiend sighed in awe. Not even Realmslord Windgrace would be able to withstand Flamewing's retribution. No one would ever dare to antagonize a major power who commanded a Chaos Primordial. Whoosh! Azure Fiend flew over as well. Now that he knew that Flamewing had been tamed, he no longer felt as worried as he had previously. How does it look, Dark North? Are you able to break these chains? Azure Fiend asked. If Ning was unable to breach the chains, then this would all be for naught, and the tamed Chaos Primordial would not be able to overawe the outside world. Ning frowned as he stared intently at the black chains. The chains were actually formed from countless black threads that were woven together, each of which was covered with countless tiny formations. The formations weren't that complicated. Given Ning's current level of mastery in the Tao of formations, he would be able to resolve them with ease. The problem was that the seeming ordinary formations engraved upon the chains were all wrapped together and merged into a larger and even more complicated formation. Every single chain had a suppressive effect as well as an energy absorption effect. The suppressive effect caused the Flamewing god to be completely tied down, preventing it from even changing in size. What marvelous formations! Ning suddenly moved. Swish! 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 He flew to one black chain after another, this time moving quite quickly as he carried out his inspections. As I thought, all 6 of the black chains are virtually identical, and they also work together. Countless thoughts flitted through Ning's mind as he sought to come up with a way to resolve this formation. In truth, he already had certain ideas when he saw the chains from afar. Now that he was able to inspect them closely, he completely understood how all of the formations operated. However, understanding was one thing, resolving the formations was another. How does it look? Azure Fiend asked again. Can you solve it? Azure Fiend, you are even more impatient than I am. Ning teased with a laugh. How can I not be? That's a Chaos Primordial. If you can bring this Chaos Primordial into the outside world, you can literally do whatever you want. Azure Fiend was quite excited. It'll belong to you, but as your retainer, ahaha. Hurry up and tell me if you can solve it or not. Ning nodded. I can. Azure Fiend was delighted. Incredible. Impressive indeed. My head hurts just looking at those black chains and their formations. But you think you can solve them? There probably are very few hegemons who are a match for you in the Tao of formations. Ning laughed. Of course. His mastery of the Tao of formations had already reached the Archon level. Only someone who had relied on the Tao of formations to complete the Tao merge and become a hegemon would be able to surpass him in this regard. But to do that was no easy task. No one in the 16 Realm vs. Alliance had ever been able to do such a thing. How long would it take? Approximately? Azure Fiend asked. Hard to say. A few chaos cycles, probably. Ning said. That's fast. You can complete it in just a few chaos cycles. Azure Fiend praised. Ning secretly muttered to himself. It might be just a few chaos cycles, but that was because his primal twin was under the affects of accelerated time. It would be equivalent to a few hundred accelerated chaos cycles. These chains and their formations were extremely complex. The only reason why he stood a chance at breaking them was because he had access to many other similar Sith formations and a very high level of insight into the art of formations, as well as the assistance of the Autarchus Stone Dais. Despite that, it would still take him a few hundred chaos cycles. Still, Ning didn't really mind. By now, he was finding it extremely difficult to make any breakthroughs in his Omega Sword Tao. The only step waiting for him was the Tao merge. Thus, his goal right now was to focus more on other Taos, including formations, water, fire, time, space, etc. The more insight he gained into these Taos, the more assistance they would be to him in the Tao merge. All Taos shared certain commonalities, after all. Flamewing, I'm gonna leave for a short while. I'll be back soon, Ning said as he flew off its body. Oh! The Flamewing god suddenly raised its head to stare at Ning's departing figure. You aren't going to abandon me, are you? For some strange reason, it truly wanted to stay by Ning's side. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Ning said. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Flamewing was a chaos primordial, born with incredible strength but no true understanding of how to use it. It had never trained before, and it didn't even notice that Autarch Bolin had used a technique to invisibly infiltrate its soul and true soul. Still, to live a life of ignorant bliss was a form of joy as well. Whoosh! The giant red copper gate appeared once more, with Ning, White Thaw, and Azure Fiend both flying through it. Why are we leaving? Azure Fiend asked while flying out. It'll take quite some time for me to breach those chains. Before beginning, I need to go release Nine Dust, Ning said. Nine Dust? Oh, that friend who you risked your life for in jumping into the Jadefire realm. Azure Fiend laughed. Yes, we're friends for life. Ning nodded. Ning sent the realm ship flying towards Nine Dust's location at high speeds. The silver-robed Nine Dust was seated in the lotus position, surrounded by those whirling flames. Nine Dust noticed a streak of light moving towards him from afar. It quickly flew near him, resolving itself into the form of a rather tattered-looking realm ship. 3 figures emerged from the realm ship, with the leader being a white-robed youth who bore a black sheath on his back. It was his good friend, Tao Lord Darknorth Ning. Darknorth. Nine Dust was happy to see him, but felt mixed emotions as well. As the original instigator of all the events which had occurred in the Jadefire realm, the ancient cultivators had kept him up to date on everything which had happened since. Ning had successfully slain Archon Silksnow in order to rescue him. Alas, he had fallen for Archon Silksnow's last act of revenge. Hegemons and emperors from many other realm verses had come here, seeking to take his realm ship. Thankfully, the results weren't so bad. Ning had managed to take on Hegemon Azure Fiend as his retainer and force everyone to retreat. In his heart, Nine Dust felt tremendous gratitude towards Ning. He knew how much risk Ning had undertaken on his behalf. A single misplaced step would have resulted in Ning's death. Nine Dust. Ning smiled as he walked over towards the man. Why have you suddenly come to see me? Have you gotten bored working away on that formation? Nine Dust laughed. Ning had told him many years ago that he would have to first completely disrupt the formation diagram in order to take control over the prisons. I'm here out of success, not boredom. Ning said. You can come out now. Come out. Nine Dust was stunned. Was he really going to be able to escape this nightmarish prison cell? Ning gently waved a finger. Whoosh! The flames around the flaming cage instantly parted, revealing an exit. Hurry up and come out? Or are you planning to complete your downmerge inside? Ning smirked. The stunned Nine Dust immediately transformed into a streak of light and scurried out. I'm actually out. Nine Dust stood within the empty space outside the cage. He stared at himself, then at the flaming cage by his side in disbelief. It was actually as simple as that. I came out with no fuss at all. Yeah, it was simple for you. Breaking the formation wasn't simple at all for me, Ning immediately said. He had needed both the Autarka's stone dais as well as the many records regarding Sith formation techniques. Both were absolutely critical to his success. I know you worked hard. Hey, your realm ship is still missing some parts, right? Take it. Consider it your wages for the past few years. Don't even think about asking me for more. As he spoke, he tossed a realm ship part over to Ning. Seeing this, Ning didn't move to decline. They were good friends. He naturally understood how Nine Dust felt right now. Clack, clack, clack. The realm ship immediately swallowed the entire part, and some of the superficial damage began to be repaired once more. Soon, the realm ship was in a state where only a few small parts of it remained damaged. Master, I'm almost completely repaired now. My internals are in good shape, with just a few missing parts preventing me from fully repairing my exterior. The realm ship spirit sent mentally. However, I should be able to teleport and blink just as effectively as if I was in 100% shape. Ning nodded. He was planning to give the realm ship to the Autark. Ning had been worried that the Autark would be unhappy if the damage to the realm ship was too great. This gentleman here must be Hegemon Azure Fiend. Nine Dust turned to look at the skinny old man standing next to Ning. Not daring to be disrespectful, he said with a touch of respect, Nine Dust greets you, Hegemon Azure Fiend. It seems Dark North and you truly are very good friends. To be able to find a few true lifelong friends on the path of cultivation is worth any price. Hegemon Azure Fiend had a rather complicated look on his face, but when he realized it he hurriedly smiled. Dark North kicked up quite a storm when he came here to rescue you. Quite a few Hegemons and Emperors came. Nine Dust felt rather moved by all this. He truly had been the cause of this great affair. Dark North, now that I'm out, shall we leave the Jadefire realm? Nine Dust asked. I still have some business here in the Jadefire realm. I can't leave just yet, Ning said. Oh, then I'll leave on my own. Nine Dust laughed. My greatest goal right now is to complete my downmerge. I need to go out and experience more things. If I stay here with you in the Jadefire realm, it'll be detrimental to me with regards to the downmerge. Ning nodded. All right, be careful out there. Don't worry, I won't be so unlucky as to need rescuing again. Nine Dust suddenly walked forward and gave Ning a tight hug, then two-rend and left. Train hard. I'm planning to start my downmerge soon. We brothers must both succeed in our downmerges. Nine Dust's voice still echoed in the air, but he himself had already vanished. Ning could sense the determination in Nine Dust's voice when the latter spoke of the downmerge. Succeed in the downmerge together, eh? Ning turned and went back the way he came. Friends for life didn't need to actually be together for their entire lives. It was enough for them to keep each other in their hearts. Time flowed on like water. Nine Dust continued his adventures through the outside world, encountering quite a few strokes of karmic fortune. As for Ning, he remained within the Jadefire realm and focused on analyzing those black chains and their formations. But of course, he had also swept the prison regions clean of all the treasures it held. And this time, he truly made a killing. Although he had acquired a few treasures from threatening the hegemons and emperors of the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, the combined value of those treasures was perhaps at best comparable to a single hegemon's net worth. The treasures within the prison regions, however, were far more numerous, and Ning had swept through all of them. In the blink of an eye, another 5 chaos cycles went past. within a dark region in the Great Dark which was incomparably distant from the Flame Dragon realmverse. This was a dark void which held an enormous triangular region within it that was filled with dazzlingly beautiful palaces, each of which emanated blinding golden light. This was the residence of one of the truly supreme leaders of the cultivator civilizations, the home of Autarch Titanos. Autarchs were extremely difficult to track down. Autarch Titanos was one of the easier ones to find, because he almost always resided within his estate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A howling sound could be heard coming from within a private room inside the largest, most towering palace in the region. A skull-sized gray globe which was covered with countless runes was levitating up and down in the air, emitting a strange whooshing sound as its internals continuously changed. How beautiful! How lovely! The bald, black-robed old man next to the globe was staring at it greedily, his golden eyes filled with joy and the two fleshy antennae on his head quivering in excitement. It truly is perfect. Just a small amount of power is needed. Once the insides of the globe continuously guide the power and transform it, it's able to unleash absolutely terrifying levels of destructive power. Sith fabrication techniques were simply incredible. Although we had an overwhelming advantage in individual power during the Dawn War, we still nearly ended up being defeated by the Sith. The Sith truly were and are incredible. To this very day, I still don't fully understand their technologies. The bald old man stared greedily at the orb, as though he was staring at the person he loved the most. Heh. Last time I wasn't careful and put in too much power, wrecking this treasure. Thank goodness that I, Titanos, am awesome. Although I still don't fully understand this thing, I was still able to repair it. Ahahaha. The bald old man stared at the continuously changing runes on the surface of the globe, feeling increasingly delighted as he did so. His gaze was able to see through everything, allowing him to observe the intricate transformations occurring within the gray globe. These transformations were absolutely beautiful to him. Suddenly, the gray globe lifted up into the air and floated in front of him. The fleshy antennae on top of the bald old man's head reached out to gently stroke the globe. Although I managed to successfully repair one, I'm still not able to create them from scratch. The bald old man shook his head. The Sith's underlying foundation of knowledge remains far superior to that of our cultivator civilizations. I can't even imagine how long it would take for us to fully repair all of their shattered treasures. The bald old man waved his hand, causing the gray orb to vanish into thin air. Whoosh! He pushed open the door to the private room, then strolled out with his long black robes dragging behind him. Master! When he reached the palace gates, an azure-robed youth immediately came to greet him. The youth said joyfully, Master, you repaired it? Of course. When have I ever failed? Don't you know who I am? I'm an autarch. The bald old man said smugly. Right. The azure-robed youth said hastily. Xian, my boy. That Dowlord Dark North from the Flame Dragon realmverse asked me to help out just a few dozen chaos cycles ago. Yes? I told you I'd be done soon. The bald old man said smugly. It was pretty quick this time. The azure-robed youth nodded. This was one of the faster response times for Autarch Titanos. Well, I'm off to the Flame Dragon realmverse, the bald old man said, then waved his sleeves. Whoosh! Space rippled before him like water. The bald old man stepped into the rippling space, then disappeared without a trace.